So a thing that we have, I love that I do not have a non-ham-fisted way to ask this question as a DM. But which one of you, as you sit at your desks, which one of you would want to have a better eye on the holding cells, and which one of you do you think would want to have a better eye on the officers, on the captain and the lieutenant's offices?
I'd want the CO and the LT.
Yeah, I'd want the cells.
Okay. Okie doke.
I
All
mean,
right.
the fuck am I going to do if I see something happening at the cells?
Run. I don't know.
Right? Have you seen how short my legs are? This is a problem, Josh.
Cast spells?
Nah.
They call
There's gossip over there, and I'm high society. We love gossip.
It's true. Okay. This is my recollection of where we left off. If I leave anything that you guys think is critical out of the recap, this would be when you would bring that up. Where is that posted? Okay. So we had what looked like a double homicide at the Haven and Hell in Inferno Alley. We get there to arrive to find the owner, a pandemonium, also called Moni, with Temerity there, standing over what appear to be the bodies. And we get a story about how there appears to be an abduction as part and parcel to the double homicide, which we find out is now an attempted double homicide because Temerity cast Spare the Dying on the Vix, who people are now victims, as far as you can tell, and to the best of your ability. You also figure out, Ari figures out that there was somebody on the roof with a crossbow who shot the two Vix. You go to attempt, Merle scrabbles up the side and finds the roof. You and Temerity go into the apothecary next door. A fight ensues with five non-culturally appropriating ninjas, and in which you guys F everybody up, and I believe one of them burst through the window. Did that one get away? No. None were taken alive, though, correct?
Correct. None were taken alive. That fucker tried to get away, but it turns out I can zot you from a very far distance.
Yeah. So then what happens? The crowd is, because you cast Thunderwave.
We both just did the what had happened was without saying anything.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you were both muted. No, I could redo it. So that Thunderwave, the guy coming through the person coming through the window, the crowd was starting to go back into the Haven, but then they see this, and it just, like, the unis tell you, oh, inspectors, that's not our best PR move. You guys kind of need to get out of here. You go another way and have the conveyance moved by the constables. Then you go to command south. You meet Lieutenant Vriga, who's like, oh, are you here to fill out the new Inspector South Force? And you're like, we don't know what you're talking about. And Lieutenant Vriga goes, then why are you here? And you're like, oh, this thing happened. Could you please help me? There's a duck on my head. No. Oh, this thing happened at the Haven in Hell. And she's like, oh, okay, I don't know about it. Hey, do you have any records on this tiefling named Divinity? Do you have a last name? No, we don't. And then was there anything else there? Anything?
She said that she was going to talk to the sergeant and the captain, but keep our names out of it, vis-a-vis what the fuck are you doing? And you better not be sending us a bunch of freshies to staff our group down here.
Right.
No. And then we said, okay, well, thank you. We'll stay in touch. When we get a last name, we'll come back down around and ask.
Okay. So then you return, you are RTB, and then you get there and you get some questions like, oh, how'd that go? And you're like, not good. We were not popular there. And then Merle, rather, fuck me in the goat ass. Merle gets called into the captain's office. We're sorry, but your cousins are dead. And Merle's like, fucking yeah. And they should be, because they were probably skimming off the top. And I have no emotions about this whatsoever. And they're like, oh, okay. And he's like, no, they're the old guild. They're garbage and I hate them. And yeah, I'm annoyed you brought me in here to say this. This is the vibe I'm giving.
That is not what happened.
That is do not tell Captain Thorngage how Captain Thorngage feels about how you. Yeah, there's the old Gage. They're probably stimming. They're dickheads, and I hate them all. Why are we wasting my time? Stop apologizing. They got what they deserved. I'm gonna go out here and look at these butterflies. Okay.
Cut his lying tongue out. Okay, there we go.
Seriously though, Becky, can I get a ruling here? Was that not kind of the energy Merle was giving, or did Josh just read it like, no, fuck you, and you're trying to have emotional impact or generate curiosity? I don't give a fuck. These are NPCs. I'm just waiting for my whole family to murder me, so I don't give a shit who died.
I do not think it was an entire fuck you, but it was a very placid, that's the end you come to, and they made their decisions long ago. But Thorngage was there trying to be like understanding and be like, we have an employee assistance program. You can use this sending stone and talk to somebody who will never respond with anything except for, and how does that make you feel? And Merle's like,
is surprisingly effective. You guys talk shit, but that is surprisingly effective.
Bad. It always makes me feel bad. That's the base answer of everything. Bad and scared.
All right. I feel like Anthony should be given time to respond.
I'm deeply curious, but I also have been told not to investigate. I'm totally going to investigate when I think it doesn't step on the larger mission.
Okay. Because I would like to go back and watch that video with you and go like, do you see how I don't give a fuck is like the gist of what's happening here? But okay.
I am not a shithouse ninja. I am the opposite of that. He is most definitely going to look into things, but what's he going to go do? Talk to his family?
Right.
Fuck. So well, yeah,
you wrote yourself a person in your backstory who might be a source of information, but that's on you.
I know who she is. I know who she is. And I am going to probably go.
We all know who she is. We have the Google Doc in. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, Josh. Yes, I know that too. I know what I'm going to do about the situation. I also know I'm not going to step on the adventure, which is what I was afraid I would be doing if I did that. Now that you have given me this amount of shit, I know that that's okay. I know that this is tied into that. Okay. Maybe not.
It was just like, oh, I'm going to have some emotional impact on Merle. Yeah, they're dead. That's what happens to people like them. Oh, well, fuck me then. Okay.
I'm sorry if that's what you got.
That's okay. Thank you for apologizing for my feelings. No, I'm just kidding. And then I think it was, well, this is the end of the day and fuck. Can we just go home? Let's just go home. We'll start our reports and then there's a lot and then let's go home.
Yeah, that was pretty much what it was.
I have a Post-it here with just the number 21 on my monitor, and I have no idea what it's for. So I've been debating about just throwing it away, but I'm like, what if I throw it away and then I remember what it was for later? But then will I? I don't know. I don't know, you guys.
It will have done its job.
If you remember the Post-it, I'm assuming you won't just be like, oh, there was a 2-digit number written on that Post-it. You'll be like, oh, that's why I had that Post-it with 21 written on it.
It's so weird. Why did I do that? That's the real mystery today, guys. Okay.
It's like when I had the shopping list, I wrote Munt on, M-U-N-T. I still don't know what the fuck Munt is. I spent about 30 minutes in the supermarket trying to remember what the fuck Munt was.
That is so funny. I had to hug myself. Okay.
And where is the Hormel diced cobra? Okay, that was.
That's supposed to be chili, right?
It's in reference to Dana Gould saying every wife gives their husband one item on the shopping list that cannot be found by mortal man, and it is specific and it does not exist. Where is the Hormel diced cobra? And then it's from that same bit. It's from that same routine where he's got the bit. Why would you get cupcake mix and no cupcake holders? Because I'm not a fucking cupcake scientist. Of course, Dana Gould is a professional stand-up comedian. He does not giggle through his own jokes.
Sometimes he does.
Well, I also like the idea that, like, as I discovered with Christine, sometimes the thing exists, but Christine has made up her own name for it, and then only uses that name for it. And then when you have never been with her, like, you're just, oh, she did this with grocery outlet. You know, grocery outlet, which is called grocery outlet, and which is not called the canned food store. I went all over South Berkeley looking for the canned food store. Why would you look for that? Bitch, there is a the container store. Why wouldn't there be a the canned food store? I couldn't find it. Just, it's right there. I'm like, no, where you describe it, there's a thing called grocery outlet. And this bitch looks at me dead in my eye and goes, yeah, the canned food store.
And that's when Josh murdered her.
I'm going to punch you in your giant tits, Christine. Anyway. Okay. Next morning, or do we need to do something that night before we all go to sleep? Go to sleep.
You say gushy?
Wank.
I said go to sleep. Yeah, well, we don't need to role play your wanking, Becky.
Disagree.
Hang on, I want to look up the name of somebody.
Becky or Anthony's husband, that's not appropriate. You're going to look up the name of somebody?
Yeah.
Okay. I think. I don't need you. I don't need you either. I don't want to do the Musketeer sketch. The Muscatel sketch. Musketeer sketch. Well, I don't want to do either.
Let me read the fucking document.
That is the cry of my people.
Janie. That's who I need to find.
Janie. Okay. Stop it. Josh. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I don't need to do that tonight, though, so I'm good.
Okay. What were you snorting about? Me making mouth noises over here? Anthony laughed at something. Okay, so the next morning comes. And do we all just head straight to work? I would assume.
Yes. Okay. Well, some of us got to tend pigs, but yes. After tending pigs.
Well, you just wake up earlier.
Well, you asked if anything happened before work, and I was answering you, dick. Okay.
Well, I take a giant shit first.
Yeah. Aside from morning routines, is anybody doing anything before work? No.
Giant, half orky shit. It's so my shit is so half orky it has its own tusks. Okay.
What does that mean?
Mm.
It means that you're so much of a half orc that even your shits are half orcs. Half orcs have tusks, therefore your shits have tusks.
Yeah, like I think it speaks for itself, but okay.
I mean, so did his father's ashes, Josh.
Yeah, how did you not get that bit? That was funny.
Did he say his father's ashes? All I read was doing my homophobic dad's makeup.
Yeah, as he's holding a bottle that's clearly his ashes.
That's little memorial urns people will give out when there's like a lot of family
I thought
members.
urns had to be like a pitcher.
Not if you're parsing out the ashes.
If
Well,
you're
that-
parsing them up, you can do even like little charms you can hang on your necklace.
Ew, no. Why would I? That's fucking weird.
Agreed.
Weirder still are those people who have those gyms. They turn their loved ones into gyms. Have you seen that shit?
No.
Yeah, they are like you take that big thing of ashes and it gets kilned into a crystal. And then you put that in some jewelry.
Gross.
Oh, so I lost my uncle at the disco. That would be that's all.
I feel like that's all wrong. What you need to do with somebody's ashes, you need to take them to the beach on a windy day to scatter them and talk about Vietnam and have some of it blow back into your clothes. That's what we do with urns.
Why do you need anybody's ashes?
He's referencing the Big Lebowski, baby.
Oh.
To do the rest of the bit, Becky. That's
Get a better
Jadoy.
all right. Too much sticking.
I love that my wife eats cereal like a
Full stop. I just love that my wife.
it's no Dickensian orphan. It's she brings it all the way up to her mouth, so it's not if any should drip back into the off of her face, it goes directly back into the bowl, which she can still eat, and then take the empty bowl up to a matron and go, "Please, ma'am, may I have some more?" Okay, sorry.
You don't know what it's like finding cereal milk in your cleavage 2 hours later.
The fuck I don't. I know exactly. Also, I have a beard. It happens there, too. Now we are done sticking, Josh. Please continue with your thoughtfully thought out adventure. Your thoughtfully thought out. Written was the second thoughtful I wanted to put there. Your thoughtfully written adventure.
Okay. You arrive into work the next day and hey, look at that. Your reports are exactly where you left them. Not finished though, right? Or were you not? I don't think you were finishing them.
Yeah, they're finished.
Okay.
They're finished. We don't leave until the reports are
Right.
finished.
That's the thing I remember you two being very adamant about.
Yeah.
But you didn't turn them in because you're not done. You're like, hey, look at this. We solved nothing.
We did our initial reports.
Right.
Yes.
I don't know how based it is on actual detective work, but you do put down the card under a board usually that has all the open investigations on it. You put a card up with all the pertinents, meaning all the people involved that have to be questioned or have already been questioned. And then that is accessible to your superiors and to other detectives. So they can go, hey, this same guy is being questioned in 8 cases. Perhaps he's involved on a deeper level. It's shit like that.
Okay.
But
as you two go to sit down at your desk, I imagining you're doing your whatever your morning banter thing is.
Erie always comes in with the coffee and sandwiches
Okay.
for Merle and her.
So we don't wait for each other at the train. We meet each other at the desks.
Outside, We always meet each other outside Constable HQ and walk in. That way, if there's shit we got to talk about anybody, it's not inside.
Okay.
And if we need to get stories straight for briefing.
All right. So this is how we're going to cover up our our sentient trafficking ring. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ari walks up with the sandwiches and the coffee, or the pastry and coffee, or whatever it is, and you guys head inside. You nod to the duty captain and duty sergeant, rather, the desk sergeant, and Merle, you notice that bald hobgoblin lieutenant from Command South, Lieutenant Fireblade.
Yeah.
You notice her walking out. So I've described, it's a big high up desk, and it's got in and out gates on either side. You guys are going in one side. Lieutenant Briga is walking out past the other side and gives you a look. And your passive insight is not high enough to glean anything from it. If you want to roll active insight, you can.
That's not how that works, but okay.
Okay, then never mind.
There you go.
Right. It's a look that you don't quite understand.
Okay, now I'm gonna opt to look deeper into that.
Okay.
With an insight check. That's how that works. And I'm with my partner, so I get advantage. I'm sorry to be a dick. You don't use passives, so when you use passives, I wanted to help you along with how you do that storytelling wise.
I do use passives. I just don't normally mention it to you.
Then I suck. Okay, so I would like to look into that by saying, Lieutenant Fireblade, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you actually hail her?
Yeah.
Okay. She turns and goes, Sanderman, how you doing?
I am doing a dirty 20 all day. I'm doing well. How are you?
Give me a sec. Have all the NPCs open when you need them. Don't be an asshole and make people wait. She goes,
an asshole, that's being a DM.
Okay, so she. Thank you. She goes, well, a lot of work last night. What did Ari stop too, or did Ari keep going?
I stopped with him.
Okay, I could hear you. She goes, just looks at you two and goes, a lot of work last night, and she seems impatient and annoyed.
Indeed there was. Does Erie want to make an insight check?
I forget that when I'm in the meet, I don't just see it pop up on the screen, that I have to actually go and open the game log.
Dirty 20 for me as well. I have a suspicion about what this is about, though, which is a lot of people upset down at Haven and Hell.
What did you get?
She got the same as you.
Oh, got another 20. Okay.
She goes, I'll be seeing you two around, and turns to leave.
Okay, then I don't like, and I say to Erie as we walk in, I don't like where that's headed.
Yeah, last night was not our best work.
No.
I imagine there's quite a mess in need of cleanup there.
Yes.
I also wonder if we've pissed off enough people here to get told to go somewhere else.
Does Merle have any response to that?
The last thing that Erie said?
Yeah.
Change can be good, I guess. I can't imagine that we've fucked things up that much. How wrong I could be, but hey, okay. Let's go into briefing.
You go and you set your coffees down at your sandwich. No, at your desk, because setting your coffees down at your sandwich is a weird thing.
And then your sandwich at your desk. I see how it goes. It's all linked.
The thing about Mary Sondy and Sanderman is they only eat in stacks, which is weird.
You finish your.
It's the sandwich approach. We love sandwiches. Everything has to be stacked. We're going to perfect the Dagwood.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just have to figure out how to make an edible coffee cup. That'll be.
You get up to go to debrief, and Lieutenant Yavelda actually sort of gets in your way and goes, "You two need to go see the captain."
All right then.
And then she heads up to debrief. So you go in, and Captain Thorngage is at his desk working on something, and he looks up and he goes, "Oh, inspectors, that I'm not Scottish. I'm Irish, so I'll adjust my fucking accent."
It's bagpipes. Fuck. It's bagpipes, not river dance. Okay, let's go, Josh.
No, either way, it's river dance, not bagpipes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's river dance, not bagpipes. Okay, fine.
Mary Sondy, Sanderman, have a seat. I'll be with you in a second. Finishes writing what he's doing, and then flips back through something and goes back and takes his glasses off for dramatic effect, and he's pulling a full Meryl Streep on you guys, and goes up. "So, Inspector Sanderman, when we spoke last night, you said it was a rough night and I'd see it in your report, but why don't you two go ahead and tell me where you are in your case?" Either of you? Both of you?
Well, last night we went to Inferno Alley on an investigation, and while investigating, my partner noticed that one of the victims seemed to have been shot from overhead. Next door, from a building next door, I went up onto the roof to investigate. As I did that, my partner discovered that the back door was unlocked. So she proceeded inside, where she was ambushed by men who were not ninjas.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Some spells were cast and some property destroyed.
Mary Sondy, does that square with your recollection of what happened last night?
I'm still waking up, Captain, but it hits all the right bells.
And to whom did you speak about what had happened last night?
Are you asking about the ongoing course of our investigation, sir?
I'm asking who you interviewed at the scene.
While we had wishes to interview a number of individuals, the temperament at the scene was not one that would be inclined to give us honest and open statements. Sanderman and I discussed it at length, and I made the decision that rather than trying to hold any witnesses at the scene and interview them at the time, we would gather information and go back starting today and branching out from there. Individuals were very upset. There is a certain opinion of our force and intrusive nature, at times unwarranted and unneeded, specifically in Inferno Alley. Given the heart of that seems to be the haven and hell, it was decided that rather than continuing to be a disruption, rather than continuing to appear oafish and uncaring towards the needs, the lives, and the pursuits of our citizens, we would resume our investigations this morning. Can I roll a persuasion? Or a deception?
Which part are you? What is it?
Whatever will make Daddy not mad at us.
No. Are you trying to lie or are you trying to persuade?
No, she's persuading. There is only one small section there that is not the truth. Other than that, she is trying to persuade.
Roll a flat perception or a persuasion. You're not perceiving anything.
I perceive I might be in fuck. 15 all day.
Okay. So let us start by saying that I'm well aware how the citizens of Inferno Alley and indeed the Middle Bottoms perceive us. Let me also say that part of this job is going to be interviewing people who don't like us. While I understand, and I think the order in which you went, looking into the, he refers to his notes, the apothecary, before questioning anyone in the crowd, was a good choice. You and your partner, and apparently the chief prosecutor from the Haven City Prosecutor's Office, decided to do this without alerting the uniforms or securing the perimeter of the building. Would you say that was accurate?
We were in hot pursuit, sir.
Which I will take as a yes. And then you interviewed no one in the crowd, electing to do it the next morning when they may or may not be there, but would have time to get story. He doesn't say would have time to get story straight, because they might be mad at you for in legitimate pursuit of your duties, which no one here is questioning or arguing that you are.
Okay.
In legitimate pursuit of your duties, you then trashed a local business and then spoke to no one. Is that what I understand what happened?
No, sir, you would be incorrect. And I question your reading comprehension abilities if that is what you think has happened here. And that is not the information that I have given you. Once again, the nature of the inquiry that we are started upon appears to be targeted. It's not based upon a broad swath of the clientele at Haven and Hell, given how little known they were there overall, and the fact that one of the victims was not frequenter of the club. It is very unlikely that the general crowd milling about post-assassination attempt would have much to offer us. As regards not informing the unis, we thought that they were better kept keeping an eye on the crowd until we could determine that the club was indeed safe to reopen and get them out of the street and away from further potential attacks overall, sir. Because a crowd milling about late at night when individuals are ready to fire from building tops is rather damaging and disruptive to all, and a great source of chaos and confusion. So,
Inspector Sanderman, you're excused.
Oh, but I'd like to. Okay. And walks out.
first off, what reading comprehension skills are you referring to? Because you've not turned in a report.
Yeah, I realized that halfway through, but I was hoping I could gloss past it and you wouldn't notice. I was very optimistic. I realize now that was foolish.
Is that in character or is that player?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's in character.
Not nearly as foolish as your whole take on this, on that sort of response. Have I yelled at you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Nor
Did I
have
ask if have I called you incompetent?
you have, sir.
No, I think I've asked you if you followed best practices or not. That's not the same as incompetent. You're 3 months on the job. This is the gentlest form of coaching I know how to do. I could have let you, Lieutenant Yavelda or Lieutenant Fireblade, who came with the follow-up, have at you. But I didn't think that was possible, and I don't believe I deserve to be insulted over how I've handled this.
You're correct, sir. You don't.
So would you like to tell me why you've responded in a way that I do not think I've seen or heard from, well, in my own experience, or from any of your fellow officers around the department? Whether it's what you meant or not, you're known for a good disposition, smarts, and snacks.
Well, in my defense, my snacks are sitting on my desk, and I am feeling a bit peckish. You look a bit peckish too. Perhaps I could bring a cheese board.
No, you're not bringing any food into this office, Ari Mary Sunday.
Ah,
I have another question for you. The way Sanderman was talking, did the two of you decide between you that you are somehow the lead or the senior on this investigation? Because he was talking as though he were deferring to you, which, if that's not how the two of you have things set up, feels a bit like he's trying to shirk responsibility. So
no, I was the lead on this case.
Okay. That's well and
We
good.
agreed between us that I would take lead.
All right.
As lead, all final decisions on this case are mine.
Right. I understand what the lead investigator is. Look, what I'm saying, Ari, and you can relay this to your partner. Yeah. You can relay this to your partner as you see fit. If I get, I've made, you know what, I'll just make mine not, so I can't see me. Let me know if I'm not responding and I get fuzzy. I don't know that I've seen mine do it, but.
No, you're good. It's all entirely mine that's fuzzy.
You can convey this as you see fit to your partner. We work in a profession where people are not always going to like it. Part of the reason that after 20 years of talking about expanding the inspector's presence office-wise, and therefore increasing response times to south of the river, which Lieutenant Riga Fireblade is heading up, is because people south of the river see us as the arm of the wealthy, as well as the government. Now, if you don't think you can conduct interviews or direct the local uniforms, which was my next question, before you started telling me I couldn't read, which made no sense because you haven't given me anything to read. And anyway, if you can't conduct interviews or ask the local uniforms to conduct interviews with people you feel like might be hostile, then I think you need to work on those skills, because most of the rest of your skills are coming along at quite a nice clip.
You're right. I shouldn't have made the call to not conduct interviews last night. I'll keep that in mind in the future, sir. Anything further?
I think you need to take a breath and go have a sandwich. No, you're excused.
Very well, sir.
Do you like fart on your way out of his office? Just
No, she very politely closes the door behind her.
Okay.
And goes back to her desk and continues her report.
Do you say nothing to Merle? Okay. Well, Merle reads that how he reads that.
Well, Merle's looking at her.
I have a 24 on deception. You want to try and see past that?
Yes. I'm with my partner. Do I get advantage?
No.
If he does, he's an enemy, and I roll against him.
No, I don't get
I
anywhere.
didn't say I'm not gonna make Ari use a restore the balance on you to take away your advantage.
Okay, so after about 10 minutes of giving her all the eyebrows he can, he's gonna he's gonna let it go. No, just like,
Yeah.
want to tell me what happened? No? Okay, fine. I'll do my report and eat my sandwich.
If it goes on for, he's not going to be able to tell by looking. If he does persist for a while, she will look up and go, the captain's not happy with our decision to not conduct interviews last night.
Okay.
I explained to him that it was my decision. He pointed out that at the end of the day, we must occasionally interview those who will not be happy to see us.
Okay.
I told him that I would understand and I would improve my skills in the future.
You want me to explain to him that was mostly my fault?
No. No, that's not why I'm telling you. And it doesn't matter. I was the lead investigator. At the end of the day, at the end of the shift, at the end of the case, the lead investigator answers for every step in it. So.
Okay. Shit.
We've got some work to do.
Yeah.
I'd like to start with returning to Haven and Hell, the apothecary shop.
Anthony, roll a perception check. Flat.
$15.
Okay. I'll be there in a second. As you're saying that, you notice someone come through the door in a blue frock coat with red horns. Kind of. Do you know how, like, you're in an office and you're talking to somebody and somebody is going to sneak up behind them because they think it's kind of funny and cute, just sort of like quietly?
Yes.
Temerity is sort of sneaking up behind Ari, and like when you catches your eye or sees you seeing her and goes like this.
Goes like what?
She like shakes her head like, don't look at me.
Okay.
Do you shake your head back like, don't do this right now?
Yes. Yes. I go.
I am looking down at my
Yeah.
I'm looking down at my reports. That is what I am doing, drawing up the list so they can eyebrow at each other all.
Okay.
Because that's what I said Erin was doing while she was doing.
That's fine. So she catches your eye, or she catches you doing not right now, and she goes,
Yeah.
like, you're no fun. From behind you, Ari, you hear, and you see this, obviously, Merle. You hear Temerity come up behind you. You hear steps coming up behind you, and you hear Temerity say, so good morning. How are my two favorite inspectors doing? And she puts her hand on your shoulder and just kind of looks at you. And if you want to hide the fact that you're pissed off, you can roll me a deception. Harry. I guess to Merle, but I don't think you're pissed off necessarily.
That would be a 15 on the deception there.
Okay.
But Harry does turn around with a smile and go, good morning. Well, in need of our coffee, making our way through it. It was a late night and still reports to do. How are you? No ill effects, I hope?
Oh, not at all. She gestures to the chair that's to Aries' left that you have like when you, she goes, may I? And she sits down and kind of turns it so she can see the two of you, and she's kind of leaning on the desk and she's like, so did you find anything else out?
No.
Because I went back to the Haven in Hell and I did a little digging. So, and she's got like kind of a big smile on, and she's got her hand on her desk, and she's like, so what do you know about, like, what did you notice about Moni? Did you notice how she was purple? Well, that's pretty unusual for us. But you know what's even more unusual for us, and which we kind of see as a like favor, like a good thing, like a cool rare thing. Very rarely, every once and again, one of us is born with wings. And she puts her hand on your hand at the word wings. Guess who got snatched and has wings?
Divinity, Diva.
Apparently, Diva has wings, which makes her like, guys, looks at Merle when she says, guys, we're talking like less than 1 in 100. 1 in 500 to 1,000. Like, I don't know.
Numbers.
I'm not keeping
big numbers.
She goes, yeah, I'm not keeping the tieflings with wings census.
If you were, it would probably be creepy. You shouldn't do that. Don't keep that census.
Right.
Fight against that census.
So I was wondering, since I so helpfully kept those two boys alive, if you've heard anything about them yet?
No, the alchemists were going to be our next stop. We knew it's the alchemist, right? No.
Yeah.
It is.
So,
okay.
So actually, let me say that, like, this is the most unusual, like, when we show up to a murder and
there's been a murder
and they're dead, but not dead, right? Like, we don't regularly have them resurrected because that's super fucking expensive. But we also like, people who on site need healing are usually the victims and like get questioned at the healers or the hospital. But the alchemists were in on that whole discussion and we're like, yeah, this is weird. And also, so we have to heal them enough, but then they were, the alchemists being alchemists were concerned about poison. So felt like, well, before we start healing them, we're going to give the body the once over because this looked like something more professional than just randomly be drunk. This is not a drunken street fight, right? So the alchemists were just being slow about it and careful. Like, well, what the alchemists say is careful and what you are like, hurry it up. That sort of situation, right? But it's also not like, here's what to do when you have stable dead people who can magically be sustained instead of actually dying. Like, that's not basic constable inspector procedure, right? So you're like, oh yes, we're waiting on the constables. And then almost as if on cue, a hobgoblin constable or a alchemist that you guys know as Azta Blackstaff comes up and goes, hey, hi, Miss Vorlance. And Temerity goes, hi. And he goes, so those two Vicks, I guess, stiffs who are not stiffs. Anyway, this is a weird situation. And looks at Temerity and goes, I didn't know you were a cleric. And she goes, I'm not paladin. And he goes, oh. Anyway, so yeah, we checked them for poison. There wasn't poison, and then we brought them out of that slowly. We took them to the healers and put them under guard, and then now they're back. They're still not full, but they're ready. If you wanted to come talk to them, the healers really, which as like there are hospitals, but they're sort of co-run with clerics because that's who's good at magical healing, right? Wizards do have some, but ain't no wizards in the union. And I think artificers might, depending. But anyway, yeah. So it kind of all, it's where the ecclesiastical crosses over. And he's like, the healers didn't really want to let them go and said they were victims and blah blah blah. But they're still. Anyway, they're being brought back. They'll be back in about 5 minutes. And we're not putting them in cuffs, but they are being escorted because we know that at least one of them, but we weren't really sure. We know that at least one of them was a person of interest. So. So I'll come back up and get you when they're on their way. They said 5 minutes, which means at least 10. It's rush hour.
At least 10. Yes. If you could get us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Asda. Asda or Adza?
Azta. Azta.
Asta. Okay.
Okay.
Blackstaff is the last name. So, what are the chances? Temerity puts her hand on your shoulder, Ari, but looks over at Merle and goes, that you're gonna let me come with you into the questioning. I know it's not typical for someone in my position to be there for the questioning for, legal reasons. But, I mean, come on, I brought you that tidbit. I brought you that bit about the about divinity being winged, a winged one. I'm assuming Becky is typing. No. Do you guys all just look at Temerity for a second?
I'm letting Erie answer that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I feel like I keep prompting you. Okay, role play now. I'm sorry. I will try to stop doing that.
I think Merle might have missed what Erie did, but Erie's going to go, Temerity, we really appreciate your help. But if one of them ends up being a suspect and ends up being prosecuted for this, the entire case could go out because we had you there at the questioning.
Okay, you notice Temerity, her eyes drift over towards the front and she whispers a curse in infernal.
Oh.
And from the door, you hear a very familiar tiefling voice in common go, what the fuck are you doing here? And you turn around and there is Temerity Vorlance in her armor, in her prosecutor uniform. And the Temerity who's been sitting with you goes, hi.
Hello.
Good to see you. And she stands up. And then there's an exchange, a heated exchange in Infernal. And Temerity is approaching Temerity in the armor is approaching, and Temerity in the blue frock coat is standing her ground and like smiling and trying to placate. And they're now arguing over your desk with the two of you sitting there. And the one in the blue frock coat gestures to Ari, and Temerity goes, without looking at either of you, just staring daggers at this other tiefling, and goes, Inspectors Mariasandi and Sanderman, I would like to introduce you to my twin sister, Tenacity.
Hello, Tenacity. You should probably leave now.
No, she shouldn't, because she's in a lot of trouble. And then she's like, Temerity, real Temerity, looks at you two and goes, actually, Mr. Sanderman, you're right. Tenacity with me.
My wife is funny.
I saw it. I was trying to get through the line.
Sorry.
Let me.
I could climb both peaks one night. Oh, the master of all I survey.
And Temerity's hand reaches out and snatches one of Tenacity's horn, like you're pulling a kid by the ear, and she's like, you come with me. And then they fall back into Infernal, and like literally the whole fucking office has stopped to watch like
Temerity argue with herself. Yeah.
Like, and let me say, no, never mind. Like, just in the most furious, did you know she had a sister? No, I didn't know she had any family at all. Holy shit, what the fuck? Actual, like, the whole goes off. And you can hear them for a little bit outside the door. You mostly, you hear them both. It's very, you assume it's mostly Temerity, but their voice is nearly the same. So it's a little difficult to tell which one's which. And everybody kind of doesn't know what to do for a second. Like, there's a lot of gossiping and whispering.
Ari is pointedly looking down at and filling out her reports.
Okay.
And drawing up her lists and conferring against a miniature map of the city to plan the best routes. None of my business. I'm not focusing on that. I can't focus on that. You're not allowed to get horny at work.
Unless you're a tiefling. Okay, I said it. Fuck you. Dad joke inserted. Okay.
All right. Terex, the goblin records room clerk, comes tearing down to the first floor, spots you two, and runs up and goes, did you guys see or hear? Temerity's outside. Prosecutor Temerity's outside arguing with herself. Although I think it's her twin sister.
Have a seat, Terex.
Mm-hmm. That argument started here, right here.
So we're going to keep our voices down.
Oh.
So you knew she had a twin sister?
I did not. But do you guys speak Infernal? Because
no.
I totally speak Infernal, because the DM just rolled an +3 on the percentile dice, so I speak Infernal. They are bringing up a lot of old family shit. They are for sure siblings. Do you guys have siblings? I argue with my siblings all the time, and they don't even look like me. Holy shit.
Okay. What are they arguing about?
One of them looked up, so I ducked my head back in the window. But the one in armor, is that Temerity or Tenacity? Okay.
It's Temerity.
Temerity said, you continue to disgrace the family. And then Tenacity said, the family has never cared what I do. It's just you. And then Temerity said that how could you go in there and act like you were me? And how long have you been doing that? And then she said and then they were just arguing about stuff.
She said the halfling, and then what?
I don't know. And then Terex goes to get up and sees if you'll let her leave and flushes red and is realized they were about to dish something that they weren't thinking about when they were starting to dish it. Was like, I'm gonna pee, and then walk
No.
away.
Terex, I think you need to stay right here.
Okay. Big goblin-y girl grin.
Uh-huh.
Tenacity thinks that you like Temerity.
Uh-huh.
And then she said she was too repressed to do anything about it, but that Tenacity could do something about it if Temerity's too busy being career-minded idiot. And then Temerity said, this is what I'm talking about. You always do this. And then I came back in to see if you guys, and it didn't occur to me that you were the halfling. And then I looked at you and you were like, oh, you know something. And it started with us. And then you're the halfling. And then I didn't want to talk anymore. And then I said I was going to go pee. And then you said I had to stay. And then here we are now. And now I really, really, really have to pee because I'm super nervous.
Okay. You go do that, but you're going to come back here.
Okay.
I need you to start pulling some records for me when you get back. So
Okay.
I'm going to get you a list, and then I need you to get as many of these records pulled as fast as you can. Hopefully some of them are already in the new system.
Okay. Still like, oh, I didn't know goblins got that color of red. Look, their goblin-y ears turn red when they're embarrassed. Run.
It's like a laser light.
Yeah, runs to the Terex, the red-eared goblin, bolts to the bathroom, like literally, so clearly fucking embarrassed. About a minute after that happens, unless you guys, I'm going to give you that minute to do or say something else.
Okay. No.
So it's been a bang up morning for me so far.
Yeah.
We're still allowed to drink on the job. Yeah. That's good news.
Temerity.
All right.
Okay. After about sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's all. It was just, it faded out. We're still allowed to drink on the job. That's good news. All right. Just waiting.
For sure. After about another minute. So they've been outside for like 10 minutes at this point. Temerity and Tenacity come in. Temerity is walking behind Tenacity. And they approach the two of you. And Temerity is looking a little sheepish. And Merle's like, you're looking at her and you're like, she's putting on a face for her sister.
Yeah.
So
who's looking sheepish?
Tenacity.
Okay.
Temerity takes a deep breath and goes, Ari, Merle, we, looks pointedly at her sister, apologize for our outburst. And this is my twin sister, Tenacity Vorlance. Tenacity is what's called a justiciar in the order. Actually, both of you can roll religion flat.
$13.
22.
Oh. So I think you know from before that Temerity, so Merle doesn't get this. I think you know from before that Temerity is a follower of Tyr, although she's a paladin, Oath of the Crown, Oath of the Union. So you're like, oh, she's about to say, and she goes, you're about, in your head, she's like, and I'll put it in the chat because I think it will be going into notes. She says, she is a justiciar of Saint Ingrid in the Church of Tyr. And Tenacity goes, actually, I made justiciar mother about 8 months ago. And Temerity turns and goes, really? Congratulations. Yeah, she says that too. You both say, congratulations. And she goes, thank you. And she's like, doesn't excuse your behavior right now, but fucking okay. And she literally says, but fucking okay. And so on that 22, because the DC was 20, the Order of Saint Ingrid of Skaaninge is like, they're sometimes called the judges of Tyr's judges, or the judges of Tyr, the judges of the church. And they're kind of ecclesiastical inspectors. They are not inquisitors in the way that we think of them in Spanish Inquisition, but they are investigators. And the other thing on that 22 is, you know, that the Church of Tyr has an interesting relationship with them. They are sometimes considered the mainline part of the church, depending on who is in the hierarchy of the church at any given moment. And sometimes they are considered a kind of a radical outlier. Not an outlier, a radical order, like a little too ardent, a little too much fervor. They are known for
How would this just, I'm trying to find an analog to modern day churches. Are we talking about like form a compound, or just a really strict church outlier type of outlier? Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. They are not yet more they're not like form a compound, although they do have their facilities, their I guess, Ants, what do you call it?
Monastery?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're an abbot or an abbess. That would be a monastery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have their own like monasteries. And it is an all-female order. It's not usually tieflings, but you know, that's despite the fact that this seems to be this is a tiefling heavy game, and you guys called me out on just the population of it. The justiciars are, which actually turns out that's a real word. And dictionary.com says that's how you pronounce that spelling of it. It's an Old English word. And I think it's where the word justicar in fantasy settings comes from. They are known for being...
Justicar's a real word. It doesn't matter. No, continue.
Well, I mean, every place I found it, it said like, no, this is specific to fantasy settings. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're known for being like, once you've got once you've got a Justice Sheriff St. Ingrid on your tail, like, hope you're innocent, because either you're going to come to justice or they're going to die, right? They dogged and ridiculously determined, etc. And she's so sidebar, flash sideways, and then she goes, "You guys go, congratulations," and she goes, "Thank you," and then she goes, "Which doesn't excuse your behavior right fucking now, but okay." This is Temerity still, apologize for the deception. And Tenacity pipes up and goes, "Really, I think the two of you are lovely. But also, this is related to something that I was already looking into. And secular law enforcement doesn't often like to work with us. So when it was clear you knew my sister, I kind of used it. It wasn't very nice. It was kind of rude. It was rude. It wasn't kind of rude. I'm sorry." But what this does mean is now I can be in the investigation room and it won't mess up Temerity's case, right?
Were you not impersonating an officer of the law? Is that not a crime?
Tenacity goes, "I mean, technically." And Temerity goes, "Yes, you were. Not technically." And Tenacity goes, "You see, this is why we started on this path together. And this is why you're wrong. Because you care about the law and I care about justice. I don't know why you continue to see those two things as different, because they are." And then she goes, Tenacity goes, "Because they are." And Temerity puts her hand up and goes,
This sounds like a long-standing argument between the two of you.
It is.
And I would not be opposed to hearing both sides of it over dinner at some point. However,
and Tenacity gestures to you and go, "See, she gets it. She does not get it. She's trying to diffuse what is clearly, look around, Tenacity. Everybody is sucked into our tension. Like, because this is what happens when you do this, like you always do." Ugh, you're being dramatic.
Josh, if you had really prepared for this role, you'd have makeup done different on both sides of your face.
I would have,
or you'd have a mask.
Right, or something. I am pretty consistent about when I'm turned this way, it's Tenacity talking, and when I'm turned this way, it's Temerity talking. She just goes, "Enough," and she goes, "Inspector Sanderman, should we? I would have to recuse myself on pressing charges of impersonating an officer of the court, not a law.
No, not the law. Pardon me,
but an officer of the court. But I would be happy to hand this off to one of the assistant prosecutors." And Tenacity goes, "Your own sister," and she's just like, she grabs her horn and like pushes it. Temerity grabs her horn and pushes it, so she has to turn her head. Stop it! I hate that. And like, it does. You are both getting from Temerity that she is trying to preserve some sense of decorum and dignity, and like Tenacity is sort of low-key undermining that without even giving a shit. So
low-key?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's low-key.
Okay. Medium key, middle key.
Yeah.
Tenacity, just one question for you right now. Is this the first time I've met you?
Yes, this is the first time you've met me. And
Okay.
Temerity looks at her. Hold on. I know I have this spell. You see, when you ask that question, she goes, yes, this is the first time you've met me. And you see Temerity utter an incantation and does her verbal and somatic components of a spell and goes, answer again. Ask the question. She goes, wait, ask the question again.
Tenacity, is this the first time that I've met you?
She goes, yes. And by the way, zone of truth, really? And Temerity goes, I think she's telling the truth, but her willpower is strong. We can compare notes later if you'd like, Gary. I understand.
Well, it's been a very interesting morning.
Yes, and this isn't even what I came here for. I almost forgot what I came here for.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and Tenacity just looks and she's like, no, you don't get to hear this. And she's like, go over there. And you're lucky I'm not putting you in a holding cell right now. Which, by the way, and Tenacity starts walking away. She goes, which, by the way, has yet to be decided.
What I like is this reads like siblings. You ever argue with your cousin, with your relatives? I argue with my relatives all the time. Siblings. She said siblings.
So Temerity sits down. And what she says is, so I was looking into when your cousin was in town, Ari. I was looking into some of the note you sent me. I was poking around in some of the people I know in MI5 and MI6. I'm just going to use those designations with some of my connections that I know in military intelligence. And as it turns out, some of them one of, not the head of, but one of the top 3 people in the Black Corps was actually in town doing some negotiations with somebody. So I actually got to talk to him about it. So here's what it turns out. Here's what we know. Here's what even the Black Corps knows about the Rift Fiends. So you were right. They're a splinter group off of the Black Corps who apparently feel like they're even more like, look, you're talking to somebody who loves her country, and these guys feel like nobody's doing enough. They feel like we're all apparently asleep to their influence and their underground penetration of our nation and our culture. And
Let me ask one question here to help clarify. Do these individuals claim to work on behalf of the people?
Yeah, I mean, that particular phrasing didn't come up, but it kind of sounds like, like no one's really protecting.
Okay.
And no one's really protecting the union the right way, and nobody's aggressive enough, and
Right.
like, and if you're coming out of right, so we're talking about all highly trained by our own military, then all that extra experience in the Black Corps, and then feeling whatever's going on in that experience, that like we're still too soft as a nation. That's some pretty radical. I couldn't get any names. I didn't talk to him. this is all second and third hand, right? I don't
Right.
have any names of anyone involved, but like, it's an interesting perspective to take after what some of the things that do get out about what the Black Court gets into. Because, you know, there are things attributed to them and things their individual members have been arrested and prosecuted for, but as an organization, they've always managed to be able to duck responsibility for whatever, you know, that's not what we do. So there are still, you know, they do occasionally come up on government contracts for certain things.
You know, I worry about the mindset of those who would. How much more do we fight?
Right.
How much blood do we spill preemptively to keep ourselves safe? It's a ridiculous premise and it's unsustainable.
Right.
And all it does is engender ongoing. We know
hostility.
this.
Right. Right. And also, if we're more active or whatever, if we do things preemptively, are we not probably provoking? Right.
Exactly. And at some point it has to be said that we're driving it too. And then Erie starts to side tail off from there about one of the books that Catherine brought back for her. That was about because if you remember, Erie sent a note with it and read it and then sent it over to her and said, hey, oh no, it was These Horns Don't Come Off and about tiefling experience and how it endangered this. And so it was like in that book. Have you reached this part yet?
Oh yeah, I totally. It's such a good book. You know, like some of it, I feel like yes, it's written from a certain class perspective, which I don't share, but I totally validate that experience. I just haven't experienced, but yes, absolutely. I just, you know, my concern is they're going to be like, oh, this is the story for all tieflings, but at least there's a story now. Like outside
Sometimes
of
the first argument is getting the voice.
Right.
You can change the voice and diversify it later, so long as they accept that you get to have that voice first.
Yes, that makes sense. I agree. The thing I wonder right now is, speaking of Tiefling's voice, is am I throwing my sister in jail? At least in a holding cell.
I don't think it's going to do anything good long term for you. There'll be some sort of record. As soon as she goes in, you know it's going to spread. Like, you already know how we gossip in here.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes into a holding cell, it's going to be everywhere. And with the contacts at your office, it's going to get back there before you get back there.
You know, like with everything you just said, the thing that I'm most worried about is that since she's just a sheer mother now, like who she can call on at the cathedral, like this is just going to become a thing with the church. This is our whole lives. Like, did you know that I used to be in the Order of St. Ingrid as well?
I did not. That has not come up.
And I thought we were going to do what I think I'm doing now, but you know, we were a team, Tenacity and I, for a while, and she just look, the church obviously continues to support her if she's become a Justice Your Mother, which by the way I will be checking. But
she does seem pretty easy to take a few titles on these days.
I just feel like we're either a nation of laws or we aren't. And you know, being the Lord's embodiment of justice, like it just wasn't our path anymore. And you know what? Our parents were never thrilled that we did that. They always felt it was a little too radical, but our mother is a lawyer, so I think that Tenacity is still rebelling against that because she's very immature. I'm the older one, 8 minutes.
You know, some of my cousins, I have twins. and the elder one there 12 minutes.
Mm.
A world of difference between them.
Everybody thinks we're supposed to be the same all the time, but we're not. Yes, so I apologize for that, and I hope that doesn't cause any lasting trauma, and I would love to take you to dinner as an apology for that. If you seem to indicate that you wanted Tenacity to be there too. If you want, that's fine. But you see how swimmingly we get along. Certain topics
Was it just to lighten the mood?
Right. Well, all right. You know what? Honestly, let her into the investigation room or don't. I don't care anymore. I just consider it ridiculously fortunate that I had actually found something about the Rafines, or who knows how long she'd carry on.
I thought it was unusual. I thought you were a bit unusual. I suppose I could tell the difference after all.
Yes.
Dinner. Let me know when.
Okay. She likes to do things that she knows would embarrass me. So it's lovely. I love it. And she looks at Merle for a second with a big, like her big fake smile. And it's like, can't you tell? Can't we all tell how much I love my sister?
I want to compare notes about Tana.
You're muted.
You want to compare notes about unwanted family members? Happy to do that.
Oh, will you be coming to dinner with us too then, Merle?
No. I was. It was a joke related. Never mind.
I gotcha. Okay. Well, rewinding our conversation back in my head, it sounds like your morning hasn't been great. Would you like the city prosecutor to get out of your hair?
The city prosecutor is never in my hair.
Mm.
Temerity, you are always welcome. We do have a very busy morning lined up for us, however. If I could spend more time, I would. But we're a bit behind. I'm sorry.
Okay. Not a problem. I understand. I'm totally embarrassed and I'm going to go. Okay. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for not insisting that I press charges on my sister.
I mean, it would be funny if nothing else. I'd love to hear the two of you argue in a court of law and have it become record. It strikes me as amazing. Comedy fodder for the ages. But despite the great contribution to the arts it would be, you're choosing the better course here.
Thank you. Now I'm really glad because it hadn't occurred to me what it would be like in open court.
I imagine a lot of bickering.
Yeah. Yes, a lot of bickering. And both of us getting cited by the judge. Okay. All right. She stands up and looks over at Tenacity and says something in Infernal, and then Tenacity in common goes, "I love you too." And
I half expected oh poo.
yeah. And then Temerity leaves and Tenacity walks up and goes, "So what do you think, guys? Am I getting into that interrogation room?"
Respectfully, I'll need to see some sort of credentials.
Okay. And she goes into a pouch and she produces a writ with roll me. I want you to combine, excuse me, a flat religion check and hiccups. And you can do law and procedure. Both of these are flat. And then tell me what they total up to.
The grand total?
Yes.
Okay. 22.
Okay. She hands you what looks like a writ. It's written in common, and it's, you know, it's like an older common. It's like churchy, and it appears to have a seal of Tyr affixed to, of the Church of Tyr affixed to it. As far as you can tell, it looks legit. And it names her Justiciar Mother of the Holy Order of Saint Ingrid of Skandia, and says what, by under protection of the god Tyr and by the church in the Geldar Union, as a Justiciar Mother, she has all these rights and privileges, yada, 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 yada. Do you read the whole thing, or do you just skim it?
I will read it.
Based on your interpretation of this document, that
Just shitty.
yeah, which is not great. Again, that's why it's like reading old like King James English, right? It's and it's every other line is oh no, you're illiterate in Dwarven, right? Yes. So that part's like, it's actually the Dwarven that's kind of helping you a little bit, as well as the Old Common, because Dwarvish just doesn't change as much. But that basically, as a Justiciar, she's given authority to pursue offenses against the church and the missions of the church, and to protect and defend the innocent within her sight, and if necessary, to carry out sentence without convening. And this is particular to her being Justiciar Mother, without convening a judiciary council. So she's essentially an authorized vigilante of the church, investigator vigilante. On your earlier 22, you know that the part of carrying out sentence comes with Justiciar Mother. That if she weren't, she would be obliged to bring them before ecclesiastical or secular judiciary.
I keep her waiting as I read it.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look at a few pieces, and then I go, if you had this, why did you try to gain access through false pretenses?
Like I said earlier, most secular law enforcement doesn't like that we even exist. And so when I saw that you knew temerity, I rolled the dice and just stepped around that problem.
Snake eye. As Merle doesn't look up. Report.
Oh, that was in character. And she goes,
Yeah.
I mean,
And then so I rolled the dice, and Merle goes, snake eye.
I mean, technically, yes, but only like in the last half hour. I was coming up with a hard 6 most of the rest of the time. I mean, what are the chances that she was going to come in today?
That was the flaw in the plan.
She looks and she goes, I mean, it was more improvising, but yes, it was definitely.
Keeping in mind what Erie's flaw is, she looks over across at Merle and taps her pin twice and goes, This is why we always have a plan.
Right.
What's your interest in the individuals?
You mean aside from that, in the tiefling heart of Haven City, somebody was just snatched?
Yes. Why do
Yeah.
you want to sit in on the initial questioning of the two victims here?
Hmm. For the same reason you want to question them in the first place, right? Like, what was this? I mean, I don't have to connect the dots for you, right? The whole thing's just a little too. There's something wrong with it. There's something wrong about it. I really don't trust. Something's going on with that human. I'm sure of it. I think the boyfriend. I think the boyfriend was just wrong time and place. But
That would be called going into an investigation with preconceived notions. It will taint your investigation. It will taint the routes that you allow your investigation to take. It will taint any witness testimony, even if that witness testimony is honest, because it will be filtered through those preconceptions. This is why we have training.
so, I mean, I've had training, just not your training. So, no, is that what I'm hearing?
In the interest of protecting our victims and continuing to ensure their safety, their initial intake questioning will be conducted by officers of Haven City, whatever our fucking name is.
Constable inspectors. Yeah.
Yeah, Haven City Constable inspectors. After that initial investigation, if you wish to leave information on where I can reach you, I will be happy to set up a meeting.
So we are going to work together on this investigation, right?
I am committing to nothing other than a meeting. For all you know, I'd like to get your opinion on the newest set of croissants that's been coming out of one of the bakeries in Tiefling Alley, in Inferno Alley. It's got caramel in it. Have you tried them? They are amazing.
She goes, gotcha, Ari. And then she looks at Merle and goes, Merle, always a pleasure. Sparkling conversation as always. And then
We try.
and then turns and goes ahead and leaves the office. And Asta walks up behind you and goes, like walks up to the other side of the desk from where Tenacity was standing and goes, was that her? Also, your people are ready.
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment and we'll be down in just a minute or two.
Okay.
Thank you, Asta. I appreciate it. Praline? Holding out a candy dish. You can't see it because I'm not good at it, but basically it's a candy.
I'm like, why did you call Asta Praline?
Ari definitely has the candy dish at her desk.
Sure. He's Asta's like, she's like, oh yes, definitely, for sure. And then like takes one. And then like walks away humming to themselves. Okay. They're actually not in an interrogation room. They're downstairs, sort of like the alchemists have put them off in an office, and you can still see that they both have bandaging where they've been shot. And they've been given like cloaks or blankets to wear over that to keep them warm and stuff. So if you want, you can move them to an interrogation room. But right now they're just sort of like, the alchemists, by the time you're down in the alchemist area, that's a morgue. They're not, right? They work for the cops. They're CSIs. They're medical examiners. They're not cops.
Before we head down there, Ari's gonna look across at Merle and go, so where were we? coffee, sandwiches, bollocking, weird twin thing I'm gonna have to deal with later at some point. Our Vicks are ready. Did I miss anything?
Did you say bollocking?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
In reference to the captain stressing down.
Okay.
Well earned, well deserved.
Yeah, Ari came back way harder than I thought she was going to, especially when Merle's like, what will it take for Dad to not be mad at us? And Ari's response was, fuck you, Dad. And I'm like,
And in miniature, you have my entire childhood with my brother. You really do.
Ari's response was really more of, I have a choice to make here. I can either throw my partner under the bus or I take it and don't give an inch.
What really, really undermined you was the reading comprehension thing, because it was
right.
but it also sort of took the fury out of his thing too, because he's like, oh, she's grasping. She just doesn't know what to do while she's in trouble. Your fucking reading comprehension is terrible. Are you insane? Is that what's wrong right now? No.
Yeah, I know. I messed that up. I was hoping you'd gloss past that. I know.
That was, I don't know if that was intentional on the player's part or you just committed to a misspeak as the player.
I committed.
Yeah.
I commit like Keckner, as Anthony often says.
Meaning like screw up and then just go with it?
Hardcore.
He commits. And the reason David...
You should unmute and tell
I
him.
will unmute and explain myself if you... Okay. David Keckner commits to every fucking bit. He has no ego. So he will just go after the joke no matter what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
David Keckner is hilarious because he does not give a shit about how he comes off in any scene he's in. And so you commit like Keckner, you fucking commit to any joke. Just like he'll look goofy. He does not fucking care. And most comedians pull back. You'll find there's a line with them. David Keckner has no line. David Keckner will go anywhere he has to go for that joke.
Gotcha.
Watch him. He's amazing. Yeah, so I say commit like Keckner. I mean, fucking commit. Yeah.
But I also like it for Erie, who was scrambling and trying to find a way to bluster and bullshit and get past and went, no, anger. That's the way to go. We're going to go, fuck you, and see how that goes. It didn't go well. Oh, well, let's just give nothing. We're done.
Yeah, it was impressive until you misspoke. And then I'm like, oh, well, there you go. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna run and pee. You two decide if you're bringing them to an interrogation room or investigating or talking to them in the morgue or what you do, or in an office in the morgue.
I am unmuting so Josh can hear us both.
Okay. I'm gonna say split them up, put them in interrogation rooms, hoping they haven't had enough time to set their stories. And then, jelly rolls and coffee and cigarettes.
It works well.
No, it doesn't. But it's what we've got.
It's worked well for us.
I wouldn't say well. I'd say it's worked for us.
Which one do you want?
Oh, did you want to do them separately? I mean, you and I separately.
Oh. I thought you wanted to, but no, we can do them together.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, but we split them up so they don't. Yeah.
Which one first?
The fella?
No, they're both fellas. One's a human. One's a dwarf, I want to say.
They're both.
They're both.
One is a human, and the other is Divinity's boyfriend, Vigil.
Vigil, who's the tiefling. Yes, that's right. So no, they're both fellas though.
Yeah,
But-
so we'll do the human first.
Do the human first. Excellent.
I suck at deception. And intimidation.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said I suck at deception and
You
I
should
said
I said I suck at deception and intimidation. So you know the skills you would use in an interrogation.
In fact, you if you look on your character sheet, it's been customized to pull intimidation off at your request and move to somewhere else. It was like you specifically did not want intimidation for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna go down, we're gonna split them up.
What did she say?
We're going to go down. We're going to split them up into two separate rooms. We're going to interrogate. Well, I shouldn't say interrogate. We're going to
Question.
speak with the human first. We're also going to make use of our budget for snacks and coffee. We brought snacks. We do better when we have snacks available.
And by
But-
we, I mean me. Yeah.
Even if you don't give us a bonus for that, I want it to become Ari and Merle's thing. Is that just eventually it gets out among the group? You know, if you do get arrested, get Sanderman and Maris Yondi. They're gonna treat you great. You're gonna go home with a full stomach. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Right.
They might light you on fire for a while, but it's okay.
Did you light somebody on fire and I'm forgetting?
I mean, not yet.
So I was rewatching the Winter Wolf video for something, and we have had so much time between some games that I think Anthony may have forgotten, because I totally forgotten that for some reason, because I didn't get to why, but we were going to call Ari Wolfsbane for some reason, and Merle's like, "Oh, I'm telling everyone at the station house what you did."
It's because I told the wolf to run. I told it you need to run. Their catch, and it took the fuck off.
Mm. Okay. Do you? I know that you said the order in which you're going to do that, but what I missed, I think, was you said separating them. Were you bringing them up to one of the interrogation rooms, or were you doing it downstairs? Or I missed that part. I'm sorry.
I think we're keeping them downstairs. It's not a full-on interrogation,
Right,
know.
it's just questioning, right?
Yeah. So we don't want it to be too uncomfortable, anything like that. Also, they're still fucking healing.
Right.
If it's too rough, it's going to be difficult.
Okay. So we're keeping them in the office downstairs, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I think is what Anthony's clacking of his teeth says and means.
I was just thinking, if Anthony was a lion, that face would mean he smells something stinky.
My teeth are made of wood.
He says chomp, 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 chomp.
No, we were going to put them in interrogation rooms.
Oh, were we? Okay, I guess we were going to put them in interrogation rooms. I
does make
forgot that bit.
It does make the investigation charcuterie a little bit, the interrogation charcuterie a little bit easier.
Yes, that's true.
There's
You don't want to
a
bring food. Nobody wants to eat food that's been down in the morgue except for the alchemist.
They're used to it. It's fine.
We get it. You're anesthetized to the dead.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
So, yes. They go downstairs. We bring them upstairs,
Keeping them separate.
keeping them separate because they haven't had enough time together as is.
It's still a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You bring him in. I do you do know his name. You were given his name. I don't remember how, but I know that you had it. I
The
think.
human's name?
Didn't you?
Yes.
Is it not in the note? Is it in the notes? I haven't looked at these notes. Sorry.
Oh, so he was just random human.
Pale white boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's all we got. Was pale white boy. We got Vigil's name, but not the white boys.
PWB goes first.
What?
Pale white boy.
Oh.
PWB.
Ah,
Okay.
the Humie.
The yeah.
What's that word?
The Humie is the nicer of the slurs that gets used for them. The when I likened the other one to Breeder, Becky made like a very unhappy face last game.
Yeah, what is that slur?
Macaw. Because they just copy everyone else.
Right, right.
Okay. You go in. There's a very fair-skinned young human man. You guess early 20s, early to mid 20s. He has like a dirty blonde, medium brown hair, clean cut. Typical short haircut. Not like aside from and did I give him an eye color before?
His eyes were closed.
They were closed.
But he's got, green human eyes. Kind of aside from his skin color, he's not terribly, it's like another human. You guys walk in and he appears like immediately nervous. And he's like, "Hi, am I under arrest?" I mean, I see that I'm not in handcuffs, but like,
You're
they
not
didn't let
under
us
arrest.
go, so
We wanted to talk to you about what happened last night. We brought you up here because we figured we'd bring in some food in case you were feeling peckish, and most people don't like eating down in the morgue.
okay. I need to retcon something really quick.
Mhm.
And if you want to role play the beginning of this scene, then that'll be fine. I left a thing off. I was so excited to get to the temerity tenacity thing. Um, when Asta comes back the second time, when you give Asta the praline, Asta says, "Oh, I meant to mention to you that that the healers sent a note back in his file that they didn't think the reason they spent so long looking for poison is because they just didn't feel like his wound should have killed him." But we're still looking into it. We're still trying to. They didn't send like a full report on what they think that was. And then honestly, we don't see too many people who've had Spare the Dying cast on them, so we're not really sure like how
It's a
that
little unusual.
right. So we weren't really sure. Like we still have to research like what the effects would be on a person who wasn't dead, but like sure, if he had been shot like that and then just left alone, he would have eventually bled out. But like that was a shoulder shot, and that would take a long time to bleed out. So I'm still researching that. We're trying to figure out, like, we just don't see Spare the Dying, and nobody downstairs can cast it, so we don't know the effects on a person who's not dead. And then we have to get somebody over to the healers to talk to the attending, because all they did was leave a note. They didn't venture a what do you call it, explanation.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's just weird, and I thought you guys would want to know.
By interesting, she means problematic.
Concerning at the very least.
Yeah.
All right. So coming in and looking at the human, does he look malnourished?
I understood what you meant, but what it really did sound like was not malnourished, but meow nourished. And I'm like, no, he does not look like he's been eating cats.
Well, good, because then he'd be a bad guy for sure.
No, not from what you can see, like sunken cheeks and sallow and all that sort of stuff. No, not particularly.
I would like to actively investigate him.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Would like to actively investigate him.
You should unmute and talk to Josh.
Actively, and it was me sneezing while he was talking is why I didn't hear him.
I would like to actively investigate him for signs of junkiehood, any kind of maladies that would give him a low con check, perhaps, or another physical ailment that would mean that he wouldn't make a poison save.
Okay.
Or have a particularly low con for whatever reason.
All right, roll investigation with advantage.
Oh, fuck you. 19. It was a B. I had a 20 and it spun in place and then landed on a 14.
That happened to me Friday night in Joe's game.
Curses.
Nothing from what you can see, but until or unless you're going to have to keep an eye for if he flutters that cloak or something, because he's kind of covered neck down right now, except for like the bandage there even. But even that, because it's a cloak, he can just sort of cover it over. So like his eyes and his sclera, his eyes look fine. They're not sunken. His sclera are not bloodshot or yellowed. Everything you can see looks like he would be okay. If there were some sort of drug use signs that are based on the rest of his physical body, they're not visible to you right now.
Okay. Muting. Unmuting.
Okay, so all right.
So we come in and you were rewinding or racing
I
to
wasn't
start us
rewinding
over.
and racing. I'm saying if you want to change any part of the initial. And the initial was him going, "Am I under arrest?" Harry saying no. And
Yeah.
we didn't get that much farther than that.
Okay.
Sorry.
We were going to ask you to help us with our inquiry.
Oh, sure. Okay. I mean, I didn't see who shot me, if that's what you want to know.
Let's start off with the basics. What's your name? My name is Ari Marisyondi.
And I'm Merle Sandrum.
Nice to meet you, officers, I guess. My name's Robinette. Robinette Talbot.
Robinet.
Yes.
Robinette, can you tell us what happened that night? Just tell us what you remember. What brought you to the club?
Yes. That I'm saying yes to Anthony's spelling in the chat. What brought me there? Like, how did I get there? I got there on the underground and then I walked.
I mean, why were you going there?
Oh, well, you know, it's like a famous Haven City place, and I wanted to, I've never been to any place like that, and I wanted to see what that was like.
Are you from Haven City?
Yes, but not near the river, no. I mean, yes.
What part of Haven City are you from?
Let George find where he buried the map and all of the... I'm from Upper Sydenham. Upper Sydenham is... Here, do you want me to share the screen? A tab.
Well, that's nice, Becky. I'm not going to.
No. So Upper Sydenham is down here. And Inferno Alley's up here. So he's a ways away from home.
It's quite a ways.
You don't know this district well off the top of your head, which means that first off, it's pretty well south of the river and it's nowhere near the river. Like you have been over, you do know the Great Farms, which is a big agricultural area, and the fairgrounds and all this. This could be that you don't know it might mean there's nothing terribly interesting about it. It might just be a suburb. I'll leave it on the screen for a little bit so you can get the spelling.
Got it.
Okay. I'm doing the thing I do where I'm moving the cursor in the meat, trying to get down to the controls, but the cursor's on another screen.
Okay.
Do you say the thing about, well, that's pretty far away from...
Upper Sydenham, it's quite a distance. I didn't even know that we had underground stops running out near there.
Well, they are, but it's kind of far away from where I live, so it's a bit of a walk and then get on the underground, and it's not a terrible long ride, but you know, it's not a whole lot to do in Upper Sydenham.
Fair. I've been in some boring places myself. You always want to get out, about seeing the world.
Right?
So what happened last night that you ended up hurt? Can you tell us that?
Yeah, so I met this real nice tiefling couple, and you both notice him blush a little when he says that. And we were like talking, and then the woman, her name was Divinity, or actually it doesn't say the woman, he says the female, her name was Divinity. She suggested like maybe the three of us could leave there and go somewhere else. And then I was like, oh, the three of us, which I thought was kind of weird. I thought we were just talking, but then like, because I'm like, oh, I got definitely the vibe that the other one, I think his name is Vigil, that he didn't, that he wasn't, he was okay with it, that he wasn't mad, but like, I mean, it was definitely her idea, but yeah. And then we just went to go outside, and then we were talking about where we should go. And I kept saying, well, I'm not really from here. And, you know, we were just kind of talking. And then somebody came up to us from the street side. And then the next thing I know, I felt this sharp pain in my shoulder. And then the next thing I remember after that, I woke up in the healers.
There are a lot of ums in there, Josh. I'm gonna insight him.
Go ahead.
Whole bag of dicks for me. Rolled a 1 and a 2.
I'm doing the same.
Merle, you're like, he's just a nervous suburban kid.
Oh, the poor kid.
17 all day.
He's embarrassed about what he's talking about, where he's from. Like, you're getting heavy like virgin vibes off of it.
Yeah.
And even if not, like, I've never had a tiefling, or I've never had a threesome, and I've never seen a tiefling, and suddenly I was in Inferno Alley about to have a threesome with some tieflings.
Yeah.
And it better not awaken anything in me.
What do you think?
And it better not awaken anything in me.
Right.
That's what these case notes should be renamed. This better not awaken anything in me. Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt you?
I'm not even from this part of the city yet. I don't know.
Okay. You staying somewhere up here close?
I mean, I hadn't even got that far.
Fair. I asked because Upper Sydenham's quite a ways to go if we need to talk to you again, and I think we might need to have another conversation or two.
Oh, really?
But well, you could come down there, I'm sure. You stay with your folks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have, like, my parents are tinkers. We have a shop.
Yeah. What do you think, Merle?
We have to make some more inquiries.
You have to make some more inquiries. You have to make some more I'm sorry, the echo is really loud, the reverb. You have to make some more inquiries. Would you be willing to hang out for a bit?
I mean, sure, right? It would, yeah. Okay. Can I have my shirt and my jacket though?
Oh, yeah. Assuming those are in good condition. We're gonna go ahead and leave you here with the sandwiches. There's some hot tea there. It's gonna be good for you.
Oh, did you make these?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, unfortunately, much to my family's chagrin, my skill does not lie in this avenue at all. For you, they are ordered in from Starkins across the street. You don't want to eat my sandwiches.
Oh, really? Because like halfling food is supposed to be the best.
Yeah, you know how
Yeah,
there's
we got the
always
inherent racism in what you were saying.
What did Anthony say?
no, we caught the inherent racism in what you were saying. Oh no, it's amazing. Just some of us are terrible at making it. We're only good at eating it.
Okay.
I don't know
So-
though. A tiefling might have touched it.
Do you say that? Oh, he goes, all right.
We're gonna send a couple of folks around. You just hang tight in here for now.
Okay.
Here's what I think. I think you entered into a twisted love pact with that clown based on your mutual admiration of Satan. Okay. I was just gonna. Yeah. Am I gonna quote that every time? Yes. Yes, I am.
Are you saying that in character? Because I don't see any deer antlers.
No, it was out of character. It was a reference to the movie Hexed.
Alright.
And every time I get into one of these, I picture Arlie Ermy as his detective who was son of a bitch, hit me with a lead pipe. Everything he said out loud in that movie is great. See that? That's a gun. Though that line is mostly based on the black desk sergeant going, getting all, ooh, when he says that.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Do you have somebody bring his clothes to him, or his top half clothes?
Yeah, he's gonna get clothes.
But not pants. We're going to burn those.
He's already wearing his pants, smartass.
Damn it. Okay, well, I'm going to take his pants off of him.
So I'm going to assault the person who is not technically in custody. I'm going.
I mean,
to,
like, I think that makes it better, maybe.
I'm going to. Could be. I'm going to assault the person who is cooperating with our investigation.
Yes.
So
Yeah, true.
the sexual assault occurred as part of the physical assault.
Listen, it got complicated. It's been a rough week, Captain. What do you want?
Okay. So you have somebody bring his clothes up and they go, well, there's a big hole in the shoulder of both his shirt and his jacket. Do you want us to bring him like a different shirt, or do you care?
See, I'm imagining the police station lost and found shirts, and I can't imagine they're that great.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that's possible is like,
I also kind of want to hold on to his shirt and stuff in case there's some sort of traces on the clothing of whatever the fuck caused this to happen, although that's probably pretty far-fetched.
are you, if you're not gonna, you just told him he could put on his clothes though.
No, I said we'd bring him some clothes. I think. That's what I meant to say.
Okay. Well, he said, can I put on my clothes? And you said, yeah, we'll bring you some clothes.
Yeah.
We'll do that. So like somebody's going to bring him an HCPD, an HC, Haven City Constable, HCCI, like gray heather sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's going to be your other clothes are pretty damaged.
Okay.
Compliments of Haven City Constable Inspectors. Tell all your friends to visit the gift shop.
There's a gift shop? That's so weird. Anyway.
It's run by halflings. They're very hospitable.
Little teddy bear bobbies and with deer stalkers and magnifying glass. Anyway.
Yes.
Bex, could you mute for a sec?
Never.
I have actually been. The Los Angeles Police Department has a coroner's gift shop. You have a gift shop there at the coroner's office. Here's the fun thing about that: when you go with your friends,
You can
to
buy
visit-
the teeth of the black people that they beat up and buried across the city.
No. We went there because of the morbid thing, and they have like Hearsts and stuff at the coroner gift shop, and like keychains. And anyhow, that waiting room, that it's not open all the time. It's open part of the time. Here's the fun thing about it: the waiting room you wait in, that is the entrance to the gift shop, is the same waiting room people waiting to identify their loved ones sit in. So
That's
me
fun.
and my friends went to the corner gift shop because, isn't this going to be a fun little LA outing? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, those two people are just sobbing with, oh God, this is terrible. So yeah,
I instantly regret my decisions. Yeah. I don't know if it's an FBI tour or an FBI museum or whatnot in Washington, D.C. that I went on with, I think, Rob. But they show you how they do some of the forensic stuff. They show you ballistic stuff. They fire a fully automatic weapon. You're behind a big thing of plexiglass down a range. And then I think there was this was before I'd lost any weight. So then I think there was a gift shop where you could buy stuff with the FBI logo on it. So yeah, I mean, the idea of but that was first off, it's not where anybody goes to look at their dead relatives. So I feel like the FBI are still doing better than the LAPD on this one. And also it was kind of hey, a tour for the public. But that's
it's
a
not
low
the
bar.
LAPD, by the way. It's the LA County Coroner Office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still, I still amend my statement. But
I didn't end up buying anything because the situation, but my friend Stephanie did. She's totally like, woohoo, gonna give me some shit.
yeah, I mean, we're already here, and
Yeah.
us not buying anything isn't gonna bring them back or relieve their grief. So, you're all technically true, you heartless bitch. But yeah, I feel like those two said so. It's not like you can go to Police Plaza to PP1 in New York City and go to hey, where's the gift shop for the NYPD? And also, fuck all of you. I want to open up right across from 1PP in New York City. I want to open up a little street kiosk that just sells just T-shirts that just read ACAB across them.
I am on board. This is a good plan.
Anyway, all right. Are we going to talk to the tiefling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to put his name in the chat ahead of time.
Thank you.
Okay, he's in a different room. He looks like a young, early 20s tiefling young man. He's got a sort of a darker red hue and sort of like ibex horns that come out like this a little bit. No curl in them, not the sort of broad horns like Temerity and Tenacity have. Not the full ass straight up high ones that Moni has, but
Yeah.
Even more nondescript than Robinette was, because Robinette's hey, you're a super white guy. That's unusual in Haven City. And you're hey, you're a tiefling, which is sort of unusual, but you're not a standout tiefling. You're not purple. You're not
Winged.
Winged.
You're just fucking the wing girl. You're not that special.
You're just really. You're just anyway. My name's Vigil. I'm not just Divinity's boyfriend, but aren't you though?
I mean,
anyway, you go in and he's sitting there and he looks at you guys and he's like, Am I in trouble?
I don't know why you would be.
Neither do I.
You were
I'm also like released from the healers, but not from the cop station. So
you're a victim of a crime.
mhm.
We need to take your statement so we can investigate that crime.
Okay. Okay.
I am Inspector Eritrea Marisiandi. This is my partner, Inspector Merle Sanderman. We have sandwiches and tea, if you would like. We brought you up here because most people don't like to eat down in the morgue.
Before you get done with that statement, he's like, "Oh, I'm starved," and like trying to keep the cloak on without dropping it. It's like tucked into. He's like, "My name's Vigil Vaughn." It's like talking to a full mouth.
Vigil. You can call me Erie. Your clothes were pretty damaged. We're trying to find a suitable top for you. Clothes with great big gaping holes, not always as useful as you'd hope for. But can you tell us what happened last night?
Yeah, I mean, like, you want me to just like get down to the thing, right? Because that's what you're here for. So yeah, Divinity and I were hanging out at the Haven and Hill. By the way, nobody will tell me where Divinity is.
That's something we're still keeping quiet at this juncture.
I'm going to go ahead and make my deception check to keep anything to myself.
Okay. Roly macaroni.
Anthony did a thing with numbers.
Anthony's like, I'm not even here right now. Okay. Okay.
Stone faced. That's all.
Yeah, Merle is 100% stone faced. He goes like, okay, well, way to tell me that either she's missing or dead. But so, and that's what Vigil says. And now he's like, when you said that, he sort of stopped open mouth with his mouth full of half-chewed sandwich. He finishes eating that because, gross.
That's why we're hoping what you can tell us.
So we were in the H&H, and then, you know, I'm sure you've heard Diva's a little bit of a local celebrity. Sometimes she performs there, but she wasn't performing that night. And, you know, but like everybody knows Diva, and because of, like, do I have to tell you too the significance of wings in our people? Okay. So because she's because she has wings, everybody always wants a piece of Diva. And then she saw that pretty human boy, human man come in, and you know, she like caught his eye, and then she was kind of messing with him and got her to buy us some drinks. And then, you know, he bought us some drinks and we were having a good time. And he actually turned out to be like kind of cool. I think he's from the burbs or something. And then he wanted to like, and then he kept like kind of dropping hints about, like he wanted to do something with us, or at least with Diva. And then he kept dropping hints. And then, so Diva seemed down, and, you know, I was like, sure, this will be something to do tonight. And we go outside, and the next thing I know, somebody's coming around the corner from this, and he like, that kid was trying to get us to, you know, it all happened really fast. I think we were trying to figure out where we were going to go. I don't think he spoke Infernal because I kept saying, we're not going back to our place. We're not showing him where we live. And then the next thing I know, somebody came around the corner, And I remember Divinity looking really like nervous for a second, and then it kind of gets blurry from the, like, something happened. Now that I think about it, I'm not really sure what happened. And then I remember, because I've been shot with a crossbow before, and I remember thinking like, oh shit, I've been shot with a crossbow. And then the next thing I really remember is waking up in the healers.
Whose idea was it to go in the alley? Or was it just where you gravitated?
Well, like I said, I think, he kept dropping hints about like, let's go. And then Divinity, because she's always like this, is like kind of encouraged it a little bit. Like, who exactly said, hey, let's get out of here? I don't exactly remember. I mean, I know it wasn't me.
From what little I saw of the H&H, I think I'd have liked to have stayed as well.
Right, we're there all the time. He takes another bite of his sandwich, and you can tell that he's really pressing, trying to remember.
Vigil, do you know Divinity's last name? She's so well known, it seems. She's a mononym, but it's not as helpful.
And like some of it, the young attitude from just prior to the sandwich offer kind of comes back, and he's like, do I know my girlfriend's last name? Yeah, it's Vincer.
Vincer, Vincer?
Vinsor.
SOR. Thank you. A silly question, I realize now.
No, I mean, everybody just knows her as Diva or Divinity, but yeah.
That's what I was hearing. She seems to be the life of the party wherever she goes.
I mean, Diva pretty much is.
Okay. Listen, we know you are healing up. If you would like to give us your address in case we have further questions so we can follow up with you.
Yeah, I don't live too far away from he actually says, sorry, yeah, we don't live that far away. So
okay,
like, sure. Do you got something to write with? And then
I absolutely do.
He writes down an address that is like, have you seen London addresses? They don't read the same way as ours. He gives you an address that is in the lower bottoms, or not the lower bottoms, the middle bottoms. But like, you would guess by looking at it. You don't know that area this well, but you would guess by looking at it, it's part of Inferno Alley, which I will just reiterate. Remember, Inferno Alley is an unofficial neighborhood within the middle bottoms.
Yeah, it's like the Castro.
Exactly. Although I think the Castro now is recognized.
It is actually its own recognized now.
Yeah, it's like the Polk area, the north of Market. That is also like a gay area, but more like a leather gay area. In any case, I don't know if that's still true. But.
Can you, Vigil, a couple quick questions before you go. You said,
I think I feel like it's something they went back and forth on about who was going to the alley. Like, I know by the end of it, we all knew what we were going to do. But like, yeah, I'm having a hard time, like the whole last part of that night, I'm having a hard time remembering.
And he brought you your drinks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Diva thought it was funny to get him, like, he's so clearly from the suburbs. Diva thought it was funny to get him to spend money on us.
You said she looked like almost surprised or nervous. Thinking back, can you think of anybody who's shown a particular interest in her?
Not nervous,
Not
surprised.
nervous. Surprise. My bad.
Can I think of anybody who's shown a particular interest in Diva? Like, yeah, most of the alley and the surrounding area.
Let me rephrase, because I think everybody is going to show an interest in Diva. One that she's remarked as concerning or a little alarming, someone a little too interested, a little too pushy or insistent.
Look, I love Divinity, but Divinity doesn't. Don't tell her I said this, but Divinity just thinks that she's blessed and she has the physical proof of it. And she kind of just goes through her life feeling like everything's going to work out. And you know the infuriating part of that? It always fucking does. So no. Like, that's kind of what I feel like I have to do sometimes. But honestly, if anybody was eyeballing her too hard, money would have warned us.
Okay. All right.
I told her, never mind.
What'd you tell her?
Anything you can give us will help.
I told her we need to start being more careful, that you can't just like, just because somebody comes into the H&H doesn't mean that like that's okay. And honestly, I just don't. Whatever. Like, that's not the first suburban kid she's got to buy us drinks or something. So
Go ahead, Anthony.
you're both muted at this point.
Unmute. Sorry. This is a strange question and probably means nothing to you, but you know if Divinity has any relations to the goddess Timora?
We don't really talk about religion that much. Pause in game time. Why am I looking up Timora, Anthony?
She's a goddess of luck. That's why I said it's a hunch. Never mind, Josh.
Okay. Play again. She's like, he goes, we don't really talk about religion like that. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, give us a few minutes. We're going to try and find a replacement top for you, like I said, and we'll get you on out of here as quick as we can.
Okay.
Please help yourself to the sandwiches. That one has a basil spread on it. It's delicious. It tastes like summer.
Rad. I don't think I've ever heard anybody tell me if food tastes like a season.
It's very interesting.
Okay. He like is just barely finishing this one and then picks that one up and takes a bite and is like, oh, I get it. Yeah, okay. and then just keeps eating.
Okay, we're gonna back out of this one and not go back into the other. He drug him?
Yeah. It's
Lure
what I'm
him in?
thinking. No. Am I muted? I am not muted.
I will mute while you.
Okay. I think she ran afoul of people she used to work with. Alternately, I mean, it's a really ugly thought. Someone that used to traffic her may have come back to get her.
I was thinking with the luck associated, the symbolism, it might be totemic almost.
Hmm.
What do you mean totemic? What does that mean?
Totemic, maybe it's mascotty.
Oh,
I might be making up
Totemic.
words. Totemic.
oh, totemic.
I got it. It's both pronunciations are correct. You had it.
It's
I
one
think-
of those words.
No, I just didn't know that word. But
Yeah.
had I heard totemic, then I would have associated with totem. I'm sure you're saying
Yeah.
it right.
It's both pronunciations are correct. You can
Hmm.
look on dictionary.com. I'm pretty goddamn sure of it.
I don't need to. I believe you. I don't know. This has become very intense all of a sudden.
No, it
and-
was me to Josh with, it's another Rocky 3 situation. No, I know wherever I speak. I'm an asshole. Okay.
You're fine.
uh,
So Aries, like, I think it might be totemic.
Yeah. It's real ugly.
I can't see it being a straight trafficking simply because why does nobody steal? I don't know what our Mona Lisa is, but the Mona Lisa. People don't steal it too much because, well, actually they did. Never mind. But
That's why it's famous. Literally the reason the Mona Lisa is famous.
It's because it was stolen.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was stolen by an Italian guy who thought, this is, he was a security guard at the Louvre. He thought, this is a great treasure of Italy. I'm going to steal it. And then I don't know for how long, it was like a year or more. It's for a while, but he just kept it in his kitchen at his dining room table, at his breakfast table, and would sit across from it. And eventually they figured out that he stole it. It going missing and being recovered and that guy's resulting trial are why we know about the Mona Lisa and why it's famous. And I can give you none of the specifics.
It's okay.
Okay, so the Mona Lisa of our world is maybe not the best analog, but it's pretty distinctive, I would say, a tiefling with wings. So trafficking would, I think, be fairly well noticed. If it's a luck thing, though, especially combined, I like everything to be connected. It gets neat that way. The problem is everything is not connected, and sometimes the world is chaos. But all I can think of is a group of people who thinks that we're not doing enough and we're never doing enough to protect, and they think that they have some symbol of luck or fortune that they can take.
We may be placing too much significance on him saying that she's a fortunate person.
True. But it seems to be the mythology surrounding tieflings with wings. If nothing else, it's symbolic.
You know who I hate to want to consult with on this?
Would that be just Mother Justiciar Mother Vorlance?
Yeah, that would be her. Let's go talk to her.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
She's hanging around somewhere nearby. And she has.
Yeah, I know. I'm not arguing the validity or intelligence of the plan. I'm pissed that it's the plan in general.
I don't like it either. I don't want to consult with a ecclesiastical authority.
I think there's a part of you that's getting a small amount of enjoyment out of this.
Oh, you're incorrect.
About the enjoyment or about it being a small amount?
Listen, I like peanut butter and chocolate, but I don't want my peanut butter in my chocolate. I discovered this recently when you gave me chocolates.
And now I have firm opinions.
Well, I am cis out white male. Well, no,
Well,
kind of white male. Yeah.
no, I would say as a half orc, you're not a white male. You are cis het though.
Okay.
That's funny though.
Also, Josh, maybe I'm gonna talk
Yep.
for a second.
Okay. Where would I find my cousin normally if I was just going to look for her?
Do you mean your cousin Janice? Or Jane, rather? Janie the Snout?
Yes, Janie.
You... Well, the Dwarven Senior Clothier Guild Master, Maldred Merchant. Yes, she does not live on Dog Island anymore because she got the fuck out of there. She lives in the Guildwood,
Okay.
which, if you give me just a quick second.
I'll give you many seconds.
So here's Dog Island.
Yeah.
Here is Constable Inspector's Office, CC1. Here is the Guildwood.
Okay. I'm asking for after work, not during work.
Sure.
Okay. Where would we head to speak to Tenacity?
Probably Whitechapel. That would be your best guess, unless Tenacity left you a note about where she would be,
Okay.
which I don't believe she did.
We can also contact Temerity to ask her where the best place to contact her sister would, and we can do that over our badges.
I specifically asked Tenacity where she is so that I could send messages to her to set up a meeting.
Okay.
And then she was like, "So are we working together?" And I said, "All I'm committing to is a meeting at this juncture."
Oh, okay.
I remember that now.
Yeah, I remember that now too. Well, then where she told you to go is the Cathedral of Tyr in Whitechapel. Which is also where the healers you sent these people to are, because that's where the big healer houses are in the area.
Okay.
Whitechapel. It's been there the entire time.
Why are you like this? God damn you.
What?
I'm trying to view the document on my phone, and it doesn't want to cooperate with me. It makes the little boxes all slidey around, so I have to slide as
Yeah.
I'm reading it.
Tables are awful on mobile. You can't just open up another tab on the computer.
I guess I could. Anthony, why am I looking up this goddess? Because of a thing.
No, that was super. I liked it.
What? The fact that I was...
No. It was like a real good. It was a solid piece of role playing and world knowledge and all that. It was good.
Oh, okay. Where is it, Anthony? Aha! There it is. It's already highlighted for me too. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
So we're off to Whitechapel, I believe.
So you're just leaving Robinette in that investigation room?
No, no. He can go home. And I believe the other guy, well, he can't go home. No, we're not just leaving him in. What am I doing? What am I doing? What are we doing?
You should run off to small cells and alert everybody that something is coming.
No, I need to go to Whitechapel and say there's a terrible menace. No, this is the part of the adventure where we don't know what the threat is yet, Josh. So this is the part that once we figure out what the threat is, that's when it's running and screaming and inciting the populace to riot.
All right. Well, your partner told Robinette that you guys would be back. You were like, no, fuck that guy. We're going to Whitechapel. He can just wait there. You did tell Vigil that he could leave, though, I think, pretty much.
Yeah, let's go release the other one and give him clothes. Not release him. No. What are we doing, Erie? We're going back to talk to him?
If we suspect him of drugging the tieflings and luring them or otherwise being in cahoots, it is not wise to release him at this juncture. I suggest that because of the distance to Upper Sydenham and the ongoing and pressing nature of our investigation, we oh so kindly put him up at lodgings here in Haven City proper. There are
nice
a
like
few
that.
locations we can do that at, and post a uni or two who needs a little bit of time off their feet. Just to keep an eye on him would be my suggestion.
I got all of that wrong. Let's.
Who knows where he'll go? We release him into the wild. Goodbye, pretty white boy. Good luck on your future endeavors. Merle is the one who has a problem questioning people. God damn it. Okay. That said, I would like to make arrangements for that. And then as much as I would like to speak in Whitechapel, I would also very much like to return to the locations listed in our earlier stuff. But I have to use the bathroom, so you guys can talk or whatnot. I need to go for a minute.
I think it would be very funny if she said, you must sit in absolute silence while I pee.
You must sit in absolute silence while I pee. That would be funny if you had said that instead. Now she knows.
Okay. I don't think we have to actually do that. It would have just been funny.
Yes. Agreed.
But we're going to anyway. Yeah, no, I like the where. Yeah, she's not a follower of Tamora, is she? No.
I'm not wholly aware of that guy. I read up on the Forgotten Realms gods when you made them, and all I can think looking at them after trying to apply, they're so much better written than the fucking Greyhawk gods.
Well, don't you feel though like that they've put a bunch more work into Forgotten Realms than Greyhawk? No, they haven't. They've put in shit tons more work on Greyhawk. The thing is that it's not player friendly. It's an extremely fuck you. This is what this setting is like. Which when you recall, Greyhawk was written by Gary Gygax, you go, oh, that totally makes sense, because Gary Gygax is very much a DM against the player's DM. Oh, I don't really.
If you think about it, and
No,
look at
I would have
he
to
wrote
know enough to think about it, Anthony.
that's true. He wrote the Tomb of Horrors, and all of the adventures he wrote are fucking, not all of them, but they're very much
Slogs.
yeah. And fuck you. That's it's a big middle finger to the players playing. Everything is 110 cent lethal. 110%. Fucking, I'm done speaking.
No, I mean, I knew what you meant.
Yeah, I know you did. It doesn't change the fact that I couldn't squeeze out a goddamn word.
So an interesting thing from a mechanics and DM standpoint happened in our game with Joe's on Friday night, and I wonder if you have an opinion on this thing. He gave us so much experience in one night that all of us who were at 6th level double leveled to 8th in one go.
Yeah.
How do you have any opinions about double leveling people in one shot?
How balanced is Joe as a DM?
Help me understand what you mean by balanced.
From encounter to encounter, does it shift in lethality to an alarming degree? Does it feel like the world is wonky? Like this encounter could be, holy shit, we nearly all died, and then the next encounter you walk over them.
So that's a really difficult question for me to ask, because the part where I would go, yes, this was a lethal encounter, was where before he had split the party into the high level and the mid level party. So there were like 9 players, and like 4 or 5 of us were 6, 7, 8th level, and the rest were all like 12 to 15. So he was having a really hard time planning to balance between that massive gap, right?
Yeah.
So all of us who were mid-level were like, or lower mid, I think if you're looking at 20 as the high, right? That's 6th is still lower mid, right? Like it was fairly fucking lethal for us. For the high level people, it wasn't a cakewalk, but it wasn't hard because, I mean, it took effort, right? But it wasn't like, yeah.
I have my answer now.
Since he split the party, hold it. No, you don't, because you're not done listening. Because he split the party, since he split the party, I feel like
you're okay.
I feel like they've been a little underpowered. Like it's a lot of fights, but I don't recall Rev getting hurt that much. Additionally, though, Rev's like a celestial warlock with healing built in. So, but here's the other thing. This was all role play experience. Like I think we sidestepped 2 or 3 fights in full on role playing. Okay, so now I'm done. But I will say I feel like it's balanced or sometimes a little underpowered since he split it. So I would say he's probably pretty balanced. It didn't occur to him, I have too many players and the level disparity is too high but it hasn't been bad since.
No, I think well, here's what happened. And I have this opinion based not on 5th level. Hang on, I'm going to straighten out my hair.
Your chair hair.
His chair hair.
No, my headphone hair. Anyway, it's do you remember experience in 2nd edition?
Vaguely.
Okay. Did you ever work any characters up from 1st level?
Not that I can remember, because I think Eleanor was pre-gen, and
yeah, she was.
And then when I played that replacement for Eleanor, I think like you had me start him out higher because the whole rest of the party was higher.
Yeah.
So If I did, I don't remember it. There was that Thrall in Jill's game, but we got in trouble and I wasn't allowed to keep playing that character.
Yeah, because it had a poorly thought out society. Pacifist warriors. You sure that's the direction you want to go? So
You sure that makes any fucking sense at all, Jill?
yeah. So here's the thing. If you remember those old, if you remember second edition, the experience tables in first and second edition were bananas. Because like the thieves, you would start at first level and the thieves would be second level by like Adventure 2. So it would be third level by Adventure 2.
Well,
so
does it matter to you that he didn't really DM second edition? His main DMing in fantasy is Palladium.
Yeah, that also makes sense. What I was going to say was he's trying to get you all on an even keel, and he's luckily playing a system that will allow him to do that. Palladium's an example just like second edition in that regard.
Because everybody has their own table. Yeah.
Everybody has their own experience tables. You're not going up at the same way. Also, you know, it sounds like even when he is outbalanced, and he might occasionally be outbalanced, he's really reining it in so that the lower levels aren't meant to feel like peons. So yeah, no, I think he's a balanced GM. He sounds like a balanced GM. He sounds like he gives a shit too, which is good news.
Yeah, I think this was a big ass heist, and I think he didn't see us. So let me tell you what I really think happened. I still don't know. Let me say that I still don't. I think I'd push everybody to like 1,000 away, because he doesn't use milestone. He uses still experience points. I prefer milestone because I don't like to have to track it.
Me too.
I think I would have, let's say using XP, I would have moved us all to like 1,000 away from, like, everybody who's 6th level go to here, but then like when we double leveled, and he just, it doesn't bother him. And I'm like, are you sure? Because okay. But what I think happened is we were doing a heist, and I think he was like, even afterwards, he's like, did I make this too easy? He's like, because you guys just, and I think what happened was there were a couple of characters, like, so Rev is a warlock, but I've like I took the beguiling influence Eldritch Invocation, which makes me proficient in deception and persuasion. I built her to be face from the A team.
Okay.
And then he has like, the rogue. And then we had one higher level character with us to sort of help. But I think we just sidestep a lot of stuff. Like, we literally halfway through, when we were done with the hard part, on Discord, we all kind of look at each other and go like, so that was the hard part, right? Like, we should be good. And we were good about covering our trails. But yeah, okay. I very much at the end of the game was just like, okay, let's just go. We got it. Let's go. Let's get out before we do something stupid. Let's go. Anyway, okay, back to it, Becky. Sorry.
No, I was good. I've been caught in like an almost week-long thing. The new head of my old department in the gaming group I'm in wants to change things, which is good and excellent, and I fully support that. And everybody is losing their shit because they want to change and remove things that I put in, and I'm like, yes, they should. It's their department now. That's their prerogative. If
This
you
is
don't
a
like
group?
Yeah, the NSO one that I
Okay.
It's right up there with how long I've known ants. But everybody's losing their shit. Well, no, they can't, because you did that. Yeah, like a decade ago in some instances. It doesn't fucking matter. It's his department now. And everybody's just coming in now go, he made the changes and it makes me sad. Fucking deal. It's just one of those things where I keep just responding and going, dude, it's totally cool. These sound like really cool changes. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. It's going to be awesome. And if you don't like it and you don't think it's awesome, there's a challenge system that you can use to take over the department. So Neener. Butts and wieners. I don't know.
I like that, actually. I've never heard that before.
I don't know if I have or not. I don't know.
Septic. Maybe.
SEPTIC.
Okay. So you're going back to talk to Robinette, I believe?
Yes. Having made the arrangements while I was gone in the bathroom, I assumed we
So yeah, we'll say there's a local area in that you guys use for this particular purpose, and you're trying to have a uni assigned to watch him out of uniform, like in the hotel room, or to just sort of like low key hang out in the lobby and see if he comes or goes.
low key hang out.
Okay. Like, no, we want that guy in his room staring at him unblinkingly.
This might seem like a crazy question, but has anybody gone through his clothes, looking at things like in his pockets and whatnot?
Who are you saying that to?
My partner. Because he had a coat and a shirt.
Right. We're keeping those. That's why he's got that lovely Haven City Constable Inspector's sweatshirt.
Okay, let's look in his clothes that we
Yeah.
have. Maybe there's some alchemical supplies in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you head down to the alchemist office.
Yes.
All right. They give you a box and they say, well, here's what he had on him except for his pants and shoes, which are currently on him. They give you, it's got a tunic and an overcoat. You can see the crossbow wound in them. You can see blood on them from where he was shot. He's got a purse with
Gold in it.
gold in
Or-
it.
Yeah.
With 50 gold in it, to be precise.
Damn, son.
And he had a, quality dagger, but nothing unusual or anything like that. And he had like a little, like a thing you'd find in a tinker store, like a little mechanical, like wind up construct thing. It's like a little,
Like a toy style?
Yeah.
Or okay.
I'm going to wind it just to make sure it doesn't have anything like welcome to the Guild of Assassins and Desperado types, like sign that pops out of it or anything like that.
It's the perfect town. Yeah, no. It's like a little cat. You wind it up, and
It waves.
no, its tail. Its tail does a waggy thing, or does like a circle waggy thing.
Okay. I put that back in his coat bucket. So no poisoner tools, damn it. We've looked at the bolt. Like that has been gone over for poison.
They go, yeah, we couldn't find anything.
Okay. You're muted, babe. I'm muting so you can talk.
What kind of bolt was it again?
It's from a not a short crossbow. What do they call light crossbow? He shows you the bolt. He's like, it's pretty standard.
Okay. Okay.
Whitechapel?
No, I'd still like to go back by Haven and Hell and the Apothecary.
Are
And
you talking to him again, or are you letting him go? Oh, because I couldn't remember. Like, I know you want to set all that up, but you need to go tell him.
I thought we'd done that.
we had just we were going to do that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you set it up and then went, yeah, let's go talk to him. And then Merle went, hey, did we look at his shit? And then you went and looked at his shit, but I don't remember anyone actually talking to him.
Okay.
But if you want to say, yeah, we go and we tell him, hey, we've set up for these reasons. Do you do that?
Yeah.
And he goes, well, so I am under arrest?
No.
So then I can go home.
No.
So then I'm confused.
It's complicated legally speaking.
Well, legally speaking, could I see a barrister then?
Do they have that? This is Becky asking out of character.
Roll your law and procedure, both of you, with advantage.
Oh, good. $24 all day for me.
16.
Yeah, this wasn't I feel like 15 was a reasonable DC for this. It's in kind of a questionable area. You know, you're not supposed to hold people who are not under arrest against their will. Just simply being put under arrest doesn't mean that you automatically get a lawyer. What it does mean, if you go to trial, you get a defender. But you're holding somebody who is not under arrest, and they've just told you they want to go home, and they've asked you, so I'm not free to go home, and you've said no. So you are now
Illegally holding.
Basically.
We would much prefer you do not go home. If you choose to leave the confines of Haven City proper, I am afraid I will have to arrest you.
Well, Upper Sydenham is in Haven City proper. I'm in the city. Our district
No.
is in the city walls.
Is it? I thought it was out past the gate thingy.
No, it is 100% in the city walls.
No, I don't want him going back there. No.
So then what am I being arrested for?
Merle, you handle this.
Okay.
Is Becky pissed?
So,
Yeah.
okay. What's up, baby?
You handle it.
Okay. We're really asking that you we're asking that you remain and help us with our
Could you unmute? Oh, no, could.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Would you be willing to remain and help us with our investigation? We don't want you hurt, and we think there may be a potential that you could be hurt. So we'd like to place you in the hotel nearby so that we can see where our inquiry takes us. Would you be willing to do that?
Well, I don't think you're really giving me a choice. So I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, so I kind of want to go home to my parents. Who do you think I'm in danger from?
That's what we don't know at this time. That's why we were hoping you would stay close by. See, we're still not certain who attacked you.
Well, I guess it was just one of those things that happens in that part of town, though, right?
Not exactly. Okay. Out of character, I don't know what to do here. Can you give me a minute? I'm gonna mute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and turn the camera off too if you want. Okay, do you want to call it?
No, we're gonna hang on. I don't think so. I'm gonna take lead for a while.
I feel very confused. I don't know what to do, to the point that I'm getting frustrated enough that I'm crying. And I don't want you to see me crying because I feel very stupid for that, but I feel very confused and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, this is a tough case. This is a level gaining case. And, you're okay. I want to validate that it's tough and it's meant to be tough. You guys are still chasing down leads. More things will come, but this is not the sort of case where you're going to talk to the first few people and like have it figured out. I'm sorry that, give me a sec.
We'll leave it there. That's fine.
I don't play with the city overlay on very much because it just, I can't click on anything when it's on, but that's the city overlay, Vex. So an upper Sydenham is this little amoeba right here. So I'm sorry, and we can redo that. On the other hand, I think the fact that Erie is kind of north of the river bougie and like, oh, it's some place out where the poors live, kind of fits into the character. If you're like, no, I would know the city limits of my thing, we can do that as well. If you guys want to take a 20-minute pause, then we can come back to this in 20 minutes. But like, yeah, I don't really want to play when players don't want to play anymore. So if we still want to play, then that's fine. If we need to pause, that's fine. If we don't need to pause, that's fine. But I am trying to write these so that they will be interesting and take a little work and a little thinking. You guys have some theories going, so
yeah. No one's asking you to make it a cakewalk. It's a degree of frustration on
I just don't know what to do. That's all. I feel like there is something incredibly obvious that we are missing.
Are we
yeah.
You starting the seance?
Are we at an incredibly obvious thing that we're missing?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay, so this is built in to just, okay. Okay.
Let me put it this way. Had you handled a couple of things a little bit differently at the first one, you might have a couple more leads. But given everything in front of you, like your next step of going to Whitechapel because you were going to talk to Tyr and right, because you were going to find tenacity, right?
Yeah.
Like that would be your next logical step.
Okay. Okay.
And frankly, you are in a place where you're like, well, maybe we can use the I don't know how to say it. Not intimidate, but use the like, well, we're the law and we'd like you to do this thing. Well, am I under arrest? No, but it would be really helpful. Oh, I want to help the police. Only that's not how he's responding to it, right? Like that is a really reasonable move to not have to schlep an hour and a half or whatever out to Sydenham, Upper Sydenham, to go deal with him. And like, again, assuming that's where he even goes, your instinct there was pretty good.
Okay.
You just, without actually arresting him, you don't have great legal ground to do that.
Right.
But you're also still cops. I mean, it's not in Erie and Merle's nature to just arrest people for convenience.
No.
But you're also still cops, and like you could say you're being held on suspicion of something. Like you don't have to take that to trial. You could just be dicks about it. You're cops.
Yeah. Okay.
This was supposed to be the reform game.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
I think we got to cut him loose. I don't like it. I don't want to do it. What do you think, Erie?
I think we cut him loose and we never see him again. That's exactly what I think happens. I don't have any idea what we can charge him with that's going to have any chance of sticking at this juncture.
Well, trafficking. That's why he was at the
Trafficking's not illegal.
no suspicion of trafficking controlled substances. He had 50 gold on him, and if we're going to be dick cops, this is how you be dick cops. He had 50 gold on him, and he went to a known nightclub where people hook up for drugs.
Are drugs illegal?
Like the whatever version of weed is not, but like cocaine, heroin, all the like hard drugs, yes. Sex work is not illegal, which is what I thought Anthony meant by trafficking at first.
Same.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
But yes, they also call it narcotics trafficking. So it would be intent to purchase or purchase, because he doesn't have any for trafficking. He'd have to have a bunch on him.
Oh yeah. Well, no, the amount of gold he had on him.
Yeah, the best you can charge him with on that. Like again, you can throw any charge you want on it.
Let me make a law and procedure check.
Okay.
With advantage.
I like
my partner's with me.
Self advantage there.
No, my partner's with me. 23.
Yeah, you could charge him with narcotic solicitation.
Okay. So you'd rather go home. You're not willing to help us anymore?
I didn't say I wasn't willing to help you. I said I'd rather go home.
Okay.
I was supposed to be home last night. I'm sure my parents are worried.
Robin Talbot, I'm holding you on suspicion of narcotics trafficking.
And then this is the response you get. Really?
Yep.
Okay. Like, if you were trying to get me to cooperate, this isn't really the way.
No, I agree. Okay. So I go and do the necessaries for that.
Okay. I love the irony of somebody being in the holding cells wearing an HCCI sweats. Did you guys arrest your own dude?
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the H&H, is what it's called.
It was either that or Whitechapel, but yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the H&H first. See if we can find anything that we missed there.
Primarily trying to speak with Moni, gather any more information that might have been missed, or most likely, considering it's the morning and she's a nightclub owner, wake her up, say, we're sorry for waking you up. Please come speak with us at your earliest convenience, or we'll be back here at 3 p.m. Stop into the apothecary, offer my sincere apologies, and fling around my wealth to make right the damage done, or at least a portion thereof.
All right, both of you roll an insight, just a flat insight.
25. One less than the best I can do.
20.
Okay, it occurs to both of you, like what Ari just said, she's a nightclub owner. Waking her up is not getting her at her best. You can do all that other stuff, but the other thing you both remember is when who you thought of as Temerity at the time, when you first saw Tenacity talking to Moni, they appeared to be pretty friendly, as though they knew each other. It might make more sense to go to Whitechapel and see if you could get a hold of her first, and then bring her along as an ally when you try to talk to Moni. If she, just given how, given the resistance there, if you brought, hey, look, here's our tiefling friend. We're cool. We're down.
Yeah.
Might make that experience go faster. If you as players and as characters go like, yes, but she totally manipulated us, and we're not going to, that leaves a shit taste in our mouth. Then I understand that too. But as the DM, I'm trying to, give you some insight here, because I feel bad that you're both feeling like you're just stuck at that don't know what the fuck to do next point.
Okay.
That's the piece of insight I'm giving you.
You want to hit up Whitechapel first then?
Sure.
Okay. So we're headed to Whitechapel.
Okie doke.
Want to take the conveyance or is the subway?
Which one's going to be faster?
I know you're sitting right here, but I missed the first syllable of what you said.
Which one is going to be faster?
Okay.
The conveyance.
Okay, then we'll take the conveyance.
Okay. Okay.
Where the fuck is Whitechapel?
It's the part on the map that it's like one of the places I named directly for where the map is. It's the big blue one. Just
Shoot, that's not there.
Huh?
That's not there on this map we're looking at.
Do you have really?
I have no motive for lying. We found it. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, all that shows up on the map I can see are colored outlines.
Yeah.
Oh, the word Whitechapel from the.
Not until I zoom in pretty far. That's when it shows up.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right. When you pulled back out, it says Shadwell as the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is weird. And then you pull in close, and then Shadwell disappears at some point and then reappears. Okay. Sorry, I should. Anyway, there's Whitechapel. Cool. Yeah, it's super close. It's ridiculous. It's like a neighboring district.
It's not ridiculously close, Josh.
I think I said super, but okay. So you travel around, many pilgrims in this district, lots of almshouses, and kids, and plus you see a fair amount of just people in priestly, and nunly's not a word, priestly and sisterly raiments, all over the place.
Gross.
And you know that there are like each faith has its own set of dudes walking around with well, not dudes, people walking around with maces who act as the bailiffs of Whitechapel. So they kind of, again, every district has its precinct, but Whitechapel also has their own sort of religious folks. You find the Cathedral of Tyr, pretty big cathedral, as are many of the things here. Instead of a cross on the top of it, it has scales balancing on a warhammer, which is the symbol of Tyr, god of justice. So I assume you walk in, or?
Yeah. We head up to the Temple of Tyr.
Okay.
And
you go in, big Gothic cathedral.
Okay.
Lots of white marble. Those Tyrics like to do it up big.
Yeah.
There's,
We've got
priests all over the place doing their thing.
Yeah, I'm going to start inquiring about Tenacity Bumbersnatch. What's her last name?
Borlance.
Not Bumbersnatch. Maybe Vumbersnatch.
No, those are two different names, Anthony. No, I caught it. I know.
You find a priest, and what do you say to him?
Where might one find Temerity Vorlance?
The crown prosecutor? I imagine.
Tenacity Vorlance. Pardon me.
Oh, Mother Justice, your tenacity. Well, she is lodging here while she is visiting us in town. She's not in at the moment. In fact, she's across the street and down a little ways at the Hospital of Shantea.
Thank you so much. We're going to make our way to the hospital, Josh.
Okay. You go in. Shantea is the goddess of agriculture, and they're apparently operating a healing center here. And you go in, and it's, there's like a reception desk. And there's a pleasant halfling woman who looks like she's in a lot of paperwork right now. And she looks up and goes, "Inspectors, how can I help you?"
We're looking for a Tenacity Vorlance. She'll want to speak to us.
Oh, you mean the...
Yes, Mother. Yeah.
Oh, okay. She goes, oh, she gets down off of her chair and she goes, "Come with me." She's downstairs.
Okay.
And you head downstairs, and she's in the halfling sort of points. She's on the last door on the right. She's talking with one of the senior healers.
Well, I wave as we come walking up so it doesn't look like we're sneaking up on her.
Okay. Well, I mean, she's in an office, but sure.
Sure, yeah.
Knock on the door, jam as we enter. That classic. I recognize you have a door. Fuck your need for a door. We're coming in. Hello.
We're the cops. I do what I want.
Remember Les Lessman? Okay, continue. Sorry.
I think I do remember Les Lessman. Okay. You knock on the door, and a human looks at you and sort of does like, "Oh, inspectors, weird." And he gets up and opens it, and you can see that Tenacity is sitting there talking to him. And she turns and looks at you and smiles and goes, "So are we working together?" Father Valmek, this is Constable Inspector Merle Sanderman and Constable Inspector Ari Mariasandi. We're working together on this investigation.
We would like to confer with you on this investigation.
Right, that's what I said. And Father Valmek goes, "Yes, well, as I was telling the mother, the Justice Your Mother just now, yes, our healer found it very odd that the young man was laid low by his injury because it didn't seem to warrant it. Well, the alchemist didn't ask us to, but you know what? We don't really work for them. In any case, we took some of the clothing of both of them, both of the victims, and we are testing it to see if there's anything on it.
You withheld evidence.
Right now, huh?
So you withheld evidence knowingly.
We returned all of the clothes to you. It doesn't mean that you couldn't have tested it yourself. We made what our suspicions known to your alchemists.
Yes.
Tenacity looks at you and goes, "Now I see why she likes you so much." So, Father Velmek, will you tell the inspectors what you suspect? Well, the The human boy was rather cagey. The tiefling, well, did not like being here. Um, was at least honest in his dislike of the whole situation, and I can't say that I blame him. Both of them remembered somebody coming around the corner and being surprised, and the young boy's name Vigil, I think it was, specifically said seeing divinity look surprised. So we couldn't find any poison in the system, but then we thought, what if it wasn't on the crossbow bolts? What if, in fact, somebody coming around the corner was, I believe the children call it dusting them. And Tenacity goes, he means an inhalant.
Yeah.
Yes, precisely. You know, I like to think that I'm hip to the lingo. And he's looking at you when he says it, and Tenacity behind you goes,
Okay.
So
I've heard that specific phrase in at least 5 different reports, Father.
see, and he turns to look at her and goes, see, I tell you, I have my finger on the pulse of the youth. Tenacity rolls her eyes, and he goes, roll your eyes all you want, Tenacity. We can't always be chasing down whoever it is you're chasing down. Some of us have work to do right where the people are. And she goes, yes, Father Velmac, you're very wise and terribly giving. Anyway, one of our
Conciliatory speech 2A.
I'm sorry?
Conciliatory speech 2A.
Yeah, something like that. He says, anyway, one of our herbalists should be along shortly with their findings. And I don't know if you guys say anything or just sort of awkwardly wait in silence. But after...
I think number 2 is RMO right there.
Right.
I think.
Not always. After really not terribly a long amount of time, like maybe 5 minutes, a young acolyte comes in and hands some papers to Father Velmac, and he says, "Here's what we found, Father Velmac." And he says, interesting. Well, oh look. Both of you can roll a nature, but he says, he lists off, oh, look, we have found several interesting natural components in there. Both of you don't run anything.
12.
15. Harry? Yeah. Ari, you hear 2 of those components, and from your time on the road, like, those don't mean anything to you, Merle. Ari, from your time on the road, you know that one of them is used as a sleep aid, and that the other one seems familiar, but you can't remember. You've heard of it, but you can't really put your finger on like what it's used for, and you haven't heard of the third one at all. Becky, I see you nodding in Anthony's camera, but
Yes, got
okay.
it. Sleep aid. Okay. What was the second one again? Sleep aid.
The sleep aid was the first one. The second one you've heard the name of, but you can't remember exactly what it does. You're like,
I know that somewhere.
I know I've heard of that.
Okay.
Yeah, Tenacity goes, yeah, I've heard of that first. Like, she basically confirms that she's heard of that sleep aid too. And she's like, and she says, and you found this, or never mind, she doesn't say that. How about I let the characters role play some too?
Was this tested on their clothing?
Yes, we found it on their clothing. So if they were, and then he pointedly looks at Tenacity, dusted as like this were thrown in their face, then it would have, and he goes, Well, I've heard of the sleep aid too. I think this other one is for, I think in certain concentrations, it could possibly be a hallucinogen, if memory serves. Um, let me roll for the priest. But I can't be certain. He said if they are, but what I think is if they are experiencing some, if it were a hallucinogen and they were experiencing some short-term memory problems, that would explain it. And Tenacity looks at you two and goes, and asks, were they experiencing some short-term memory problems?
It's an excellent question. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a deception. Do I get advantage on this deception, Josh?
You do not.
Ah.
Explain to me how Ari would help you lie right now.
Yeah.
I flash my boobs at Tenacity to
There you
distract
go.
her from the question.
I don't believe you.
He goes, I can't answer that. It's part of an ongoing investigation. And I absolutely sucked at deceiving him, meaning keeping it quiet. So he sees on my face that yes, they were.
So she sees on your face that yes,
Yeah.
they were. She goes, I understand. Can't comment on an ongoing investigation.
I want to arrest her for being smug.
It's if there were a law, she would legit be breaking it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, my love. Yes, I'll be back. I'm going to mute myself while I'm gone.
Anthony is flipping laundry really quick.
Okay.
Hello.
And I'll be right back.
Anthony will be right back again. Wiggy. Waiting and waiting.
Mhm. You know your camera's still off?
I did not. My tile is minimized from how I lay out my screen.
Do you do the thing where you turn it off? Like you. Come on, know what I mean by this. Where you can, so you don't even see your tile?
Yes, it's just a little gray bar that has the volume indicator and you and an expansion.
So how do you
thingy.
know when it goes fuzzy then? Because you've been really good tonight about.
Anthony usually pokes me.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
See, I was doing that with mine, and that's why when I paused myself and went, "Hey, if mine goes fuzzy, tell me," because it was. And then I'm like, you know what? You have plenty of screen. You can see yourself.
No, he was poking me when it would go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Also, I at the start of it, when I was really on top of it, that's when my meat screen is still half of my screen. But as we get more stuff up and I get notes and maps and things pulled up, and I can't see the city overlay, by the way, I can only see district areas. On the Haven City map I see.
Let me show you. Actually, show me the map you see. Let's do that. So let me see what you see.
Tab.
Okay, so you see on the upper left by my name where it's got the little pull-in thing. I think that should
This?
pull in a menu. Now click city overlay.
Oh, I did not even realize it was there. Well, then never mind. Yeah, because I keep thinking that the only part of actual Haven City is this
Now,
colored.
if I can figure out a way to, because like that's why I had to put Inferno Alley in a different layer,
Mhm.
Haven and Hell, is because when they're in the same layer, like I couldn't click on
Anything
it anymore.
else.
Right. Like
Okay.
they get buried under things. So I need to be able to turn certain things on and off. And that's why I did turn the overlay. I keep the overlay off most of the time because it's not really relevant because we tend not to be out in the periphery. So I wonder if the actual order, like, top to bottom in that layer list, I wonder if I move the overlay to the bottom, if that means anything. I don't think you guys can move the layers. I think I have to.
No, I don't think we can either. We can just select it or not.
Yeah, but the edge of that is the of the big one. That's the
Okay.
where the walled city is. Or
Oh,
the city wall rather.
yeah. Like I said, I did not even know that was. I thought it was just the colored pieces were considered part of it, and the rest of it was outlaying.
Oh, okay.
So, doot.
Yeah, it's a big fucking city.
Yeah. Much larger than thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So could potentially cause issues. We're not discussing that. It's an ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time. Mother, just to sheer tenacity, If you had some time, we would like to speak with you separately.
Sure. She looks at Father Valmek and says, thank you so much, Father. And he's like, of course, of course. I mean, you're not going to find better apothecaries than in the house of the goddess of agriculture. And she goes, I know, that's why I came to you. And then she stands up and turns, and she's like facing you like she is going to leave the office. And she gives you a kind of like a little bit of a, oh my God. He's so pompous, kind of an eye roll.
This guy. This fucking guy.
I can't believe I'm losing to this guy. Yeah. So you guys are walking down the hallway and she's like, so how can I help?
Last night you seemed to be on pretty friendly terms with Moni.
Oh yeah, we go back a ways.
Well, we understand that as a nightclub owner and operator, she's likely going to be rather exhausted, but we were hoping you might help us convince her to talk to us a little earlier. Or you might help us convince her to talk to us. Does that make sense? I'm trying to make the words work. It's not doing good.
Yeah. She's like, I will totally help you with that if you will say, just in this hallway, just for the three of us, that we're working together.
Why?
Because it's funny to me.
Oh, we're working together.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
She's like, good, then come on.
We are complete. Oh, okay, sure. You're weird. Whatever, you Looney Tune.
Yeah.
No, not quite whatever, you Looney Tune, but all right.
Okay. By this point, it's still like mid-morning, like late morning. So she's like, if I know Moni, she's not going to be up for like another couple of hours. Do you want, shall we go get something to eat and maybe like...
Well, I was hoping that you would be able to accompany us to the apothecary. I'd like to make some amends.
Yeah. No, that is a totally good call. Yes, let's do that.
And then, yes, we can sidetrack, find something good to eat in Inferno Alley. I'm sure there are plenty of places.
Yeah, there's a really good place that does like sandwiches made out of naan. I can...
Oh. Is it Nanya Business?
I've
heard of that one.
No, it's not that one.
Oh.
I mean, like, and those are very hit. There's like 5 of those. They're all run by the same family, but they're very hit or miss.
That explains why it seems so weird when I go to the one that's down in Short Bows. Is it Short Bow, the little riverfront area? Anyways.
That's the Bow or
Bow.
Boat Waterfront. There's no Short Bow.
Yeah.
There's small yards and the great yards. There's small sales and tall sales. There is no, you can make up restaurants, Becky, but not whole districts.
I mean, clearly somebody has to do it.
And somebody is doing it. So.
Sure.
Did anybody write down in their notes what the name of that apothecary was?
No.
It was like something, I think it was like something south.
Actually, hold on. I'm skimming through it, but
okay. Yeah, I don't see it either. That's fine.
Yeah.
It just means I don't have to remember what I named it. All right, you head down there. And you know, they've boarded up the one window that got crashed through, and you go inside, and um, there's an older tiefling woman, um, and some younger tieflings and a couple of gnomes in here cleaning up. They look up and they kind of have a mixed reaction to who's coming through their door. The older woman, or the woman, looks up and goes, "Good morning, officers and ma'am. We don't have a lot go. We're still cleaning up. We had a bit of a situation last night. How can we help you?"
That is in particular why we are here, or rather, why I am here.
Oh, you don't have to take the blame.
My name is Eritrea Marasiondi, and while I am a constable inspector, I am here on my own. I wanted to come and make amends for the damage that was caused, to ensure that proper recompense is paid to you for it, and to see if there's anything I can do to help you get your shop back in working order. It was not my intent. It was a very busy evening, and it was also rather late. I was not certain anybody would wish to be awoken with the news, and things got away this morning, and I apologize for not reaching you sooner.
So you were the inspectors who had the tussle in my shop last night. And Tenacity goes, "And me as well, mother." She's like, "Well, I don't know you, young lady, so you don't have to call me mother. We don't stick to such formalities around here. So they tell me that you all got jumped by the people who attacked poor Diva and her boyfriend."
It would appear as such, yes.
We're not entirely certain, but correlation and all, we think so.
Well, we certainly don't harbor black-clad fighter people to jump out at the police in our establishment. So, I mean, they couldn't have been in here doing any good, right? I mean,
No, and we do not believe that you do in any way. We believe that you are an unfortunate victim in this incident.
oh, I see what you think I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they weren't supposed to be here either.
Oh. Well, then it seems we all messed up a bit there. At least I came back to apologize, right?
Right. And I also think that maybe I need to reinvest in some locks, and maybe those people who sold me those locks. And she's like pointedly looking at one of the gnomes, and you're like, "I don't know what that means, but okay."
Oh, I know exactly what that means.
Okay.
So do I.
We both do.
Yeah. All right. She's like, "The people who sold me that weren't as good as they say." And one of the gnomes turns around and it's like, "Well, they could have kicked in your door." And she's like, "Did my door look to your naked eyes, officers, as though, like, did it look like it had been kicked in?"
Leaving the vestment nature of my eyes aside, it did appear to be an issue specifically with the lock having been undone.
And she just turns and looks at the gnome and goes, "Ha! Like grumpy old tiefling lady." And she goes, "Well, I appreciate you coming by and facing up, and
Stop.
thank you."
I, with the understanding, I know that they were not to be here. Should you come across anything strange during your cleanup and reviews of the shop, would you please reach out to me?
Oh, sure. By the time we got in, the bodies were all removed. The constables had already taken them away. So it was, you can see it looks like they're probably 70% of the way cleaned up. And then there's just, which would have also involved a lot of like, it's an apothecary and herbalist shop. So if there were shattered glass into plant stuff, maybe some of it could be washed out, maybe not. Like,
Yeah.
she's like, well, I will, sure, of course, officer. I feel like I wouldn't hold out hope. The constables already, as I say, the constables took away the bodies, and it's just been broken glass and dead plants and stuff kind of all over the place. We're just cleaning up. I wish you'd told us earlier. We'd have maybe paid attention to it with a sharper eye out for it. But we'll do for the rest of it. We will do for the rest of it. Maybe we can. I don't know how they're tied to whatever happened to poor Divinity and her boyfriend, but if they wouldn't have been in my shop wouldn't have been wrecked. I mean, can't always be the police fault for everything, right? So,
Well, we do thank you for that consideration. It sounds like you knew Divinity fairly well.
oh, everyone knows Divinity.
Seems to be the life of the party.
Oh, well, not too many of us have wings, and it's always, maybe just a bit of superstition, but we always feel like whoever our original creators are, depending on whose stories you believe and what superstitions you believe, and some people still think we come from only evil and can only be evil. But and then she says something in Infernal, and to which like with an automaticity, without like thinking, with an automaticity, tenacity responds with, and she goes, but we always feel like those of us who are winged are shown some kind of divine or maybe infernal favor, but and
No, Josh, you did it wrong. It's infernal.
Unmute.
It's
No,
infernal out the side of your mouth. You have to.
She goes, but Divinity is such a lovely girl, and so friendly, and I mean, when she has her shows next door, it's always sold out, very popular. We all know Divinity.
Well, and I'm sorry, good madam, I missed your name.
My name's Caution.
Caution. Noted. I shall take heed. I do thank you for your time. My card for the constables, and then, as I said, the bill for the cleanup and the repairs and the replacement. This is my card. My man will see to it.
Your man. So, okay. So we should do this instead of the regular grievance claimant that we file when our property's damaged by the constables? I don't suppose I'm supposed to do both now, am I?
No, it would be rather untoward to do both. I believe the technical term would be fraud. Frowned upon. So
is that what fraud means? Is it a contraction of frowned upon?
I do believe so. Language is an ever-shifting beast, and we can merely hope to grasp the tail and move along with it.
The fuck?
Okay, Merle has that response, and Caution the Crone looks at you and goes, "Right."
Merle has the response of, "The fuck did a poet walk in here? What the shit?"
I went to fancy schools.
Yeah, apparently. Jesus. Language is an ever-shifting beast. And what the fuck are you talking about right now? It's just, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It would be fraud indeed. I do believe that you will have better luck presenting the bill directly.
To your man.
Less people to haggle over.
Ah, I see. So we're cutting through the red tape then. Well, I can't say that I have ever seen well, south of the river we don't see too many of the inspectors, but I can't say that I have ever had and Merle, with your what the fuck, you kind of like turn around and what, little woman? You notice that everyone else in the shop is looking a little, not quite slack-jawed, but the step before slack-jawed, just like
Okay.
and it's like, well, I can't say that I've ever had a constable. We don't see too many of the inspectors here in Inferno Alley, but I can't say I've seen one of your compatriots, colleagues, whatever you call each other, come down and make apologies, let alone make personal amends. So I laud you for this, Eritrea Marathon. Thank you.
Of course, caution.
Yeah, I'm sorry I made it weird. No, that isn't character. That's Merle going, yeah, I'm sorry I made it weird. I just didn't expect the soliloquy, I guess we could call that. That was...
Caution just looks at you and goes, well, I'm glad it's not me wondering, like, why isn't she writing plays or something? I don't think you made it weird. I think you just noticed it.
Come on, one of the gnomes looks impressed, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be one with a hint of wonder, like, yeah, them fancy big words. There's got to be a bard hiding somewhere amongst them.
Yeah. Both of you. Okay, never mind. Duh. Tenacity goes, so has there been any what's the word on the street? Caution. And she's like, well, I'm sure I don't hang out upon street corners to find out the lolling tongues of people who are there. And she's just like, what is being said about what's happening with divinity? And she's like, well, boys, who's been out after dark? And she turns to go deal with something on the counter. And one of the younger tieflings comes up to Tenacity and looks at her and then kind of looks at you two. And Tenacity's like, well, out with it. And he's like, well, whatever happened here, nobody's seen her all night. At least that's not, that's what we've heard. Nobody's seen Vigil either since, but we know that they took him away for something because he'd been shot. And she goes, well, he's okay. Trust me, he's okay. And the one who's talking to you goes, yeah, Caution doesn't even bother to learn his name. She just calls him Divinity's boyfriend. Whispers.
Don't know if that's this guy's name
No.
or if
Okay, I mean, fair enough. That's that's clearly not a thing Merle said. That was a.
Yeah.
And he just like looks and goes, "Yeah, everybody's just talking about how she went out in the alley and then Vigil and the Hume were found shot, and then you guys and the something happened where the constable was hurt, and that's why, you guys were here at all. And then everybody's starting to like wonder where Divinity is, and like everybody's hoping she's okay. But when you're someone like Divinity, there's always people who are jealous, and some people are starting to say she did something. Nobody's really listening to them right now, but
give it time.
What kind of something are they saying she did?
well, that's the thing, is everybody's like, well, how come she wasn't hurt? Well, how come nobody's seen her? Like maybe she did it. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Like the kid is now fully, not kid, he's like an older teenager, but he's now like fully, well, that's the thing, right? When nobody knows what happened, everybody can make up their own story.
Right.
It's a very savvy teenager.
What's your name? It don't matter. It's all the same. That kid is too cool.
That's one smooth 16-year-old.
17.
Okay.
17. That's right.
This tiefling is from the streets.
It's in reference to the Joan Jett song, I Love Rock and Roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if anybody has a particular grudge against Eva?
Like a particular grudge? Not that I can think of. There's always like,
Everybody always resents the popular one sometimes. It's a thing, yeah, but more?
not that I can think of. What about you guys? Give me a sec. Few rolls. Bex, high or low?
Hi.
Okay. Anthony, high or low?
High.
L'chaim. Did you just say L'chaim?
I did. No, high. High is my choice.
The first one is like, what about you guys? And the first one's like, no, I mean, she has her haters. And the second one goes like, oh, but do you remember like 2 weeks ago? What are you talking? And they're like, they have, teenagers sometimes break into their own conversation that's related, but they act like you're not there.
Yeah, and about half the time they only get halfway through sentences. Well, right, but then Tamara said, right, but Josh was saying anyways, and then they went over to Mark's, oh, I know, and then they did that thing with the right, I can't believe that.
Right, and they're like,
I've heard a lot of those.
2 weeks ago? Do you mean no, at the restaurant? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No, but I don't think that, yeah, but she's serious. Like, this kind of serious? Like, I don't know. So they're like, they all go, and sort of forget that they're talking to cops.
Yeah, the murder police are here. There's no reason to pay attention to them.
Does Merle say that out loud?
Yes.
Okay. He goes, oh, Right. Sorry. So like a couple weeks ago,
We haven't had lunch yet. Sorry.
it's okay. A couple weeks ago, there was like they name a local eatery. There was this thing that happened. It was after the H&H closed, and you know, like we said, she has her haters, right? But there's somebody who's like our age, maybe a little older, who, you know, is trying to like come up. We think she's trying to get more stage time at the H&H, named Felicity, and they got into like everyone was out getting street food, and apparently then there was some food throwing and some name calling, and yeah, I think Vigil dragged Diva away, and something I heard that Felicity's friends came and got her, but lots of shouting, cussing, like, you know, we heard Felicity say like this isn't over, and Diva like blows it off like she blows everybody who ever threatens her off. So that was like 2 weeks ago.
Felicity, a singer at the H&H.
She's like a dancer more, but she thinks she can sing. And then one of the other one goes, she can sing. And then the one who goes, she thinks she can sing, goes, okay.
Oh, but can she?
Yeah.
Do you though? So do you know where Felicity could be found?
I know she's local, but we're like not friends with her.
Okay.
She's kind of a lot of drama.
Sounds like it. Usually after closing down nightclubs, people are much more interested in eating than throwing their food. So either that food was terrible or she was really irritating.
Well, it was street food available after the club closes, so it was terrible.
All three teenagers look at you like, they don't say anything, but they all look at you like, okay, old man.
Yeah.
It is so good, especially when they do the fried onions on top. The best.
Cut me on throat. That was a joke solely for my wife.
Yeah. Like if you don't think street food's good after, then come back tonight and follow us all after the H&H closes to the Smoking Hot. If you don't like food at the Smoking Hot, then just don't come here anymore.
Damn.
Well,
And there's like, they don't do this, but it's very much giving like 3 Z's in a snap, 3 snaps in a Z formation. I need to either turn the heater up or put on a hoodie, but I'm getting cold. So or not a hoodie, just a sweatshirt will be fine. Sorry, go ahead.
I said, well, good for them.
You're muted.
No, I can hear him through you though.
Good for you dunking on the old cow.
I mean, you're middle-aged at best, but sure.
At their eyes.
Yeah.
Ancient.
Yeah, and trust me. Well, you live with Chicago Jim or whatever they're calling themselves right now.
Jim Chicago.
Okay, so
Jim Chicago.
Did you actually know that their last name's going to be Chicago?
I didn't remember that there was an order, and what I remember, what Becky telling me, I remember Becky telling me they're going by Jim unless they're going, I thought, unless they're going by Chicago, and thinking like, that's an interesting first name. And then I'm sure in my head, I changed it to Chicago Jim because that sounds more like a movie character.
Their name would be Jamie Chicago.
Well, they are an old West cowboy. So, you know.
I get much more of an Old West gold miner off of them, but yeah.
True.
Kind of grumpy. and
Kind of
what do you call it when you don't
crazy,
talk? When you don't talk much? When you don't talk?
quiet, normal,
No, there's another word. Anyway,
introverted, withdrawn, reclusive.
I was thinking sullen, but that's not it. Is loquacious? No,
Loquacious means you talk a lot.
that's the opposite of what I mean.
Terse
Laconic.
means
Laconic.
laconic. I think that means more just lazy and slow.
Well, there was a Star Wars class called Laconic Scout, so I don't think it's that. I don't think it means lazy and slow.
Using very few words.
Yeah.
So no, not lazy or slow.
Anyway. Okay.
Reticent, taciturn,
Taciturn would have been a good word too.
terse.
Terse.
Anthony's insisting on terse.
Chicago Jim is terse. I like how I can track their name changes by logging into Amazon Prime and seeing, oh, what is that name now? Oh, what is that name now? The fact that they change it on the Amazon Prime thing, I'm like, oh, no, it's clearly important to them.
Yeah. We've had to have damn near lost my shit at Tommy the other day. Tommy, who has never known them as female or Bethany, kept saying Calvin/Bethany and her homework and stuff. And I've just stop. They go by Jim, use they, them.
Yeah.
Kept repeating it. And then finally last night just told Anthony, please correct your mother again.
And I said, stop misgendering the kid.
Yeah.
Was Jim there?
No.
No, it was all through text.
Hmm.
Which kind of makes it even more annoying because it's literally written down. Like it was in the text that you're replying to. Get your shit together. But oh well. Anyways, off of that nonsense. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
So, Chicago Gemicide.
What did Ann say?
Paris, France, Inc.
Yeah. Paris, France, thanks. I don't know. Okay. Hey, well, I think. Did any of you recognize that human who was here with them?
Oh, we didn't see him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the way everybody describes him, it doesn't sound like anybody we'd know.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for talking with us. We appreciate it, and sorry again.
Sure. Like, it's really solid of you to like come here and like talk to Caution and us about it and like offer to pay. Is that coming out of your own pocket?
Yes.
Is that because you're in trouble?
No. This was one of the first things I knew I needed to do. It's the right thing to do.
You're weird for a cop.
You know, you're not even the first person to say that to me today. Becky had snot in her throat. That weird warbling.
I could hear it. You didn't have to. Thanks. We're all still living.
Yeah, sorry.
It.
You're not even the first person to say that to me today. You can't hurt me. Look at your girlish. Oh, no.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
Okay. Erie is going to say her goodbyes and thank them again for their time, and then turn to tenacity and say you were recommending a non-place.
Oh yeah, and you guys go to leave. Both of you make intelligence saves.
$15 all day.
16 all day.
Okay, the both of you just came from a place where you were given the names of 3 herbal ingredients. You did not recognize all of them. You are in a place where somebody is an herbalist, apothecary expert. If you wanted to investigate that further,
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the Columbo thing. Oh, just one more thing.
yeah, but Columbo does that with people who are in trouble.
Yeah, it doesn't really work here. Once again, I was hoping you would gloss over that.
Okay.
This better not awaken something in me, Cullen. I hope you were going to gloss over that.
Right.
Caution, before I leave, if I could impose upon your knowledge for a moment.
Oh, sure. What else can I help you with?
While Vigil was being treated, a few natural items came up. I was hoping you might tell me more about them. I have the names, but I think I recognize one as a sleep aid from my days on the road. The other 2 are unknown to me.
Ah. Yes. Now I am using names of actual plants, but not like what they theoretically do, because I don't. That
It's
is,
your own world and you can make it up.
yeah, basically. So the one that you all recognized as the sleep aid was the evening primrose. And she goes, and she like sort of says, yes, good, you're right. Evening primrose is helps you sleep. She looks at the other 2 and she says, oh, the feverfew is it's sort of an old school recreational kind of psychedelic hallucinogen sort of thing. And the black cohosh, well, that would just be in there to accelerate it all. So you said Vigil was carrying a concoction of these 3 things around? Is that what you're saying?
No, apologies for the misunderstanding. During his treatment, discussion came up.
Oh. They were treating him with it? That's
No.
weird.
No, unfortunately, this is an area where I don't know much. I'm neither a healer nor an apothecary. But there was concern that he had been perhaps affected by them. I don't know how.
Oh, I see. Well, if you put those 3 things all together, well, I think the only thing you'd be curing is being awake.
Would it help with your memory?
No, it would do, the feverfew would do the opposite.
Just gonna write these down for personal
I also like
reference.
the accent. It's not anything placeable other than old lady.
I believe the actual dialect is crone.
Yeah. You know, she's from Old Ladyland. It's like next to Lunch Ladyland, but there's less soup.
But it's better.
Yeah. Yeah.
And plenty of crackers. They keep stealing them from the restaurants.
You know who says fuck me in the goat ass all the time?
Besides me?
One of the game grumps.
Oh. Yeah, I say that all the time.
No, I was saying to Becky when I got sick the other night, Josh and I still sit there. So I'm coming out of the booth. don't hate him because he's not funny anymore. I hate him because he used to
I hate him because he used to what?
Try.
Oh,
I need to go and get something besides candy to eat really quick. Give me a moment.
okay.
I'm going to pee.
You do that. I think I'm going to follow Becky's lead, and no, nobody can hear.
Hello, Josh.
Hello.
I got string cheese and tortilla chips.
Oh.
It's kind of sort of better than candy, I think.
Oh, the string cheese is for sure, and I'm sure the tortilla chips are as well.
Their original seasoning flavor.
These are spicy flavors. Spicy is not a flavor. Aunt, did you just get done looking at your hair? Is that what happened with the hat?
No, I'm really tired of my hair getting in my face.
Oh, okay.
Tired of looking at my hair. Presenting my own hair. The Anthony Suarez story.
Give me one moment.
No problem. Okay, so you got the lowdown on those 3 ingredients.
Yes.
Did you say that was the dirty lowdown?
No, it was not the dirty lowdown. Why do you want him to say that? It's a song, he says.
I know.
Is it a song?
I mean, don't know why he'd lie. I think it is. I want to say like a.
Josh, fact check my husband. No. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Come at me, bro.
It was a joke. Sagey Page, you are fine, baby. I don't know if you can hear him walking around screaming because the kid is gone. And so, you know, the only person that he actually loves is away forever and ever. He's counted.
I see. Yeah, apparently it's a song by Boz Scaggs.
Boz Scaggs, yeah, I thought so.
Excellent.
Okay, you guys go and get some food. She takes you to this really good tiefling food place, which I've said before is like Indian food. It's called Mother's Nest, and it's clearly like a small family-run place. And there is a hobgoblin here, and you two and everyone else are tieflings. And it's one of those places where like Tenacity like asks you guys what you want, and as you go through the menu and stuff, and then when the waitress comes up, whether the waitress can understand common or not, they appear to only be speaking. They're only speaking in Infernal. So without you asking, unless somebody steps in and says, "Don't do that," Tenacity just orders for you too.
I've had a lot of delicious food. I like it. I have yet to find one I really don't like.
Yeah, she's like, they do, you know.
I take that back. Dry tack.
Well, that's not really food. That's food substitute.
Right.
So what are you thinking, Tenacity? Is there something we don't know that we're not privy to yet that you might know? Like, this is a mystic order or something?
It's not pinging that for me. They are clearly.
It's Josh.
My microwave is so needy. Like literally, if you don't open it up, it will go off every 10 seconds. It will keep going off every like 10 seconds. She says, I think we don't have enough. I don't have enough pieces to rule anything out or in right now. You know, it's good to know what all the plant stuff was, but like, you know, she didn't say any of that was particularly hard to get, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, anybody could have come up with that just based on who we fought. This is somebody. These are people with training, but like we're all in agreement that it's all related, right? That we didn't happen to just. We didn't have this thing happen in the alley, and then there happened to be the great apothecary heist next door at the Viridescent Vine, right? We all think those two things are connected somehow?
Yes. I think so.
I don't know if Becky's making a face or if Aries making a face.
Becky's making a face. This must be something I'm misremembering. Oh. No, I get what you're saying now. It took me a moment to put it together. Breaking into the apothecary and Eva going missing, they're related. It's not just happenstance.
Right.
I get it now.
we weren't investigating crime A and then crime R is happening over here and we didn't know anything about it. We just bumbled it. That would be full ass Keystone Copsing it. That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're agreed. It's related.
I mean, the weird thing is, if this is just a random kid, if somebody's just kidnapping her for sex trafficking or whatever, like, you're not going to be able to put Divinity Vincer out on the street without everyone knowing who she is. I mean, unless you take her just way away from the alley.
Even then, I've seen the clientele. That's not a safe bet. The echo's really fucking with me.
You're not. You're
Yeah,
muted.
so
That's
I don't know where
why.
the echo's coming from.
Yeah.
I was going to say no. Based on the clientele I saw last night, even then, it's a gamble. She's well known. She has wings. Trafficking her somewhere else in the city on the street is a problem. I don't think that's what's happened if she's being trafficked.
Yeah, and I don't think this is randos.
No.
Does
Her look of surprise makes me think that it's someone she knows.
Huh. Tenacity goes, huh. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah. It's said by both Vics that when someone came around the corner, Diva looked back in surprise. But not like, oh, it's you, not what are you people doing here?
Oh.
Am I misremembering that, Josh? Is that not what we were told?
You are putting things in there that was not what you were told.
Oh.
You're putting in a degree of specificity that I did not say.
Okay, never mind. I take all that back.
Okay. No, all they said is that she looked surprised.
Oh, okay.
She's like, well, so just putting pieces together here, I'd say whoever came around the corner and surprised them, that's the duster, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be my thinking as well.
Huh. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. If there's anybody from the community out looking for her, Moni will know. And I think that it's probably better for whoever did this if we find them before the community does.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there anything like you guys know that you haven't shared yet? That you're not going to feed me more investigation, can't comment stuff about?
No, I think we're past that point. What the fuck does she not know? Okay, she knows about the poison. She knows about the...
She doesn't know you arrested Robinette. She doesn't know that because she was gone for that. She was gone by then.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that he was being a dick about not staying. Well, I don't think he was being a dick. He just didn't want to keep cooperating when he was under arrest.
Oh, yeah, I got the human in holding.
I was going to say, you didn't have to tell her that.
No, I didn't. I did.
You know, you guys don't have to be. I appreciate how much you're sharing right now.
Yeah, this is Bex genuinely not seeing anything else.
That we would be hiding from her.
Right. But she doesn't know that, so.
Right.
I think we're good.
Okay. She says, you know, I appreciate you guys sharing on this. I know that, like, for what it's worth, I would have. Nah.
Rather, one of our uniforms wasn't injured and you would have taken the case wholly by yourself?
Well, yeah, but also I wouldn't have wanted you to find out that. Nah. I wasn't trying to play you guys for fools. I was just working my angle.
Mm-hmm. You know, I happen to agree with you about justice and the law. I see them as two separate things.
Yeah, well.
The thing I've never come to on justice, however, is that there's an angle to it. I think that's the fundamental difference between you and your sister. Well, and then I drop my microphone and step back from the table. No.
Like, I'm going to go to the bathroom, by which I mean throw my hip hop poses in the men's room.
She did argue for certain rights for sentient creatures, though. It was impressive.
Oh, she's probably the best legal mind in our family. And if you know anything, our family, that's actually saying something. But like I think the other difference between her and I is
this rack.
No. She's like, I just feel like Temerity just has a slavish devotion to the law. She'll work to change it when she thinks it's unjust, but Temerity trusts that system more than I think I ever would. And also, I think she was a little bit more willing to cave to our parents' expectations than I was. But she's the one with the successful government job, and I live in quarters of cathedrals and chapels and churches and tents, and by some very real metrics, like she's some very real metrics that are very important to some people.
She's more successful.
Yeah,
Are they important to you?
No, I don't give a shit. I do miss being with my sister on the road, though, but I was really just stopping in Haven City for a few days to see Pandemonium and hang out in the alley and talk to some of the priests and stuff, and I wasn't going to get in Temerity's way. Or, you know, she keeps telling me I'm not an embarrassment, but, you know, she talks to me like I'm an idiot. So anyway, I don't mean to involve you in our dirty laundry, although that is exactly what I just did.
Mhm.
I'm adorable.
I'm used to it. I have cousins galore. I love brunches. They're amazing. There's so much gossip. I'm so happy I'm an only child.
She laughs. Yeah, imagine if there was another one who looked just like you.
Might drive me insane.
I'm gonna be in my bunk. Okay.
Okay, you get done with lunch, or unless there's more conversation you want to have.
No, I think we're good.
Good.
Um, you head over to the Haven in Hell, and she takes you around to not the side door where the crime scene was, but another one. Actually, it's nearly a back door, but it's still technically on the side. Knocks on the door, and a younger tiefling woman answers the door. Not Moni, and she goes and looks at you two and goes, "Oh, hi, Temerity." And Tenacity goes, "They know." And she goes, "Oh." And she goes, "Oh, sorry, officers. Hi, Tenacity. She's up. Do you want to come in?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she says, "Yeah, you guys head upstairs to the living space that's over the bar portion of the Haven in Hell."
Do they have a good fry up?
Ooh.
Well, you can smell fried food having it having recently been fried, but yes. The room that they said, "Oh, wait here, I'll go get her." It's like rugs and tapestries and draperies and scented candles and poofs and poofy chairs.
Well, I'm gonna sit on a poof.
Yeah.
I think if I sit on a poof, I'm just going to disappear. So I'm going to look for something a little firmer than that.
Okay. You
Seems unwise to sink.
You find some ottomans and some big like wingback chairs.
Yes.
Developed this weird ramen addiction lately. Not addiction, but just
Fascination.
yeah.
Intriguement. That's not a real word. Don't check me on that.
I mean, I feel like pretty damn close though.
Come
Right.
at me, bro. Ow.
What did you do?
I knocked my foot against the bottom of the table, you know, like you do.
Off down the hallway, you hear tenacity, and then you hear a lute playing, and she comes in, and then she looks at you, and Moni enters the room playing her lute with like a smile, and she looks and she sees you all, and like her face kind of falls a little. And in Infernal, she gestures to you two and says something like she's clearly asking a question. And in the middle of the statement, you hear inspectors, da 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 da, inspectors, da 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 da. And she's like, "Stop it! They're actually really decent, and they're helping on the divinity case." And she goes, "Very well, excuse me." And you're like, "She did not have an accent the last time we were here."
No, she did not.
And she goes, "You will forgive my accent, or I can speak with the regular Haven City accent if you'd like, but it would really be easier for me if I could just speak with my normal accent."
Please be yourself.
Oh, thank you. And then Tenacity looks at her and says something in a tone that's pleading, in that kind of "come on" sort of way, like "come on, dude" sort of way, and says da 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 da, "Vir doesn't vine, da 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 da, make amends." And she's like, "Oh, really? You went and saw Caution and you offered to pay for the mess that was made?"
Yes.
"Well, then you are very unlike any other constables that we have ever seen. So, yes."
I would hope that many would have gone to make at least their apologies. I am fortunate enough to be in a place where I can personally make amends, and it is the right thing to do. Hopefully, I am not the last of the constables like this that you see.
Well, from your lips to Lydia's ears, then.
Lyria. I feel like that's familiar.
I think I'm saying it wrong. It's Lyda.
Yes,
Is it Lyra, Ants?
it is.
All right. This is how
Stop it. Not you, the cat. The cat's
Okay.
back here going,
Lyda. Then from your lips to Lyda's ears. Pandemonium sits down on one of her big gilded wingback chairs and starts sort of low-key. You know how people who fiddle with guitars, like doing that with her lute?
okay.
The absent-minded.
Yeah.
This
So-
is just what I do with my hands.
So Inspector Meriasandi, who pays for her, who apologizes and pays, and Inspector Sandeman, who goes with her to do these things. How can I help you? Have you found our divinity yet?
We have not, and we were hoping you might provide us information that would help us there. We're hitting a lot of roadblocks.
Well, that is not surprising. Well, since Tenacity vouches for you, I will answer any questions that I can.
I believe last night you said the young, pale human who came to the club was not known to you. Is that correct?
I did not know him. I do not know him. However, my maitre d', Percy, who I think you saw rushing about, trying to get people in and telling the other servers to bring drinks out, that is Percy. He says that he had noticed him several times in the last week or so. Now, Percy's memory is usually very good for about a week. And she does laugh like that. She's like, to be fair, he has a lot to keep track of every day. So I think from this we can safely say that young human has been here at least once in the last week, and maybe twice in the last week, or twice in the last 2 weeks.
That is different from what he said to us, said Anthony, out of character.
Yeah.
Quickly making up for that. Hello, Josh,
Yeah.
not Moni.
What'd the kid say? Kid said a thing.
Right? That's what I'm trying to. Almost home.
I saw.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
It would be
Friday
rude
night-
to not respond to them when they do the thing we asked them to do of updating us on where they are.
Right. For like, we got to play about four hours or so on Friday, and like, until his older brother and Miley got there, he was reading us the updates he was getting because Miley went to go get him from the train station. Only the train.
Who is he?
Joe's older brother Tyrion
Okay.
was on the train in from Menifee, which is way out past Riverside into Orange County, and apparently somewhere on the train around Corona del Mar, which doesn't mean anything to you, but not terribly far away, somebody had gotten out on the tracks and gotten hit by the train. And of course, this was nowhere near a station, so they couldn't detrain any of the people in case they wanted to go. And Tyrion ended up getting stuck on a train for like 4 hours because at some point they were waiting for the coroner. They couldn't move the train until the coroner had gotten there. So like you telling me, we're going to reward the behavior we asked for with responding to it. It's like, hey, at least yours doesn't involve a fucking coroner.
Right? Good news.
I mean, we haven't been paying that close of attention. It might. We're just generally doing thumbs up and shit.
Anyway, it would have been fine if you had said that that's not what he told us before, but
Yeah.
you said it as a player, so that's fine.
Okay. So at least once, probably twice in at least a week, maybe 2 weeks.
So I don't have to tell you what I think that means now in light of what has actually happened.
Surveillance.
At the very least.
I understand that this is a ridiculous question, given the amount of business that your club does and the number of patrons there. But is there any chance one of your bartenders might remember them in their order?
The human, you mean?
Yes.
I mean, there is always a chance, but it's not something I thought to ask them later that night.
Quite all right.
They should be showing up in a couple of hours for setup before we open tonight. I will make sure that they are compliant with your questions.
We'll bring cookies. It doesn't have to sound quite so aggressive.
Well,
We generally show up with food. We just ate lunch. We should have brought you something. Tenacity didn't tell us what your favorite dish was, though. Blame her. I blame her. It's Tenacity's fault.
oh no, you are guests for the first time in my house. If you would have brought me food, it would be an insult, which is why Tenacity did not let you.
Oh, well then
Hooray.
I'll find something else to blame her for, but thank you.
In fact, you said you have already eaten. So, but you still have room for tea, do you not?
Yes.
Yes.
She leans back and Tenacity like does this. Like drops her head and goes, Terra! Da 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 da. And just like
That was a
fire-
Josh's nipple question. No
Did-
right answer.
Yeah. Did she just have a stroke? No, I know she was speaking infernal. It was a joke.
A racist one. So it's super funny.
Against a species that doesn't exist.
But who are modeled after
The Indians. Yes, I get
Indian
it.
and Arabic Pakistani culture. No, it's fine. She says, well, yes, it's entirely possible. It's not exactly, our bartenders in general, I think, remember the orders of their regulars and then remember very irregular customers. So there is a chance.
That's if it were anyone else or any other descriptor, I wouldn't even ask such a ridiculous thing. I am optimistic. You seem to be well informed of the goings on here in the neighborhood in general. We heard an interesting story about another performer named Felicity.
Oh my God, Felicity. Yes, and what has she to do with this?
We have no idea. We are looking for anything we can to help us find Diva as quickly as possible.
Well, she is one of my performers, and to be very honest, she is incredibly clearly jealous of Divinity, but like you said, you had heard something?
Just that.
I see.
There wasn't...
Oh, is this about that trifle in front of the smoking hot?
Yes.
This is the story we heard, yes.
Somebody had seen it and there had allegedly been words, but...
Yes, apparently Felicity was quite drunk and Divinity was, well, Divinity. And we don't call her Diva for nothing. Words were exchanged. Felicity became incredibly upset in addition to being quite drunk. And I think they were pulled apart before they could try to pull each other apart, and there was food thrown, and you know how young people are, they like to make everything so dramatic. And on the word dramatic, a black-skinned tiefling who like Melancholy's sort of complexion comes in with a big fucking like sculpted brass tray, like literally holding it this like wider than shoulder width apart, with a big, I think they're called samovars, big ornate fucking tea things, like surrounded by no less than 4 different types of tea cookie. Lots of like lots of burping and choking. Lots of cardamom smell, lots of cinnamon smell, coconut sort of smell. Like, yeah, just a huge thing of tea with a bunch of cups and just an obscene amount of tea cookies.
Well, it'd be wrong not to finish this.
It would be wrong to not at least try. Well, both of you roll history with advantage.
That's our partners here.
22.
18.
All right. You both get that as a matter of decorum, you must eat to completion a minimum of 1 of each of the cookies and finish at least 1 cup of tea.
Okay.
She says, given how many bodies they pulled out of the Veritas and Vine next door after you were done there, I would be very shocked if Felicity had anything to do with this. However, I don't know everything, but she is a jealous girl with a high talent for dancing and a less good talent for singing, which she finds convenient to take out on Divinity. Divinity, on the other hand, knows all of these things and has no compunction whatsoever about teasing her about it.
That's a volatile combination. I'm sorry that you have to put up with that on the
Well,
regular
it is
basis.
why they do not perform. Yes, thank you very much, Officer. It is why they do not perform on the same nights. And in fact, although I do not really enforce it, Felicity is not even supposed to. They are not even supposed to be here when the other is performing. Now, do I enforce this? Not at all. Do they break this rule? All the time. But I use it when I want to.
Sorry, I had a third one. Did Felicity conspire with ninjas to kidnap Diva? Yes, she did.
Because now I use this rule to yell at them and threaten them when they break it. But that is really all I have ever intended to do with it. To just hold it over their head.
And adventure over. No, I like my answer better.
Was Felicity performing last night?
She was supposed to be on last night, yes. In fact, she even had the audacity to say that Divinity found a way to shorten her stage time by this whole incident.
Well, for some people, the world happens to them.
And for others, it revolves around them. Or so they think. I have to pee. I'm going to let you catch up on notes.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, shit. It looks like the Divinity thing is, or the Felicity thing is a non-starter.
So why's that shit? It means we can eliminate a lead.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you learn the truth by the shape of what you don't know about it. If you make another comment about poets, I might stab you in your knee.
No, that's fair.
Erie doesn't say this out loud, but by the way, Tenacity lied.
What did Tenacity lie about?
This being the first time she met Erie.
That morning.
Because she met her last night.
Oh.
Ha! Your sister's a really good liar. Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
No, that's all.
No, so to be perfect, like we can make that canon, but to be very clear, the DM misunderstood the question.
Oh, okay. I'm totally good with that. Of just this, yes, the incident starting last night was the first time.
Was this because I think is this the first time I've met you to Josh, not Tenacity, but to Josh? This meaning since this shit started at the Haven in Hell.
Ah. I should have clarified. Okay, then I guess she didn't.
No, I think I should have paid
know.
better attention to the question. Anyway. But if you want to, you can, I will let you, the player can make whichever choice, and I think both would be valid.
Something screwy.
Right.
Okay, are these at least good cookies?
She's a rich lady.
She is a rich lady. These, it's gonna be. I think Ari is probably fine with them. I think the palate is probably very sophisticated for Merle. You know, sweets from other cultures do not always translate. Cardamom's an interesting thing to put on cookies. I've had it with Indian cookies, and I really like it. But if you're not prepared for that, then it's weird.
Yeah. Much like the cookies Brecky brought into this house. No, I'm kidding. Those are actually kind of neat. Becky's coworker brought her some Indian cookies that she's a fan of, and
is the coworker named Brecky?
No, Anthony mispronounced Becky.
Okay.
His name is Prabhu. He FaceTimed me the other night while he was in India to introduce me to his dog first and then his mother.
Okay.
It was great.
Well, you know, the king comes in last, so I don't know what that means. In any case, yeah, so they are, let me put it this way, they are very well made with very high quality ingredients. Whether or not you like them, it's different, right? I can see Merle going like, oh, these are different.
Weird. Yeah.
Like, you just got chocolate chip or snickerdoodles if you're being fancy.
But if you're not viewing them as a cookie.
Right. Well, she's referred to them as tea cookies, which can color people's, what do you call it?
Expectations.
Thank you. I was going to say impression, but that's not the word. Thank you. Tonight, the role of auxiliary vocabulary will be played by Anthony Suarez. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any more? Do you have any more questions?
Asking about the general questions we've been asking, anybody who's been paying particular attention to her other than the human.
Everyone.
No, but the particular attention. Moni will understand what that means.
Well,
Saturday Night Live. Brecky was one of the porn stars who was doing the commercials. I just remembered where the word Brecky came from, the name Brecky. Wait, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Fabergé. Sorry.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm loath to admit that I hadn't noticed the boy had been here twice already in the last several weeks, but we are rather busy. In terms of, you know, she always has fans. She always has rival performers who are jealous of her. She always, I cannot say that anyone particularly stood out or that she had picked any fights. All of that said, I'm sure you've heard by now that Divinity lives up to her nickname. If she wasn't completely worth all of her attitude and who she brings into the house, then I don't think I would have put up with it for so long. But you know, not to be totally crass and say this about one of my own people, but she does sing like an angel.
On that note, Moni, I've been trying to gauge the reaction of individuals. I understand that being born with the wings can be seen as a sign of fortune or favor. Do you think there are those who take that more seriously or literally? Are there other stories attached to them?
Oh, there are all kinds of legends and stories. In terms of where the direction in which I think you are headed, who would find it incredibly either important and portentous or a sign of doom and terrible prophecy. The only, and I do not, and to the best of my knowledge, and I am not hiding here, to the best of my knowledge, we do not have one of these in Inferno Alley, and I do not know of one in Haven City, though I do not know every tiefling here. The Asmodean cults would consider her an oracle, I think is the best word for it. But we do not have a cult of Asmodeus in Haven City that I know of.
Where are those Black Brothers supposed to be from, Josh?
You don't, the ones you guys fought?
The ones, well, did we fight them? That's the rumor, that's who they were. We didn't have confirmation on those guys being from that cult. I thought it was.
Do you mean the guys you fought last night?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking you. You don't know where they were from.
Okay. And there wasn't like some, I want to say Black Rock Brotherhood. What was the name of that? I'm way off. Never mind. I'll go back to. Okay.
Do you mean the Black Corps?
Anthony's thinking of Black Corps and the
I
splinter
am
group,
thinking
the
of Black
Rift
Corps.
Fiends, but they're more of paramilitary / defense contractor groups.
That's
than
right. I
cult
forgot.
Types.
My bad.
Rift Fiends are kind of culty, and they're thinking of nothing's ever enough. We gotta bring war. But
Okay.
I think that's about where it goes.
Yeah, that's what I was confusing. My bad. It's a cult. That's all. Organized humans. It's a cult.
Always. Did you just mic drop your ramen?
No.
Because it looked like you did from what I could see. Because all that happened was you just went.
Oh, yeah. I put it down and I was like, I thought I had a big drip of sauce on my face. So I was trying to, I thought I had a napkin right here. I was just trying to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I was really trying to clarify, Ants, is I thought maybe you were alluding to the Way of the Long Shadow Monks that you were fighting in your solo.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Should he be?
No. No, they're not on the board anymore. They don't count. They're no longer a threat. I already dealt with them. They can't come back. That's cheating.
Well, there you go. Ants, roll a flat insight.
I'm gonna fail it. Yeah. See?
Well, with that kind of attitude.
Any flat roll you give Merle is a failure. I just.
Okay. This is all, not that Uri and Merle had that question or had that conversation, but even on that 8, you're like, those guys weren't fighting like monks.
Oh. Okay.
You fought enough, especially recently, you fought enough Way of the Long Shadow Monks that you're like, that's not how they were fighting at all. And like, honestly, your DC for that, like 8 is not good, and you didn't meet the DC I had set in my head. I'm not going to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
But also, you're just like, that's not hard. You're a trained fucking monk. Your wife is a monk of a different school. You just fought a bunch of monks from a third school. You know when you see a same fighting style, like especially like 4 days later.
Yeah.
You're like, oh shit, I better get some of those Sun Soul motherfuckers to help me again. But yeah, no. No, what I said was they were trained. I didn't say they were monk.
No. I didn't think they were. I never said monks. I never thought they were monks.
Okay.
I would like to know if they were monkey trained.
They were trained by monkeys.
Yes.
And you'll know that
Name
because
just got
next
so
time you
much
fight
better.
them, they're going to use poo as a ranged weapon.
It's pronounced Hadozi, and we don't know what they look like anymore.
Minstrels.
Did you say menstruals or minstrels? Menstruals. Minstrels. Yeah, okay.
But that brings us to a conversation I wanted to make you aware of, which is Anthony told me that the song, I don't remember what it is now, some song.
Mama's little baby. Mama's little baby loves shortening.
Yeah.
Mama's little baby loves shortening bread.
He
Okay.
told me as we were driving around, he told me that that was a minstrel song, and it bummed him out a little bit. But for some reason, my brain did not go minstrel.
This is
It
when
went-
we both woke up, by the way. We had both woken up. That's when I said this to her because I had been dreaming about that.
Oh, yeah, we weren't driving.
I was
We
going to
weren't
say,
driving,
you were
that's
driving right after waking up? What the hell?
right. No, we were sitting up, and then I brought it up later and was like, what? I heard MENSTRUAL, and I'm like, how?
Yeah.
Is it shortening? Is that a tampon? Are we talking about period products?
Yeah.
I don't understand at all. So you just went through the same thing as me. Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
All righty. Yeah, she tells you that about, she says, so yeah, she would be considered very important to Asmodean or cults of Asmodeus or Asmodean cults, but she doesn't believe that there is one operating in town. And she goes on to say, our people have spent a lot of time trying to separate our image from that sort of thing. So I haven't even heard whispers of one since I came to this city. But while we are on things I have heard whispers of, there are definitely a group of people who have taken it upon themselves to be out and about in the alley and the surrounding area to find her. I hope that you and Tenacity can find her soon before these vigilantes do something stupid and create even more chaos in our home.
We're going to do everything we can. Moni, thank you for your time. We understand that we have roused you fairly early. The cookies are delicious. This one with the little nut on top. What is that one? I've not had that one before.
And she gives you a name.
It's very, very good.
And
we will.
She puts up her finger and goes, Tara, bring a box. Well, Tara is bringing you a box for your cookies. May I ask what you have done with the human boy? Are you pausing because you don't want to tell me you had to let him go?
We have not done that, no, ma'am. However, it is part of an ongoing investigation, and standard procedure is not to disclose a number of details to the public at large. Recognizing, though, your status as a community leader whose business was at least indirectly under attack last evening, and who has a great reach in the community, he is being held under suspicion. We are doing everything we can. Vigilantes and amateurs roaming the streets and busting down doors will not help us, and they will only harm Divinity. We will do our absolute best and work as fast as we can.
I believe that is true.
I didn't even have to have a cheese plate.
No, in fact, you might be feeling like you kind of got out hospitality yourself.
Yes. Last night was not the constable's best work. I do sincerely hope there is no further cause for the constables to be here in any negative capacity anytime soon. But if they are, if we are, we will commit to doing better.
She's noodling around on her lute and just looking at you. And she's playing a song. Ding, 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 ding. And a blue tiefling comes in.
Oh, I know that song.
A blue tiefling comes in with a box and she points with her chin at the cookies and he puts those in and he quietly whispers, would you like any of the others, miss?
I do not wish to appear greedy, but they were all quite amazing.
Oh,
A small sample. I must watch my figure. My own mother would be dismayed.
my mother would tell you you must eat, or how do you expect to get a man looking so thin?
You should have a conversation with her.
Anyway, when Terror is done
Get
and
out.
gives you their box, the song is still playing. Do you guys go to get up?
Have we finished our tea?
You could have finished your tea, yes.
Weren't we going to speak to the barman?
They're not going to be in for a few hours.
Okay.
So we're going to try and come back later in a few hours for that. Is this noodling or is this a song?
No, this is a song.
Well, you don't stand up in the middle of somebody's performance. That's just rude.
Okay. The song goes on for like another 5 minutes. And she's like, I hope you can find her. And I hope nothing bad happens to you. And when you do stand up, you feel like, yeah, we're going to find her. And nothing
Bardic
bad is gonna happen. You're both sitting on a D8 of Bardic Inspiration.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's why you never stand up during a performance. It's rude.
It's like, the rest of my staff will be here in an hour. But you will forgive me if I need the privacy of my apartments until then.
Of course, we've other work to do in the interim. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Going to take these cookies and promise not to eat them all on the way out.
I say stuff too as I'm leaving.
Yeah. So like what I'm kind of going for here is a tiefling madam of, oh wait, you haven't watched The Expanse. Okay, never mind.
I'm just imagining it kind of like trying to get out of your mom or your grandma's house. You have to say goodbye like 4 times and just keep creeping out. And,
Is it the Indian woman? Is it the Indian woman from?
It's Madame Avasarala from
The Expanse.
Yeah, but like a younger version of her.
Oh, okay.
Because this is not an old tiefling, but yeah. So yes, she graciously she smiles you out of her home and back down the steps.
Get the fuck out, playing us out moderately aggressively.
No, you need a piano for that.
Yeah. Or like maybe minimum, right? Small orchestra is ideal, but yeah, what are your thoughts? So Divinity's like, huh, I must be slipping. I hadn't even thought of the Asmodean cults. But yeah, I think that, I think she's telling the truth, but I might need to check in with some of my people to see if they've heard of any. Because, she goes, because, Moni will know in town,
Right.
but our people might know in the larger area. And as much as I love her, I think, like, if there were one north of the river, which would shock me, but I don't know if Moni would.
Give them up to cops.
Huh?
Give them up to cops.
No, for the Asmodeus cult, she absolutely would, but she might not know they exist if they're north of the river. Her influence doesn't extend up there.
Yeah, not really. She might have a couple of contacts, but that would be contacts, not influence.
I mean, like, I know my cousin would know her. He and his boyfriend, or at least of her. I'm certain they've been down here.
Right.
But not the same thing. There's a lot of outlying land as well, and the further out you get towards the walls, the more stitious folk become.
Yeah, that's true.
I also question how much she would know if it's known that she's so vehemently opposed to them. If a cult were able to get in and infiltrate to this point, they would have to be operating fairly carefully.
That's true. She doesn't, she's weirdly traditional and yet a modernist at the same time. She likes the traditional aspects of our culture, but she doesn't like the older beliefs. And while the alley gives us a place to be ourselves, it also, like, she doesn't want us to be lapsing back into people thinking we come from the nine hells.
Understandable.
Right?
It's a hell of a reputation to hold on to.
Pun intended, officer.
Moderately so. On occasion, I've been known to have a sense of humor.
Well, where are you off to next? I think I have to schlep myself back across the river to Whitechapel.
I
I don't know what happened to Bex just now, but she made one of these faces. Oh.
She went,
Oh, but you were doing something with your computer. I saw you looking around and went like you had clicked on the wrong thing or something.
No, just as I was zooming in, I ate chips earlier, so now I have a persistent chip crumb that will also rip my esophagus open. Have you ever had those?
Yes.
Yeah. They're
It's
so
fire.
small.
I
A
hate
shard
it.
of glass. I think we're going to go back to HQ. I'm going to give another list of items to pull to Terex, who I never gave the first list to. So I'm going to give both lists to pull to Terex now.
Oh, right. Yeah. I think in all that. Yes. I think in all the.
I figured she hid out in the bathroom until we left.
No, but you were going to do that before. You mentioned something about that before. And then I think in the confusion about where Sydenham was, everyone forgot. Oh, yes, you were going to put Terex onto some research. Did she? Yeah, she hid out in the bathroom for a little bit. Oh, they're good. They're gone. Okay, well, I'm just going to go back to the record for a minute.
I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing. But the halfling is eerie. What?
Eerie is the halfling. The halfling is eerie.
Is this code? We don't know what you're doing. Merle, any other ideas?
not a one. Other than to actually speak to Felicity, but that seems like a loose end. Just Oh.
If she was performing last night and Diva is still known to be missing today, which the news is still going to run around, chances are good she's going to be back at the club tonight, either looking to be on the stage or looking to try and get the spotlight for herself, is my guess. I think trying to roust her now is a bad idea. We'll get more of the persnickety and snappy that artiste types are known to display. If we wait tonight and approach her like she is somebody, it might get us further. But I don't know.
No, I think you're right. You talked me into it.
I don't even have a cheese board. It must be my lucky day.
You're very poetical with your words. Poetical.
You should tell that to the captain.
You won't let me.
That's because you were going to do something dumb like be like, no, it was all my decision. Blah, blah, blah. I'm Merle Sanderman. And do you know what these stripes mean?
I don't say that every time.
No, it's been days since I've heard it. I had to stop and wonder if that was still what you said.
All right, so back to H2. Merle just giving her the fuck you eye the entire way back.
We've got the conveyance. We'll schlep her across to HQ.
Yeah.
Okay,
and then it's the underground is fairly close.
Okay, so you take Tenacity with you. You get back to the constable inspector's office. She bids you adieu and says she's off to Whitechapel to do some research. You come in and you seek out Terex.
Yes.
Okay. Terex is, unsurprisingly, up in the records room.
Good job, Terex. I bring in the cookies.
Okay.
Hello, Terex.
Hello, Beckett. No. Oh, hi, Ari.
I have cookies.
Those smell like tiefling cookies.
They are indeed. I have some things I need you to look up and pull records on if you can.
Okay.
And also, I have made it a point to be out of the office all day since that happened, so I need you to tell me, rather, what's going on, because we beelined right up here.
What's going on with what?
How's the office? What are people talking about? How's the captain? How's the sergeant?
You know I've been at work in the records room all day, right, Ari?
Right, but you still hear things. You heard about temerity and tenacity.
Because they were shouting outside my window while I'm down a floor.
Okay.
Are you asking me? I don't know what you're talking about with the captain or the lieutenant, but
Whether they're pissed.
She has no idea. Everyone is still sort of a buzz about, ooh, I didn't know she had a sister. What was she doing? There is like it takes people a while after the titillation part to go like, hey, so Ari and Merle didn't seem to know that they weren't talking to Temerity either. So like, is that illegal? What she did? Like, was she impersonating her sister? Like, hey, is she like, what's going on with that? There are people who are like, well, we are still cops, and wait, what? Like, people are starting to sort of think of the ramifications, but nobody's like saying anything out loud and like, well, she should go to jail. None of that. But she does tell you that some people, it's occurring to some people that like you guys maybe didn't know either. And what does that mean? And well, hey, technically, isn't that impersonating an officer of the court? And if Merle there'd be kind of like, that's what I said.
But is it though? Because technically she never claimed to be Temerity. We all addressed her as Temerity and assumed. She didn't correct us, but she didn't claim, and she didn't claim to be the chief prosecutor.
Yeah, good luck arguing that in court. She also didn't correct anyone.
Right. I'm just saying it's a whole headache. So, anyways, I'm typing up the list of items for you.
I mean, Merle is 100% correct here. Like any judge this goes before is going to go, did you correct anyone? No. In fact, not only did I not correct them, I specifically let them keep thinking of that for my own benefit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's impersonating.
It's not impersonating if we're related. It's exactly impersonating if you're related.
But we look the
what are you-
same. How is that against the rules?
What are you, 6? It's absolutely the same thing.
Yeah, it's the I think it's called Legal Eagles. It's not Paul Newman, but the other one from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
No.
Head of Hydra, what's his name? Robert Redford.
Robert Redford, yeah.
Yeah, it's Legal Eagles. That's the name of that movie. It came out the same year as Howard the Duck.
Oh, did it?
Yep.
Yeah, and Deborah Winger, and she goes, and he's like, we can't go in there. It's breaking and entering. And she goes, no, the door's open. It's only entering. There's no laws against that. There are hundreds of laws against that.
Excellent.
I'm kind of freaked out about the idea that I pulled Legal Eagles out of my ass. What is that, like 86, 85?
I went and visited the Universal Studios that year. That's why I remember. Those were the two big movies coming out for Universal.
Oh.
Howard the Duck and Legal Eagles.
Bex, you're still typing something, right? Okay. Oh, yep, 1986. Robert Redford, Deborah Winger, Daryl Hannah, and Brian Dennehy. Oh, and Terrence Stamp. A 1986 American legal romantic comedy mystery crime thriller film. That's just like keep adding a genre each time until your head explodes.
Yeah.
Legal romantic comedy mystery crime thriller film by Ivan Reitman. It just is missing sci-fi.
I'm sorry, my love. I farted. It's going to be bad.
Well then, having given that list to Terex, and I put it in the chat for you. Oh wait. Having given that list to Terex, I leave the cookies for her.
Mm-hmm.
And say, I know you've got other things to do. As you have the time to look into this, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. She's like, wow, what was the last one? Oh, Pandemonium.
Yeah.
I think you have Pandemonium's last name. I don't know why you wouldn't have it. It's Ventram, Ventram. That's for you. You don't need to put it in there and to give to Terex. I am Terex and I know it. So
Ventram.
Yes. So I'm just checking because to make sure this is not a player oversight. I notice you don't have Vigil on the list. Is that purposeful?
No, I meant to CP his name in with Divinities. No, he was supposed to be in there with Divinity because they're a couple.
Okay. So you mean for her rather? Okay, thank you. Okay. She's like, wow, this is kind of a long list. Like, do you have a deadline or what do you want me to prioritize? Because this is going to take a while.
Cult of Asmodeus first, then look for Robinette Talbot or others matching his description showing up in recent possible arrests, sightings, any problems like that. If you can get me that information first, the others, as you have time, it's more of a vague interest.
She goes, okay, so Asmodean cults 1, Robinette Talbot 2, and then what was 3?
Rift Fiends.
Oh, Rift Fiends. Okay.
Those 3. And then anything else, if you find something interesting as you're going across and going through and prepping it. None of the others, it's just curiosity more than anything.
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I'll put these in writing as I find stuff, and I'll have it to your desk as soon as I can. Like, do you want me to wait until I have it all together, or to like do it in priority order and then like give you little notes?
Priority order and notes would be excellent, Terex. You are wonderful.
Thank you for letting me offload my research for you.
Yes. Yes. That is exactly what it is. And she's going to go, I'll catch up with you downstairs, Merle.
Okay, Merle leaves.
Did Temerity seem upset when Tenacity said I seemed interested?
She deflected.
She deflected. Well, that's not helpful.
She goes, right?
It's like she is so hard to read. Some of us wouldn't be opposed to making a move if we weren't certain we would fall flat on our face and the other person wouldn't even notice.
What if you're both feeling that way?
Then it's a great tragedy and you're going to watch it from afar and you'll have to tell me how it ends.
She goes, or counterpoint, notes. We leave a note on her desk.
We write notes to each other almost every day.
No, not that kind of note. You know, a note. And we put it on her desk.
And has a check box. It has 2 boxes. One to
Merle,
check.
get out of here.
And then, don't forget, Terex is pretty young.
Yes.
And then you say that you like her. And then, but you don't put your name on it. I don't have all of this thought through. And then you know what? Never mind. This seemed easier before I started saying it out loud. I don't know.
That's the problem with trying to figure these things out suddenly. Eventually, you just have to go for it. All right.
Excuse me. She goes, you know, I kind of feel like, I don't know, it's just something about the way Tenacity was talking. I kind of feel like, you know, if you could set aside the whole totally deceiving you when you guys first met, that like maybe you could like I would ship you and Tenacity right now as better. It's better. I think that one's better.
It seems like more fun. We'd go out to more clubs, less nights comparing notes and reading books, more nights dancing.
I think also like, yeah, something like that. Also, like, everyone heard that she's like a justiciar. So I don't think they stay in one place for very long. So even if it didn't work out, like, she'd be gone.
I like that you're giving me an out for the relationship you've already created for when I inevitably fuck it up. I very much appreciate that because that is always how it goes. Did I tell you Did I tell you about the note I got from, and she's going to very briefly go into the story of the halfling that she, I guess, broke up with or whatever, the birthday dinner incident from the backstory. And they go, okay, anyways, I have to go back downstairs. I have to face everybody. I have to do all of this.
Wait, I just thought of something.
Is it a skywriter?
No, it's
Oh.
like, it just occurred to me that if somebody went out with my sister or brother or whatever, I don't think I would want to go out with them. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's no, I immediately changed my mind about that.
It works sometimes in the plays and the operettas, but not so great in real life. Like, I don't have, but I've seen my cousins.
Yeah,
And
but
it
I
is
like don't
bad.
want you comparing me to my siblings, right?
Right. It would be so rough, especially if you already look so much alike. I think that you would have to wonder, yeah, it would be weird. Okay.
Oh my God, it's even worse with twins. Ew, don't listen to me. Don't ever listen to me again about this. Ew, no.
Terex, as always, it has been enlightening and confusing in equal measure. Enjoy the cookies. Let me know if you want me to get dinner or anything sent up for you if you need it. Thank
Um,
you. I appreciate
okay.
it.
Totes.
My goats.
I don't know anything about goats.
They eat a lot.
Anthony?
Is this a good time to talk to my cousin?
Yeah, if you're not at the end of your workday, but if you
Oh
just
no,
tell
I
your
thought I was. I thought I was. Never mind. I'm dumb.
no, you're still like you're in the afternoon is where you are.
Thumbs up.
Okay. You guys got an hour to kill. Can I move time or do you have something to do?
I think I'm good with you moving time.
Okay.
You know,
1 hour later. Tenacity is still
Clock.
not. Huh?
It's the clock.
Tenacity has still not yet returned, although you never said that was part of going, so you don't have to wait for her. But it's actually like 45 minutes later. If you leave now, you'll get there at exactly like the hour if you want to be super punctual.
okay.
All right, so you get in the conveyance, you schlep back to Haven and Hell, and you can see, like, as you're pulling up, you see some staff are arriving. They're like coming in, and some of them are talking to each other and, you know, joking, like, you know, people on their way to work, like you do. Some of them catch sight of you guys pulling up on the conveyance. Also, refresh my memory. Is the conveyance horse-drawn, or is it have we said is the conveyance horse-drawn, or have we said that it's propelled by an artificer magic?
I thought it was artificer magic,
Okay.
but I might be misremembering.
Ants, do you have any remembrance?
Yeah, it's horse drawn. The reason I know that is because I was worried about my low handled animal score.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I
See?
think what we talked about is that they're trying to work on one that is propelled by artificer magic. The alchemist, definitely theirs is horse-drawn. It's a big thing with heavy stuff, and yeah. Okay, a couple of them notice you and are kind of looking at you guys like, what is happening now? And then Pandemonium or Moni comes out and goes, Inspectors, so happy to see you again. Won't you come in? We are just getting ready to set up. And now all the staff kind of look at her a little confused for a second, and then everybody sort of seems to pick up on something, and like their faces go neutral. Not snootral, but neutral.
Snooty neutral.
Yeah.
That's neutral. Well, I think we did determine, however, that Merle's handle animals is better than Erie's, and he typically drives.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm going to
yes,
go
it
ahead
has-
and add something to Merle's tools right now.
It's a poker stick for the conveyance. Yeah, we pull up and I get out and call Moni. Thank you so much for having us come back. We do appreciate it. And
Well,
then,
of course, we are happy to help on this case.
halflings are hospitable. I can go in and make myself busy while I talk to people doing something useful.
Roll an insight for me. It could be with advantage.
$22 all day?
Sure. So the way I just understood what you are saying is like you can help them set up.
Yes and no. It's it's not really the helping as in, hey, tell me what to do and let me get in your way and fuck up your flow. It's the, I'm going to stand over here and hold things as you hand them to me and I ask you a few questions. Help. I know how to be out of your way and not totally fuck up what you're trying to do setting up right now.
Got it. Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
No reason to stop stacking boxes.
Once again, the murder police are here, but we have to do business. No, just basically trying to be out of the way, not stop them from doing work, but still get some questions answered. And it's going to be the questions of, have you seen anybody hanging around paying particular interest? Do you know anybody who's got it out for her? Any concerns? Anything like that?
I would like to continue. Let me unmute.
Okay, I'll let you unmute.
I'd like to continue asking as many questions as I can about the animosity between Diva and Felicity, so that I can stir up a bunch of rumors about Felicity. No, actually. See, I made you unmute for a dumb joke. I'm not going to actually do that. That would be counterproductive. But I would like to speak to Felicity with my partner.
Okay. Felicity, the performers aren't going to be in for like yet another hour. They don't get in with the bar and restaurant staff. But we can you can wait around for that. Like, you're going to get the same question. You're going to get the same answers you've been getting. The reason you guys were coming back is you had a question about the drinks Robinette ordered. If one of the bartenders was going to remember that. In case you've forgotten, that's what specifically you had come here for. You just both nodded and shook your head, which mean the opposite things.
No, we had not forgotten that.
Okay.
That is why we came here. But amongst all of that, it's also going to be the general, just to see if anybody pulls anything, if anybody does have a random memory. Yes, we're asking 20 people the same question, but somebody might know something different. Moni said the human hadn't been around. Percy says they had. People see different things.
Well, okay. So the question about did anybody have it out for Diva, you get the exact same answers that you had before. Percy, which is short for perseverance, do you ask him, since you're not, it sounds like you're asking them as individuals so as to not stop them and hold them as a group so they can't do their job. Is that what I understand correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So are you talking to Percy then? So you're going to ask Percy about that? Or are you going to ask him to reiterate?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask for clarification with Percy, for example. Do you remember about how many times you've seen him around? Anything stand out? Come in the company of anyone that you notice?
No, he was here by himself every time, but I went back and I was thinking about it and I talked to my roommate and I think it was once earlier this week and once the week prior. And I had forgotten that on the week prior, I'm pretty sure I just got a total sketch vibe from him the first time. Like, I'm pretty sure he mostly stayed by himself. And then earlier this week, it was such a weird Tuesday. We were so weirdly busy that Tuesday. So I didn't notice him as much. I don't remember him being as sketch, but yeah, I mean, I would say I think Diva caught his eye, but Diva catches everybody's eye, and so I don't think I thought much of it. But yeah, the first time he was definitely like a little wallflower, like off on his own little weird human self, on his own weird little human own. Whatever, Percy. He was by himself, and he's a weird little human. That's what I mean.
Fair. Anything else in particular about last night that was odd before, the obvious?
Like, we caught a few couples in the bathroom that we had to kick out because that's not where you do that. Have you guys heard of that blood dream powder?
Is it the one that kind of gives you a weird trip and puts you to sleep?
Okay, so this is the DM's way of going. I can't remember if this was your case or if Joe and Atomic's case. He goes, no.
It's in mine as well.
Huh?
It appeared in Merle's solo as well.
Okay. No, it doesn't put you to sleep. It kind of does the exact opposite. It's like
gives you extra actions.
It like hypes you the fuck up.
Oh, a very interesting drug to come to a club on.
Right. Well, like if you wanted to keep dancing and go the rest of the night, or like if you wanted to do something else the whole rest of the night. Like we kicked out somebody who we're not sure if he was dealing or sharing, but we kicked him out. Sorry, I didn't get a name.
Description at all? You remember him? Bouncers, maybe?
Yeah, one of the bouncers might remember him. That'd be Grief. Grief handled that. I want to say, he goes, I want to say orc, and then looks at Merle, no offense. Or maybe half orc. I don't know. Anything else that was weird? I mean, there's always the people who are not from the alley or the middle bottoms are always a little like, oh my God, there's so many tieflings. But yeah, no, I mean, like, what stick out to me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so
is there a drug that puts you to sleep? Now that would be a weird drug to bring to a club.
I mean, if you're not planning on using it yourself.
Oh, right. We try to be
right. Men are terrible.
Oh, she's like,
not just men.
Right, roofies. So, which I'm sure this world has another word for it, but that's just easy. Like, we didn't catch anybody with roofies, but yeah, we're pretty good about pretty good about keeping an eye out for that sort of stuff. You should talk to the bartenders, though. Sometimes if they catch people, they'll just send them to the bouncers without telling me. They're not supposed to, but they do.
Said loudly so others can hear. Be aware that they are aware. No, I recognize that. Well, Percy, if we may, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you for your patience with us last evening as well. We're going to go and find Grieve. You said his name was
Grief.
Grief.
Yeah.
And then we will be stopping by the bartenders. Not to cause a panic, not to alarm, but please do keep an eye out for anyone who appears to be getting unusually quickly sleepy.
Okay.
Keep an eye on them.
Okay. Like, especially if they're hanging out with humies.
I don't think that's a fair statement, but I can understand your concern.
I got you, girl. And then Percy goes off to do something else.
I am sympathetic. I am not supportive, in the words of Jackie Cation.
Grief is one of the bouncers, is like, by no means the tallest tiefling you've ever seen, but Grief is built like a square of meat. Like, just game stats, like, oh, look, a 5'7" tiefling. That's not so impressive. A 5'7" tiefling with like an 18 to 20 strength. Oh, that is kind of impressive. And
Yeah.
Grief is blue with just full curling ram horns. Just bighorn sheep. Yeah. The kind of tiefling that goes, that's a good exercise. Are you ready for the next exercise? Yeah.
Do these while carrying jugs.
And when you find Teef, he is literally bar backing like pony kegs into behind the bar.
You should take the lead on this one, Merle.
Are you fucking high? Yeah, okay.
Who do you think he's going to respect more between the two of us?
You have money, and that's who he deals with on a nightly basis.
You're like him.
How am I like that guy?
Well,
Working guy.
You both have penises, that's for starters.
You take the lead.
Okay. Hey,
You should unmute.
Hey, Grief.
What's up, Copro?
He looks down at Erie.
He's like literally carrying barrels. He's full on doing the I can't. Somebody's missing, but I have work to do. Yeah.
Oh. Hey, so you know the human that Diva was seen with?
Yeah.
You see him a couple nights before that?
Oh, I think Percy said he was in a couple nights before. I think maybe I saw him.
The what powder?
Blood drain.
What about you see anybody dealing blood dream powder?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if he was dealing, but he had a shitload of it. We didn't actually catch him selling to anybody because, we don't just throw you out if you're selling on if you're selling on the grounds. That gets handled a different way.
What's the name of the chain gang, Josh?
I'm sorry?
What's the name of the chain gang that we saw last time when that was dealing the shit?
The chain gang?
Yeah, you have to earn your chain tattoo on your ankle or on your wrists. It was the woman that we said, hey, you know what I know? You're going to go be fucking murdered by your supplier because you don't have the money to bring in. And then she went, well, you're not going to scare me, and yada, yada, yada. And then until finally we got her into protective custody. He did that. I did that on a solo adventure. Not me. I did it, not you.
That's the other reason.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it. I might have. It wasn't. It was a chain tattoo. I remember that. Was it Smoke and Flame?
Sure, let's say that.
Okay, I don't think it was, but we'll call it that.
I go where there was the Smoke and Flame. There was a local gang, or just a guy carrying a shitload of that nonsense.
It goes. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't even pay attention to that. We just caught him with a bunch of the stuff in the bathroom, so I took him out. I mean, I took him outside. I didn't, take.
No, I know what you meant. Yeah. And he starts helping him with the barrels because he's standing there and he's blue collar and he can't
right.
stand and watch.
Hey, how about I just watch while I carry these boulders, Thunder?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, fuck it, and he starts like carrying the barrels with him.
He totally
and I got a 19 strength. I may not have the con to do this for a long time, but I can do it for a bit.
Right. No, your con's fine. It's just weird that your halfling partner has a higher con and therefore more hit points, but not by much.
Once again, con is not a dumb stat for a melee. It shouldn't ever be a dumb stat. I have learned that lesson personally.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, given that you're a monk, I would have flipped your con and your strength, but because you don't need strength so much as a monk. But hey, on your character sheet, charisma is your dumb stat, which is fine. So he goes, "Hey, I appreciate that help." Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was just some sort of dumbass party boy. He had a bunch of that stuff on it for him. Like, he goes, he basically had an 8-ball. He was.
Gosh, that's not a lot.
Right, but it's for personal use. Isn't that kind of a lot?
No, it's an 1/8 of an ounce. That's what where the word 8-ball comes from. 1/8 of an ounce.
I thought it was the whole time. Like, I'm gonna legit. I thought they compressed a bunch of cocaine into a sphere the size of a pool ball.
No, it's an 1/8 of an ounce, Josh.
Okay.
I thought the same thing, Josh.
Oh, God.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Guy who's actually done cocaine is here to tell you it's an 8-ball. And is it a lot? Surprisingly, no. Is it expensive? Yes, it is.
Okay. I was just thinking, that Dennis Leary joke, let's get an 8. Right? I thought, the Dennis Leary joke, let's get an 8-ball. It'll last us all weekend. Like, yeah, a pool ball sized amount of cocaine will last you the whole weekend.
That's what I thought too. I thought it was smashed into the shaper, like maybe a magic.
If you're just doing bumps, then yeah, it'll last you a while. It'll last you a good long while. But you don't. You get an 8-ball and you go rails. I'm gonna be up all weekend. This is a great idea.
Why don't we work?
I can feel my heart 10 feet from here.
Then what he says is, he gives you the impression. Well, he had like a fist size.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah.
Yes. He's like, he was looking to be friends with everybody in the club, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's a lot. Okay, yeah.
We don't like that shit here because we get being hyped up. Like, we don't allow any illegal shit on premises. And I'm not just saying that because you're a cop. Like, Ms. Ventram, Ms. Ventram does not allow any of that shit on the premises. But that shit is really bad.
And a lot of fun.
And
it's only the answer to all of your problems right now.
Yeah. He's like, he laughs. He's like, hey, you're pretty funny for a cop.
Yeah.
He goes, and I don't care what he says about those 2 fingers on his left hand. They were broken when I found them.
Sure. Yeah, no, good call. He won't come back. Fucking
A. I don't think it was part of he was, I don't know, the gangs around here, like, he was pretty dressed up to be just some street punk.
And was he with anybody? Let me ask you this: when you kicked his ass out, did somebody follow him real quick? Like,
Oh no,
okay,
no. You know, they might have been his friends, but you know, he's like, Friday night is still a 5 gold cover charge. I don't think anybody wants to walk away from that much money.
yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Grief. And I'm gonna help you with these last 2 barrels.
Okay.
Because wouldn't that make me the dick with the last 2 barrels?
Yeah. Oh, well, you're not doing anything for me? Well, then I'm going to stop helping you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the what was the thing that Percy said? He was an orc or half orc. No offense. Was the blood dream guy that they threw out, right?
Yeah.
He goes, oh, by the way, I think I heard somebody call him Ogda before we kicked him out. I don't know if that helps. I didn't obviously get a last name.
Ogda. No, that helps. Thanks. Anything else?
No.
Dear Lord. God damn it. I'm sorry, Becky.
All right, I'm gonna go. Becky should go get.
Fuck your gas. Okay.
Maybe Becky should go get a candle and some nose plugs. I'm gonna go pee. Oh my God, that face. That's like.
I'm gonna go get the fucking Senate candle. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Everybody break.
Hello, baby.
I saw Avi earlier today, by the way.
Nice.
So she exists.
Bring me tales of our invisible cat.
Her nickname should be CC2. Or just Doodle Bops.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I'm ready when you guys are.
Okay. I am ready.
All right. And Becky was going to talk to one of the bartenders.
Yes, to try and see if they remember anything about Robinette. I don't suspect there will be much there, but you never know.
There are 3 bartenders. 2 of them are tieflings, and they're like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm not the one who served them. The last one you talked to is named Melda, which is a female orc. And she goes, "Oh yeah, I remember him. He came up and said he was buying drinks for Divinity's table and asked what." And she said, or he said, that Divinity told him to tell me to get her the usual, which is a blah blah blah, a sugary cocktail. And then I started to make it, and he says, "Oh, make it a double." So there was that.
Does Divinity often get doubles?
No, which is why I thought it was weird.
What about for Vigil?
For Vigil, he got both him and himself. For he and Vigil, he got them both. For Vigil, he got a large, like, you know, he goes, what we call the tourist steins of our strong beer. And then he got himself a vodka soda.
Okay.
I remember it because we don't get too many like him in here. And it was weird that he ordered Diva a double. But, you know, I thought at the time he was just trying to impress her with his spending. But, you know, if he was trying to do that, he should have tipped me more.
Stingy?
You know, just enough to not be stingy.
Oh. The ones who go, "No, see, I'm generous. I tipped exactly the amount you're supposed to."
I mean, I don't know what he said to her, but yeah, something like that.
No, I get it.
It was
Anything
like,
else you can think of?
it was like, she seems to be thinking about that thing you said, and she goes, like, look, we're mid-scale and upscale here, and, you know, people tip accordingly. If somebody tips a lot, that still stands out. If somebody tips way too low, that stands out. This was like right down the middle.
Inconspicuous and average. If it hadn't been a Humi, you probably wouldn't have noticed.
I wouldn't have noticed if it hadn't been a Humi. Except for maybe the double for Divinity.
Well, Melda, you've been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
All right.
We appreciate taking it.
Yeah, she's like, "Sorry, I can't remember anymore."
You've given us a lot more than we knew before. Again, we thank you.
Sure.
It's the best night to come back, do you think? When it's not too crazy busy.
You want a night when we're not too busy? Well,
Yeah.
that won't be tonight. She goes, well, we're closed Mondays, so that's not great. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are our slowest nights. Sundays we're not so busy on Sundays, but we're busier than Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Thursdays it starts to pick back up again.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I think we're about done here.
Okay.
Okay.
Merle, can you think of anything?
No, God, I wish I could.
Trying to think of who else we would need to want to talk to.
Okay.
Gary, sorry,
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to talk to
I'm mumbling to myself. Merle wants to talk to his cousin.
Ogda.
Oh, Ogda.
You've been here long enough between helping Grief and talking to all the bartenders that the performers are starting to arrive.
There she is.
Well, we're just going to hang around for a bit and see if we can spot Felicity.
Okay. Sorry. So the performers are coming in, and you're standing there kind of watching them, and they come in, and all of them are kind of fashion forward, and they're coming in sort of twos and threes and talking to each other, and you're kind of watching, and one of the servers who's like, without you two are just sat talking somewhere, and one of the servers, just without you saying anything, brought you like coffee and coffee service basically. And you're sitting there, and they're clearing away like an empty cream thingy, cream carafe pitcher. And she goes, kind of low voice between the two of you, and she goes, the blue one with the stars, that's Felicity. And you see like a bright blue tiefling with little, just little horns, but she's got the sides of her head shaved, and she's got like bright pink, or orange rather, bright orange little star tattoos that go down her neck on, or from like sort of the top of the ear, the front of the ear, like down like this, and down her neck on both sides.
Hey. Well,
And she's walking in and heading towards the back as with all the other performers.
Oh no, she's definitely your people. I'll be there with you, but
I'm going to get up and approach her. What's her last name?
You haven't heard. If you want to retcon that you'd asked, it's Varnon.
Varnon?
Yeah, Varnon. You have never been given a last name. I'm giving it to you right now.
Okay. Ms. Varnon.
She's talking to somebody. She's like, yeah, I'll catch up. Hi, Inspector.
Inspector Mariciondi, I was wondering if we could have a minute or two of your time. My partner, Inspector Sanderman, and I.
Yeah.
Coffee? I don't know. I understand you're a singer. I don't know if there's any prohibited drinks for singers.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
We understand you were here last night. You were performing.
Yep. Fridays are supposed to be my night.
See. Didn't seem to quite work out that way.
Nope. I mean, were you the ones here last night too?
We did come by.
Yeah, so everybody's stage time got cut short last night, unless you went on before it happened. But headliners go on last, so
They are the draw.
right, we are.
So,
And I didn't want to be a bitch like some other people might be, and like tell other people they couldn't get any stage time, so we all just cut it short.
it's very kind of you.
as a mediocre singer, no kidding, sorry.
Merle.
No, it didn't get said. Not even unmuted.
Could you tell me anything in particular that you noticed last night?
I mean, do you want to not ask me the vague questions that you're supposed to ask me because you don't want to ask leading questions? I was backstage all night, or I was in the wings watching the act. I don't know what happened to her. I'm sure you spent all day in the alley today hearing about how I threw food at her at the Smokin' Hot. That totally happened. She totally deserved it. I didn't have her killed or kidnapped or whatever. I'm not convinced this isn't just like a fucking publicity stunt. Watch, she'll be on she's not in here yet, right? Like, I'm not going to go back and find her. I came in tonight knowing that, like, it's her night, and she's supposedly no one's seen her since it happened. Watch, she'll show up. And yet again, like, I will get hosed out of something. But, like, if she doesn't, then you better believe I'm taking her stage time tonight. Percy walks by and goes, or so you hope, and like is flouncing by, or is Speed.
You're not helping, Percy.
Is Speed flouncing by? He's the maitre d', like, Percy is the, and he moved once he's at work. Like, when Percy's like, no, I never saw him. What Percy was really doing yesterday is that was code for, I don't really have time to talk to you. I'm trying to hold business. Like, if you ask Percy, why did you tell us you didn't yesterday? Percy would be like, I didn't talk to you yesterday. Because, like, he's like, I don't remember you talking to me. And that would be an honest answer for Percy, right? He was just like, but now things are a little more relaxed. And you're right. He's kind of baiting her. He is absolutely not helping, but he thinks he's being funny. And he sachets his way into the back somewhere.
Thank you for your time.
And she's just like, see? Look, I'm sure everybody told you everybody loves Divinity, and yeah, she's great. Everyone loves her, but she's a stage hog. Like, we call her diva for a reason. It's great that she can own it, but if everyone were willing to be as honest as I am being, she hogs the spotlight, and she takes money out of all of our pockets. Not the bartenders, just the performers, like all of us.
Less time, less tips.
Exactly. Less notoriety, less everything.
Less outside engagements.
Right? You get it.
I can understand your frustrations. Well, I know you need your time to warm up, to practice. Thank you.
Sure. Look, I hope she's fine. I'm sure she is. But, like, if she shows up today and everybody just whatever, like, publicity stunt, the whole thing. The whole thing.
Just remind yourself of that and don't murder her, because then we'll have to come back and you'll get even less stage time.
I mean, if I murder her, then Moni really won't let me on stage. So,
right? It's a very big problem.
right.
That's all I'm saying. All right. Well, thank you again for your time. I don't know the right words. I don't think I'm supposed to say good things.
You're not supposed to say that adjective and then a word that rhymes with fuck.
Ah.
Ours is like break a horn.
Break a horn.
Thanks. And she smiles. And she is.
And Merle knocks wood.
Okay. And as she walks away, she's crazy graceful. Like, just her natural walk. Is it's almost like how ballet dancers can walk and, like, their chin does not move in the line. It's just a horizontal line. Like, that's how she moves.
Huh. I don't think it's Felicity.
No, I don't either.
It's too much to put together. I mean, my God, the money alone.
No,
I have family who are artists. They don't make money.
No, I'm convinced now. It's all a publicity stunt. We should go home. It'll sort itself out.
Absolutely. We can only be so lucky. That will be fantastic news for us. Where do you want to try next?
Melvin was who again?
The bartender.
Okay.
The third bartender, not the half ogre.
Nobody's a half ogre or a full ogre.
Yeah.
She was an
That's
orc.
Orc.
Ogdo was the half orc with the 8-ball of Bloodstream. The death rock of Bloodstream. Can I tell you, Becky, when you first started to put your hand up, I'm like, fuck, everyone knew this but me, even Becky didn't knew this. And then when you're like, no, I thought the same thing, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Well, I don't know if you heard me. I said, I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Yeah,
but-
no, I did hear you. It made me feel better. I don't know if objectively it's better or worse, but it made me feel better that you didn't know either.
Yeah, that's what I always imagine, just like an almost softball-sized hunk of just smash down. You get the hammer and you smash it apart, and
Right,
that's why
like
there's
You're
the
just-
pile.
You're just both adorable. That's all. I thought it was very. It's all it was. Is like he had an 8-ball. Just that's not a lot of coke.
It sounds like a lot. Have you seen an 8-ball?
An eighth of an ounce is a decent amount of coke. It's nothing to sneeze at, literally. But yeah, it's also
You would lose it all.
it's a common term because that's a standard selling, like a standard weight.
Sure.
you buy
No,
it. Yeah.
I just it makes it so much more plausible how wearing yuppie business suits you would hide an 8-ball on your person.
I always wondered, was that why they had the shoulder pads?
It's as opposed to walking around with a cue ball size thing of cocaine. Like that would definitely stick out in the pocket. Just so.
I'm sure Joe's done coke. Ask Joe. That's what.
That's a okay. He
Yeah.
really strikes me more as a weed and psychedelics person, but I'll
You're right. You're right. Yeah, me as well. It's just I'm willing to bet that he would know that that's kind of adorable that you did that. That's my only point.
his brother has definitely done coke. Tyrion would definitely go, "You're an idiot."
But doesn't ours sound so much more fun?
Yeah, it does. It's a lot of coke you guys are imagining. That's a everyone's my friend amount of coke.
Right.
It's a party time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Did I ever tell you the story about the time Jeremy Cross and I accidentally ran into a guy who was a dealer for cocaine? This is in, I want to say 2003.
I like a dealer for cocaine as opposed to a dealer of cocaine.
Of cocaine, yeah, a dealer of cocaine. Well, he had enough that he could share. That's my point. It's not a drug that's easy to come across in Bakersfield. So, yeah, it's anyhow. We followed a perfect fucking stranger and his girlfriend to their apartment. Ow. Oh.
What did you do?
He just pulled a nostril hair.
Oh, I'm going to be right back. I'm sorry. No, I didn't. I have to pull a mustache hair. Anyhow, the story was basically this guy who went, well, I have some coke. And Jeremy was like, we're going with this man.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
It seems like a really bad way to decide where to go is whether
Jeremy
or not
Cross
somebody
was
has coke.
Jeremy Cross, as good as art as Jeremy Cross was, that's how bad he was at life choices. I stopped calling Jeremy this because I think it really pissed ants off, but I referred to Jeremy Cross as Junkie Jeremy for a long time.
I've heard some stories. I would be willing to believe that.
And I was never friends with Jeremy Cross, which is why it was easy to be so reductionist about him that way. But like all those stories sound like they're interesting, but not good. Ant said he wanted to talk to Ogdo, who is the guy who got kicked out.
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to go back and watch my solo with Anthony, assuming I remembered to record it. Because it was not Smoke and Flame. Smoke and Flame is north of the river. Gang, I think I just made it up on the spot and forgot to write it down. God damn it. That's the real reason I record things.
Right? You have to go back and review.
Oh,
What happened to? I'll wait till he gets on. What happened to your mustache hair? What happened?
Oh, I had a tiny bit. I had a spot of crazy glue in there,
Oh.
and so like yeah, so like I was scratching my face and I was like, oh, what's this in my mustache? Oh shit! Ow, fuck! And I ripped out 3 mustache hairs at once. Yeah,
Okay.
fucking hurt. Fucking like that's smart. Josh knows. Josh went, ooh. I actually I should rephrase. I ripped out 2. There was 1 still standing. I had to get it. That's why I had to go.
How did you get crazy glue in your mustache?
Okay, so sometimes when you put too much crazy glue, when you're modeling, you put too much crazy glue on something. One way to thin it out naturally and to just is to blow on it. So I blew on it and I got a spot of splashback and it just that fucking killed when I hit. I was like, ow.
Ian always has to do something with this paint.
Well, yeah, because huffing crazy glue is no fun. So I don't know why you would have been doing that. Car Wars?
Gas lines, but yes.
Okay. Becky looks like she's farting now too. I can't hear her. She has to go to the restroom.
She's going to use the restroom. I muted myself to explain that.
Becky's got to take a shit, man.
It's 8 o'clock. I gotta. If we hit and they also the communists have invaded, and so it's not a regular poop.
It's a minstrel poop. It's a Hadozi poop.
I
A Hadozi poop, rather.
I like Hadozi. I like that.
I've heard it said both ways, and I don't think that. Did we have it was you and I had the conversation about how under races, it was the only thing that on Beyond, D&D Beyond has no
photographs of, no visual reference of,
They just like, nope, well, it doesn't look like that anymore, I'll tell you that much. Also, everyone on yep, there's no little the little say it for me.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't one for, how do you say the bug race from Spelljammer?
Thrycreen is how we've always said it.
Yeah, on the actual play for Spelljammer, I've heard it said Thrycreen, and I'm like, I would never say 3. It would be Thrycreen, but I don't like to tell Brendan Lee Mulligan that he's wrong, but I also like that if you look in their little write-up for in the last paragraph of the write-up for GIF, it said GIF are split into 2 camps concerning how their name is pronounced. Half of them say it with a hard G, half with a soft G. Disagreements over the correct pronunciation often blossom into hard feelings, loud arguments, and headbutting contests. They rarely escalate beyond that. I like that they did that.
It made Becky groan when I read that to her.
Did it?
Yeah. I have decided things about the naming of GIF. And that if you were sufficiently honored for valor, your family takes on your clan, which includes you and your extended family, basically everyone under your great-grandparents, that generation downward, get to call themselves of clan something. And yeah, that's one of the naming conventions I did. I give them patronyms. They all have patronyms, so and then I gave them very Russian names, because don't they just look Russian? No, they look like hippopotami, but I gave them Russian names.
Oh, no. See, if I were going to play a GIF, the reason I would play a GIF was so I could talk like this in character all the time, you see. I would just be from the British Raj. This is how I would play GIF. I would be an old British commander who's seen a lot of shit and yet still talks like this. And I'm just going to shoot it. There isn't a problem that the multiverse has presented me that I couldn't solve by aiming a cannon at it. you see? And we will talk like civilized people until I have a reason to shoot you in the face. And that is how I would talk the entire time as a GIF.
Yeah.
The most. I just like to know, how GIF am I?
The way I have them much more like, I would do them either Russian, and I'm going to do them Russian. I was thinking about it. I was going to do them either Russian or Scottish. I wanted to give them an ethnic base of people with a real strong military tradition. And so, yeah, so I very nearly made them Scottish, but then I decided that it was too close to halflings, which are already Irish, and now some Scottish. And then there are the gnomes, who I'm just making Jewish. I'm just giving them Jewish last names.
The regular gnomes or the auto gnomes?
The regular gnomes. Auto gnomes are a type of pseudo golem.
So they're not a playable race for you?
No, they are a playable race.
But see, look at this and tell me, like, it's Napoleonic War, but that says British to me, but I guess I could see it as Russian too.
Yeah, if I could do a Prussian accent, that would be way down the line as well.
Stop being so bloody Prussian.
Yeah.
But then there's the GIF warlord who.
Yeah. It's a bad motherfucker on him.
Yeah, but who also is giving me Buckshot Johnson. So.
Buckshot Roberts.
Buckshot Roberts, that's it.
Yeah, I sent that to you. I was so happy.
Rest of you shit's only worth 110, but I'll take it.
All right, clatter. Let's dance. That's actually less insane than the actual gunfight. I've told you this. Never mind. Sorry. Because they all walked away from that gunfight wounded. Every one of them. And
even Buckshot Roberts?
No, Buckshot Roberts was dead, but
okay.
Dick was killed, and then there were actually 6 guys in the gang at that time. All 5 of them were injured against one fucking guy. One motherfucker.
Becky just pooped so hard she came back blurry. Okay. Somewhere this evening, Meat decided Becky doesn't go on the left anymore. She goes on the right. I don't remember when that happened, but.
She's in the middle for me.
Interesting. I have myself taken out of the tiles. So I'm down in the corner to make so you guys are bigger. Okay. You've talked to the performers. It's getting. I mean, it's about dinner time, which means your shift is coming up. Like you started early today, so. Oh no, you have 10 hours. So 8. No, that's true. If you started at 8 and 10 is 16. No, 8 and 10 is 18, which is 6 p.m. So you've got a couple hours before your shift is over.
Okay.
Okay?
I think we need to find a stopping place.
Yeah, I'm like. Becky actually poops hard. She came back hungover.
Yeah. No, it's allergies and time of year and lack of sleep. Oh, it's the communists.
Yeah, I was gonna say no. I think it's her Hadozi.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak with Ogda, but I think Josh, you said you want to go back.
I can't hear what she's saying, but that's okay. You just one of you tell me.
I'd like to speak with Ogda, but I think you said you want to go back and review your notes before you do that part.
No, that was about something else because of Anthony's question, like, what's the name of that gang? And I'm like, oh, I can't remember it. So, but that is not necessarily related to Ogda. So here's the thing about tracking down Ogda. You have a half orc named Ogda who has blood drain. So
unless one of the named Ogda. Before we had a half orc or an orc.
Right, you have an orc or half orc named Ogda. So unless somebody has some idea of where he lives, then you're gonna go to Constable Command South and check that records room and see if you can find anything for him. So here we're gonna do this real quick. Is Becky high or low?
Low.
Okay, Anthony high or low?
Hi.
Okay. Nobody on staff, none of the bouncers are sure where he lives or where he's from. You could ask, we can do the bartenders as a separate group and the performers as a separate group.
Yeah. Let's just to be sure, just to see if anybody knows anything. Yes.
All right, Becky, high or low?
Low.
And same question.
Hi.
All right, Melda does know where he lives. Well, at least what street he lives on. She's not sure exactly which apartment, but she knows his apartment building. It's about a let me zoom in and then let me share screen. Woo! Zoomy McZoom pants over here. Okay. Tap, 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 tap. Okay. Okay, so this here is the Haven in Hell, and he lives up over here off of the Burrow Muse, and she tells you it's that. Oh, God damn it, because I can't click in a colored area without moving the damn block. There we go. That he lives in the last one of these apartments on the left as you head up here.
Okay. And
So she's like, I'm sorry, get you down to the building, but I don't know which apartment he lives in.
it's okay.
Melda, you've been amazing. I don't know why you're apologizing. You're a genius. Thank you.
Percy cruises by and goes, snitch.
Oh, he's a card.
Such a cad. It's sorry I can't give you the exact longitudinal and latitudinal coordinates of his bedroom so you can lurk there.
So you can just launch an airstrike. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Merle, I think we go and talk to Ogda.
See what Ogden knows. Yeah.
See what Ogda knows. I can hang back around the Haven and Hell later just to see if anything happens, just to see if anyone comes up.
Okay, it's wintertime. By the time you get into this neighborhood, it's dark out. Working people are still coming home. They're walking up and down the street. So it's not by any means an empty street, but people are coming home. It's the Middle Bottoms. It's the sort of north center of the Middle Bottoms. Lots of orcs, half orcs, goblins, some humans. Yeah, like a couple of tieflings. Let's
Okay.
yeah, it's that sort of a mix, maybe. Whoops. Yeah, a couple of hobgoblins. You know, it's an okay mix. You see one old, stooped, haggard, down on his luck dwarf at a different building.
I kind of feel like we have to go and talk to him now just because he's clearly the odd man out.
Okay.
What do you say, Merle?
I say you're reading that.
Merle disagrees.
No, I think he's a spotter for the gang. I think he stands on the corner, something. He's the guy, or he's just an old hobo.
Who knows?
Well, we should certainly go talk to him.
Let me go give him a kick. Ask him what he's doing.
Hey, you old dwarf. Boot.
I'll get answers.
The answer is you're a bitch.
You
Didn't
want to
say
cover
the
your camera
answers.
for a second, baby?
Why will that make it smell less? Oh no, because she's fuzzy. I thought you were farting.
I was. That's why I leaned way over. But I lit a candle. It's right here on the desk.
So that just gives me full permission to drop napalm ass all night.
I mean, he lit the candle this time. Usually it's just there.
Usually I just apologize and go, why don't you murder me?
Why don't you have some yogurt for fuck's sake? Okay, are you going to talk to the dwarf or not? I'll tell you right now, the dwarf is flavor text.
Oh, never mind then.
Fuck the dwarf.
Yeah. I mostly, you know how I love some good flavor text, but we are trying to get to a stopping point here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go hassle Ogda and hope he's home.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Ogda, he might know where Ogda is. That's why I wanted to talk to him. Because he sits out there, homeless wino, probably knows what apartment is his. Ogda. Not
Could
his.
be. That's thinking like a cop. That might happen. Who knows what the dice are going to do?
I'm going to go over and start talking to him.
Probably fuck us with our luck, but let's find out.
Okay.
Wait a second. Is it a random die roll without advantage? I shouldn't be the one talking to him, but let's try it.
Well, if it's only you, then
No, I'm going with him.
okay. As you approach, he's mumbling to himself in Dwarvish.
Wait a minute.
I
Wait a minute.
speak
Wait a minute.
Dwarvish.
I speak Dwarvish.
I know.
We both speak that language.
Yeah. And as you walk up, 16, how is that true? 17, 14. Hold on. Oh, it's not. It's insane. Which? Sorry, I'll solve that later. He's mumbling to himself something about because if you let the forge get too hot, then that's not good either. But these young people, nobody wants to put any coal in the forge anymore. Nobody wants to put in the coal in the forge anymore for old Cricket. And that's what happens. He comes in here with that damn zucchini, and then the artificer came, and then nobody's putting coal in the forge. And then, oh look, it's a halfling, and she got herself a half fork. And I think they're coming up to me. Okay, shh. And he's like one big bloodshot eye, the other one's half closed, and he's like looking at you. I wonder what they want.
Don't suppose you would know where a half-orc named Ogda lives, would you, old feller?
They want to know about Ogda. Well, the joke's on them. He's a full orc. No, I don't know where any half-orc named Ogda is.
But how about an orc named Ogda?
I think they're on to me.
I'm totally stealing this NPC, so you know.
Okay.
He planer shifts.
Yeah.
Why he's so confused all the time.
He keeps talking about a forge, but he's actually a completely insane fucking wild mage sorcerer who's just fucking cracked. Which is not what was going to be the case, but now I got to write this fucking dwarf's name down.
We made you like him.
This is why I have to record things. Kragan Forgeblood. Okay. Mage. Loony. All right. He goes, he's like, he goes, I think they're under me. Yeah, the orc named Ogda. Well, he lives close. But maybe you could spare a electrum piece for an old down on his luck dwarf from Haven City.
Yeah, I flip him. I flip him. He needs an electrum specifically, motherfucker.
Do you say that?
Yes, I do. I say that loud.
Yeah.
And he's mumbling it to himself. But yes.
Well, maybe we can get more than an electrum, or a gold. A gold is worth 2 electrum, and I will tell you a twice as good answer.
And flips him a gold piece.
He catches it and he's like, yeah, Ogda lives in that building yonder. And he lives on the 2nd floor in the apartment on the left. Don't go into the one on the right. That's where Granny Bundine hangs out with a man. And a man has been blowing his money on liquor and whores. She is not happy. I think Granny Bundine's about to pop his ass. You shouldn't have told him about Granny Bundine because she's definitely going to kill Chacole.
We'll keep your name out of it.
What do you keep my name out of?
Nothing. We don't
No.
even know your name.
That's right, because I didn't tell him my name was Kragan Forgeblood.
Kragan Forgeblood.
Merle very ostentatiously writes that down.
How do I spell that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I need to go down to the liquor store for a second. So y'all excuse me. You look like cops, but I know they don't let orcs be cops. And just like he's like, hold on, wait a second, wait. And now he's like stood up. He's just shabby as fuck.
Cragda? Is he said
Kragan.
his name? Kragan.
Here, I'll type it.
No, I have my own interesting spelling. Okay, yes, please type it.
You've been bang on everything else tonight with that you've typed in here, Hans. Now you'll excuse me, Kragan gonna go get himself some liquor. And then he looks down at the steps. And he's looking down at the steps. And he's looking down at the steps so long you two look down at the steps. And then he takes a step down and is like, oh, we almost fell there, Kragan. You need to slow down. You're too old for this stairs bullshit.
They are much like pants.
Am I wearing pants? I'm wearing pants. I don't know what that lady halfling's talking about. And then takes another step down. Like he's just so incredibly old. Like the two of you would have to guess all the long-lived races that live in the Union live about 2 centuries. So dwarves, halflings, etc. You would guess he's north of 150 years old easily.
Okay.
And he has got the look of somebody who literally has worked in a forge their whole life. That sort of forge long-term sunburn, like leathery, like a woman from Dallas, but from a forge.
Dallas the city or Dallas the TV show?
Dallas.
I'm sorry, the TV epic.
Dallas the city.
Oh.
She's leathery like a white lady from Dallas.
Okay, so we go to the apartment as indicated.
All right, you turn and you head to the apartment. He starts shambling down the street once he gets himself down those stairs,
Okay.
mumbling again how like, now we got a gold piece. We don't have to worry about who's put coal in the fort. I'm even talking too fast right now. But in any case, Kragan goes shambling and mumbling himself down the fucking street. You get to the steps and you hear some yelling in the apartment building.
And as we get closer, is it the apartment to the right of the one we're after?
Oh, you hear it when you haven't even come through the front door, and you can hear it.
Granny Boudin.
There's a deep male orc voice, shouting. So I know Merle speaks it. Do you speak orc? No, you do not even speak goblin. So you just hear some shouting in orcish. And Merle, what you hear clear as a bell is, "God damn it, Bundine! I think you fucking killed me." And then you hear a female orcish voice, a middle-aged to older female orcish voice is, "I told you you weren't going to put your hands on me one more time, Jakole." Also in orcish. And then you hear feet coming. Now you hear heavy feet coming down the steps.
Look up the steps. Is it an elderly orcish woman?
Nope. There is, what you hear coming down the steps is a working class, older, middle-aged, like 50s, orcish man who sees you and goes, "Police, I need help. She stabbed me." And there's a big stab wound in his side, and he's holding it. And then behind him, in a very simple dress with an apron on, holding a big fucking kitchen knife covered in blood, is Granny Bundine. Is what looks to be about his age, orcish woman, hair neat and tidy, but a big fucking shiner on her eye.
Oh, Miss Bodine?
Bundine.
Bundine. Miss Bundine, could you come down here for a moment? Please set your knife down.
You're not gonna let him. Are you speaking in common or orc?
Orc.
She goes, "You gonna let Jakole hit me again?"
He's never gonna lay a hand on you again if I can help it, ma'am.
She's like, "All right, well."
I translate for Erie everything that's been said.
Right, well, you want me to put my good knife just on the floor here?
Yeah, just on the ground right there, ma'am.
She looks at you like,
I throw her a handkerchief.
She's like, "Well, I mean, all right." And she just like puts it down right next to the wall so nobody will trip, fall, or kick. None of that. She's just like,
steal.
Okay, come over here and put your hands behind your back. I'm gonna place her and him into
custody. Okay,
yeah.
well, you've got to get him first. He's closer. He's almost all the way down the steps by the time you guys walk in. She's standing at the top of her steps by her door.
Yeah.
He comes and do you say, "I'm placing you both under arrest"?
Yes.
He goes, "You're placing me under arrest? What the fuck for? I'm the one who got stabbed."
Domestic abuse.
Well, I don't even know what that is.
That's hitting your woman. Put your hands behind your back. No, put one hand behind your back. Put your other one on your wound. Here's the second handkerchief. And then we're gonna deal with this, Josh. We're gonna stop with the actual investigation we had, and we're gonna deal with this nonsense.
No, don't say that.
Yeah.
It's not nonsense. This is what it is. This is how it goes. Don't say that. Don't be dismissive of the work that we do. While all of this is going on, Erie is radioing in and saying, "I need a couple of pairs of unis with conveyances. We got a domestic here. Both injured, both going in for questioning, likely going to be released tonight, and somebody will be back out here in 2 weeks or so. But get them out here now, please. Give them the address.
Okay, so her name again is
Her first name is Bundine.
Bundine. Could you go stand by my partner Erie there? I'm going to take this knife and put it back in your cutting block, okay?
Well, don't put it back in my block bloody.
No, I won't. And he doesn't actually do that. He sets it on the counter because it's evidence.
Right.
But he does get it out of the wilds where it is presently.
When you go into the apartment, Bundine has two what you hope are her grandchildren, about 9 and 10 years old. Kind of, Bundine has clearly been cooking dinner. And they, like, you come in and one of them looks up at you and Orc and going, "Is Granny going away tonight?"
Yeah, she is, son. I'm sorry.
And they're like,
he gets up there and starts cooking, doesn't he?
No, yeah. The kid gets up. The kid gets up and goes, "Well, I better not let all this food go to waste."
Yeah. I will once the uniforms are here.
You will what?
Ask him what happened, is what Becky said.
Oh, well.
Because I'm not there.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm downstairs between these two angry looking orcs going.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to leave my partner. I went inside just for a second, Becky. I didn't want to leave you sitting out there alone with two fuckers.
No, that's no, I'm saying that for Josh though, so he understands why you're like, I'll do that later.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Because it's eerie hanging around down there just so.
Yeah.
Nice knife. I love the embroidery on the apron.
She's like, "Well, thank you very much, miss."
I could never get my stitches that fine.
Well, it does take a lot of practice. And she looks at you and she goes, "I know you're one of the long-lived ones, but I reckon I got a few years on you yet."
Never tell it by looking.
Oh, well, somebody's parents taught him some manners.
It makes one of us in the partnership. No, you got to get your digs in on Erie before.
Indeed.
And you're upstairs. You're not even hearing it.
Correct. I'm not. No one is on the other side of this argument.
Okay. Jacole is fucking a loud, dramatic person the entire time. Once you put Bundine in cuffs, she's just quiet unless you talk to her. Like, unless you address her or say something. Like, she's conversational with you, but she's also like, "I'm not arguing with him and I'm not going to argue with you." Like, she's just being a good, I guess suspect is the word I'm looking for here.
Fair.
Perp would be another example. He does ask her, he said, "So am I to understand that Chipotle is the reason you have that shiner, ma'am?"
Well, yes, it is.
Thank you. Would you like to press charges on him?
What does that mean?
That means he goes to jail for hitting you in the eye.
He looks at her and goes, "You better not. You're not going to be able to make the rent or the food or none of it without me." And she goes, "Well, I haven't been making it with you. That's why I intercepted your payment, your check today. That was my check. You didn't have the right to take my money away. Well, you just put your money into liquor and whores. We all up in here starving, so you're not doing me much good. And you socked me in my eye when I did take the money and spend it on us. Well, that ain't your money. Then you ain't doing me much good. Yes, officer, I would like to press charges."
Okay.
Well, I want to press charges too. She stabbed me.
Yes, I know. And that's about all that gets. It's a domestic. He's not gonna stand there He's not going to stand there and referee.
Yeah, he's not going to adjudicate this nonsense. Do you separate them after a while just so they stop yelling?
Yeah.
Like at
Yeah.
least
They were together only because I wanted to run up and put that knife on the counter, not because, I wanted them to sit there and argue.
So yeah, what you find out is that pretty much Bundine's side of it is what it is, as far as you can tell, is he spends all his weekly checkup on things that have nothing to do with supporting the grandkids, or the house. So she intercepted the payment somehow, his check, and went and bought groceries and bought him a pint of gin and said, well, that's just what you're going to have to deal with for now. And so she's like cooking dinner, and the next thing she knows, she's kind of seeing stars and realizes, oh, he just hit me in the fucking head, and then went to the and then he turned to yell at the grandkids who were yelling at him about punching Bundine. So she just pulled the knife out of the knife block and stuck him. And like that's the end of that. I've had enough of you.
Yeah. He fell on my knife.
Yeah.
He fell on my knife 9 times. No, I know she didn't.
She says, well, if I'm going to have to spend the night in the jailhouse tonight, then could you go get Braca up on the 3rd floor? She'll watch the kids.
Yeah, once yes, I will.
The unis don't take that long to get there, but
once they do, he goes up and does that.
Okay.
He's not leaving Erie alone with them again. That was bad form the first time.
Well, once they're in cuffs, it's less of a concern.
Yeah, that's true, but it's not the best idea.
Why? Because they're so much bigger than her?
and that is a failing on their part, because they'll think I'm so much bigger than her, I can surely take her. And it's not they, it's he. He will think I'm so much bigger than her, I can surely take her.
And then he will get set on fire and die.
Yep. Or thunder waved and deafened.
Yeah. Well, but that will do structural damage to the apartment building. So, although the firebolt could potentially do that as well. Yeah, it doesn't go well for Jacole. Okay, the uniforms get there. They take your report. They take it again. You go and get Braca. Braca is a younger hobgoblin woman. And when you tell her what happened, she's like, oh, yeah, sure. I'll be down in a second.
Okay.
And so the kids are looked after. You don't hear Braca. You do not hear any kids or see any kids in Braca's apartment.
Okay.
Did I say hobgoblin? I meant half orc.
You did say hobgoblin, but that's okay. Okay.
The other H. One of the other H's. Anyway, the kids are taken care of.
Okay.
Hey, so we got to go talk to Agda?
Yeah. A bunch of heads point out, and I'm going to say that you don't tip your hand, but everybody looky-loos, right? Everybody in the building, especially on the 2nd floor, and Bundine and Jacole lived on the same floor as Agda. So you don't know what Agda looks like, but everybody, if he lives where the insane dwarf said he lived, then you saw him stick his head out. So he's home.
Okay.
You go knock on his door, or?
Yeah, once those 2 are in custody and we're free of them, I and my partner are going to go up to knock on his door.
Okay. You knock on the door, and he's like in a nightshirt, or he's in like a t-shirt and some underwear. He's like clearly been asleep for most of the day. And he's like, "Oh, hi, officers. I didn't really hear what happened with Bundine and Jacole. Like, I mean, I guess I kind of heard it, but you guys dealing with them sort of woke me up. So, I'm sorry.
That's all right. One
And
second.
he goes, oh, okay. And then starts to close the door.
I did have to ask you a question about the H&H.
Uh-huh.
So there was an assault there the other evening. Were you aware of that?
I heard something happen, but I got kicked out earlier that night, which I'm sure you know is why you're here.
It is. You wouldn't happen to be in the acquaintance of a man named something with letters?
That a man named Jane? No.
Robinette Talbot?
No.
How about Vigil Voigt?
Vigil bought Diva's boyfriend?
Vigil Vogt.
Yeah, I know Vigil. Again, Diva's boyfriend. I'm pointing it out, but he doesn't say. He doesn't say again. But that is how he responded. Vigil bought Diva's boyfriend. Yeah, I know.
That'd be the one. Okay.
I mean, he goes, we're not like friends, but like I know him. I know who he is.
Right. The night you were there, did you see anything significant? Anything that might have related to the disappearance of Diva?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure they already told you why they kicked me out. And he like holds up his right hand, and like these two fingers are like
Are broken. Yeah, clearly.
he lifted them up.
Yeah.
And you can tell, like if
Yeah.
he didn't do it, it was not done by.
Yeah, he raises his eyebrows. He goes,
He's like,
our grief is quite a strong fella.
yeah. I'm kind of bummed he sniffed me out, but yeah, I was pretty.
He did not snitch you out.
Oh.
And I'm a truth sayer. Out of character.
In any case, like, no, I mean, I got kicked out before that, and I was pretty high when I got kicked out, which is how I got caught and kicked out. So I didn't see anything. I didn't see it happen or anything. So
No, but did you see anybody there that might have been significant?
I don't think so. There were, Friday night at the Haven in Hell is always really pretty jumping. There's a lot of hot chicks, man. I mean, mostly tiefling, but I mean, I don't judge, right?
Right.
Hot's hot.
Yeah. Okay.
He takes a think. And he's like, nah, I mean, it's just, the usual types that you get on a Friday there.
Okay. Erie, was there anything you can think of?
Do you have anyone who regularly comes to you? More than normal.
I don't. It's like, oh, no. I mean, I know that I had a lot, but like, I just happened to buy a lot. I don't like really. I'm like a party guy. I'm Octa the party guy. I don't like do that, I mean, I know that I'm not supposed to have whatever it is that I had, but like.
Do you party with humans on the regular, Ogda?
He goes, no. Like,
Do I hang with the KKK? No. But
He basically
Same
goes,
thing. Do you hang with the chicken heads? Is actually what I'm asking.
he goes, no, they're like a little. I mean, he's a full orc and you're a half orc, and he's like, they're
No, I understand.
like, look, I don't have anything against them. I'm not racist, but like, unless they're like from here, like the ones in our neighborhood are fine, but they're like usually afraid of us, like partying with us. Except for the ones. I mean, like, what they say, if you see a bunch of orcs hanging out and one human guy, the human's the one you should be afraid of, right? Because
Right.
what did
Yeah.
he do to let all those orcs hang out with, or for all those orcs to hang out with him? But like, no.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. Have a lovely evening.
Yeah. Sorry, dice are not helping you right now.
That's okay.
okay, it's the way it goes sometimes.
Yep.
You okay, Ans?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
He's old.
I am old and I have been sitting on my ass for some time.
Okay, I'm just like you. I just noticed in the last 20 to 40 minutes you're making a lot of dad noises.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
See, I describe them as dad noises and Becky makes fun of me.
For calling them that or for making them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So there's yeah, by the time you're dealing with all that sort of shit, you're like past your shift time.
Okay.
Which, two things. DM to players, this is, you guys heading back to base and like doing your reports and then heading home is a good stopping point, and it's about 9:00. This could also be, which would let Becky walk away from the desk if she wanted. You guys could do that and then go to the Guildwood to go talk to Janice.
Actually, that's the thing about that. I'm going to ask her about that.
Ask who is the her?
Well, okay, that would be Rebecca. That would be Becky. And the reason I would be doing that is because Janet lives in a nice part of town. Becky comes, and Erie comes from money.
Mm.
Not so many doors would be closed to me if I took my partner with me. Anyhow, in the conveyance on the way back to the station, I'm going to say to Erie, hey, Erie. You know how I told you the captain asked me not to look into the investigation with my cousins being murdered? And I told him absolutely I wouldn't do that. I want to do that. I got a cousin named Janice, who's Jesus, I wrote her name and I keep forgetting it. That's not great. No. She's sort of like me, found a means to get out of the neighborhood and married really well. Yeah, good for her. I like her too. Lives in a nice part of town. You're from a nice part of town? I thought it might be easier for me to move in that part of town if you were with me, or rather, if it looked like I was with you.
Which part of town?
What's the part of town, Josh?
Guildwood.
Guildwood.
If you're worried about being looked askance or being stopped and stuff, if you're in your inspector uniform, like if you're wearing your inspector tabard, nobody's going to say shit to you.
Yeah, and I'm super not gonna be because because I would really like the detective's still investigating things, and my captain, who specifically told me to stay away from this case, not to know that, not to immediately be aware of me traipsing through this really nice neighborhood
Gotcha.
in my uniform. This is an off the books kind of sneaky thing that he wanted to do.
All right.
Yeah. Also, why would I want to let my poor wife leave the table at this time? I want her to stay trapped in a chair for as long as possible. Actually, what I'd really like to do is I'd like to open up the next game with this, if that would be okay with you, Josh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we can open up the next game. If Erie even agrees to go, and this is, yeah.
I'm just sitting here dealing with stabs right now.
She's just sitting there dealing with cramps right now. She's muted, and I'm not.
Yeah, I thought I could sort of hear enough. Well, I can't hear her.
Anything now? Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say I could sort of hear her and then figure it out on her lips, but instead of cramps, I heard stabs, but I figured that was stabbing pains.
No, it is. I said stabs because we're playing D&D, and then I followed it with I'm taking 1d4 of damage per round.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bleeding.
I just want to see if the attacks are coming on the family, and I figure she would know. And if you would come with me,
Then we could both be implicated in my lie to the captain.
yes, but also, who are you? I'm
No.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just a random pig.
And the horse, he pulls the conveyance.
Yeah.
He
I
loves
need you to
peanut
never
butter.
speak. I need you to never speak again, Ed. Winnie. Okay.
Nay. Yeah.
Well, I sure would appreciate it. And
Yeah.
then,
Of course.
yeah.
We're not going to be able to take the conveyance, and we're not going to go in uniform.
No, that's what I was thinking as well. I could maybe look like your bodyguard.
This is my butler. He buttles.
I don't think I fit the. Honestly, butlers tend to have a punch because they're able to get into the pantry whenever they want.
Hmm.
And I'm live.
Yeah.
Okay. So you two will be heading to Guildwood when we open the next game.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okie doke.
Are you aware that your name is Josh Beardy Harris? Is it that way at work too?
This is not my work account. This is my my West Wilhelm account, and I'm sure I could figure out a way if I cared enough to change it.
I was just curious. It was funny to me. It's like, I wonder if he goes on to